Sorry. Really? Mark shook his head as he reached for another napkin. I saw you move, Detective, and that was done on purpose. Mark's trousers were soaked in red wine, especially the groin region. Hunter reached for the tipped wineglass before it rolled off the table, being careful to grab it by its base, using the palm of his hand, not his fingers. I'm really terribly sorry about this. I'll get the waitress to bring you a brand new bottle of wine. Mark smiled back at Hunter carelessly. It's okay, Detective. I can afford another bottle if I so wish. I'm sure this bottle is a few steps above your pay grade. I thought your date was buying it tonight. She is, Mark shot back. And she can afford it too. From the corner of his eyes, Hunter saw the waitress and the restaurant host quickly making their way to their table. I'm terribly sorry about this. Hunter apologized to them. It was a clumsy accident. Yeah, right, Mark said. Will you just leave now? While everyone busied themselves with cleaning up after Hunter's mess, he stepped away from the table, quickly reached for his cell phone, and snapped a couple of shots of Mark without him noticing it. The waitress and the restaurant host also failed to notice that Hunter never handed them the wine glass he'd taken from the table. Chapter 49. Oliver Griffith wasn't used to being home alone, at least not overnight. Since he and Josie had met each other 17 months ago, and even more so after they'd gotten married, they'd practically spent every evening together. They really did love each other's company. They were into the same type of music. They liked the same movies and the same kind of food. Their sense of humor seemed to have been tailor-made because they were constantly making each other laugh. They were into the same sexual kinks. In short, they were as perfect for each other as perfect could be. Sleeping alone in their bed was a brand new experience for Oliver, one that he didn't like at all. Josie and her friends had left for Stacy's hen night extravaganza weekend in Vegas early yesterday morning. Last night, game night, Oliver tried making the most of it. He invited a few friends around to watch what turned out to be the closest of games between the LA Lakers and the San Antonio Spurs. Unfortunately for them, the Spurs won by 4, 110 to 106. Once all his buddies had left, and with the house all to himself, Oliver had felt a little lost, not really knowing what to do. He'd thought about giving Josie a quick call, but he'd known she'd be out with all the girls, having a blast, and he sure as hell hadn't wanted to come across as the needy husband who missed his wife too much. Instead, he'd poured himself a few more shots of whiskey and allowed the alcohol to act as a sleeping aid for the night, a decision that he had thoroughly regretted this morning. His head had hurt with such intensity he thought that he could actually hear his brain sloshing around inside his cranium and knocking against its walls every time he moved his head. It was only by about 11:30 a.m., after a Spanish omelet and a detox smoothie, that Oliver's hangover began to subside. The rest of the day went by lazily. Josie called him at around 1 in the afternoon, and by the sounds of it, her hangover trumped his by a few thousand points, but she and the girls were in great spirits. At that time, they were all at the Mandalay Bay Beach Hotel for lunch, but they had the entire day planned out, culminating in dinner at the Edge Steakhouse, followed by the big surprise night for Stacy, Josie's best friend and the bride-to-be. Would that involve strippers by any chance? Oliver had asked, his tone playful but with a concerned edge.
We're in Vegas, honey,
Josie had replied.
What do you think? They don't call this place Sin City for nothing.
Oh, okay. I'm sure you'll all have a great time. Oliver had tried to sound breezy, but Josie knew him way too well.
Oh, honey, you're jealous.
Nope, not at all. I'm good. Oliver's reply had been too curt, something that was very unlike him.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Oliver could hear the smile in Josie's tone.
But you know that you have 0 reasons to be jealous, right?
Oliver had stayed quiet.
For starters.
Josie's voice had gone soft and sexy, in a way that she knew would make Oliver's legs go weak at the knees.
You know that I love you more than anything or anyone, right?
Right? Yes. Oliver finally gave in.
And you're the only one who can get me going the way you do. You know what I'm talking about. Josie had delivered those sentences like a pro, sending a shiver slithering across Oliver's skin. No one comes even close to how much you pleasure me, baby. So why would I even bother?
Oliver breathed out frustration. Yep, now you're making me horny. Josie chuckled.
Put some ice on it, honey, and hold that thought until tomorrow evening when I get back. I promise that I'll make it worth your while.
Oliver had to readjust himself inside his trousers. That's a deal. Josie's reply had been a pleased and teasing laugh. Enjoy yourself tonight, baby, he said, and get some pictures of the surprise night.
Oh, I will, honey. Trust me. This will be duly documented for posterity. I love you.
I love you more. They disconnected. Thanks to an unexpected hot air current blowing in from the west, the day turned out to be relatively warm for mid-February, something not at all that surprising for Californian winters. So in the afternoon, Oliver simply lazed around outside by the pool with a large glass of iced tea. It wasn't quite hot enough for a swim, but it sure felt good to be lying out in the sun for a couple of hours, most of which were spent dozing off on the chaise longue. At around 5 in the afternoon, Stuart, one of Oliver's only unmarried friends, called, asking him if he wanted to meet up for a drink later on. But the simple mention of more alcohol made Oliver's stomach rock like a ship in high waters. He decided that the best thing to do would be to give his liver a break and simply stay in. There was another game on TV tonight, starting at 7. This time, the LA Clippers would play the Phoenix Suns in Arizona. Oliver could watch that, and afterwards, depending on how tired he felt, he would either call it a night or try for a film. About half an hour before the game started, Oliver drove up to his favorite burger joint, the Habit Burger Grill, just around the corner from his house, to pick up a Santa Barbara char combo, to which he always added an extra slice of pineapple with a spoonful of guacamole. That had been something that Josie had taught him, and it had become their secret ingredient to what they called the best burger on the planet. Back in his living room, Oliver got comfortable on his couch, ready for another thrilling game. But what he got was a walkthrough. At the beginning of the second quarter, the Suns were already leading the Clippers by 22 points, and there was no hint of the Clippers getting back into the game. With a full stomach and a boring game, it was no surprise that by halftime, Oliver was already drifting in and out of that weird limbo stage between wakefulness and sleep, dream and reality. It was then, as his mind floated into half-unconsciousness, that he heard a familiar sound coming from somewhere in front of him. With his brain still heavy and slow, Oliver scanned the room, searching for the source. Was that a buzzer in the game? He thought, quickly checking the TV screen. It didn't look like it, but the Clippers were down by an extra 6 points. As his eyes crawled back from the screen, Oliver caught a glimpse of a flashing light at the top left edge of his cell phone, which was resting on the coffee table between the couch and the TV set. He reached for it. A text message. Unknown number. Oliver used his index fingerprint to unlock his phone and tapped on the message preview. Warmer than expected today, huh, Oliver? Oliver found the message just a little strange. First, because it was an unknown number. Second, because all of his friends always called him Ollie, not Oliver. He shrugged and reached for his glass of iced tea, which wasn't icy anymore, but his mouth felt a little dry, so he finished the glass in 2 gulps before typing a quick reply back. It sure was. Great to be outside again without the need for a jacket. By the way, who is this? It didn't take long for a reply to arrive, but it wasn't what Oliver was expecting. Yes. Warm enough to even leave the windows open while doing a quick burger run, huh? What? Oliver breathed out the word as he shook his head, trying to wake himself up a little more. He read the message again. What the fuck? He sat up and squared his shoulders before typing the same question again. Who is this? Several seconds went by before Oliver heard anything back. You do know that you left the windows unlocked and open while you went out to pick up your burger, right? The text prompted Oliver to look up, his gaze sweeping the room from wall to wall. Both living room windows were, in fact, ajar, and he did remember opening them as he went outside to lie by the pool. He'd wanted to get some fresh air into the house. Yeah, so? Oliver asked out loud before a thought entered his mind. Was this Mrs. Miles from across the road being nosy, like always? But the idea was dismissed just as quickly, because how would Mrs. Miles have his cell phone number? This time Oliver used all capitals. Who is this? The sender finally complied with a more suitable answer. To you, I'll be a mentor, Oliver. Oliver chuckled at the text. Yeah, right. A mentor, of course. This was definitely one of his buddies. Probably Stuart, because he didn't go out for a drink. Stu, is that you idiot? Are you drunk already? Where are you? He paused as a new and relatively worrying thought came to mind. He typed an extra line. And how the hell do you know I went to grab a burger and that my windows were left open? The reply came back in no time at all. No, this isn't Stu. Like I said, to you, I'll be a mentor, Oliver, because really what this is a lesson. Oliver wasn't impressed. Yeah, fuck off. He laughed. A lesson. Okay, then. Stu, you are a dick, not a teacher. He typed back. Lesson my ass. You need to put down the booze and go get laid or something. Leave me be, dude. I'm watching the game. The reply from the mentor arrived quickly. You weren't watching the game, Oliver. You were falling asleep by half-time. You didn't even finish all your fries. That made Oliver's shoulders tense on the spot. This had just crossed the thin line between funny and creepy. Instinctively, his eyes circled the room before settling on one of the open windows. What is this bullshit? He asked himself. How the fuck does he know about my fries or about me falling asleep? He placed his cell phone back down on the coffee table and got to his feet. As he did, he felt a little too woozy, as if he'd been boozing for a couple of hours. What the fuck is going on here? Oliver steadied himself and blinked the brain fog away before approaching the window. Mrs. Miles's house lights were all off. So were her neighbors on both sides. After spending a few seconds checking the street outside, Oliver pulled the window to and locked it. He quickly did the same to the other one. As he got back to the couch, his phone beeped and vibrated again. At the same time, the dizziness in his head moved up a level. He picked up the phone and checked the message. It's not bullshit, Oliver. Oliver squinted at those words. He hadn't typed his question in a text. He had said it out loud. This couldn't be a coincidence. Ding, ding. New message. Unfortunately, it's a little too late to close and lock the windows now, don't you think? Oliver's stomach nodded as his eyes, not really knowing what he was looking for, swept the room from left to right. Nothing. Ding, ding. And I'll tell you how I know about your fries and you falling asleep, Oliver. As Oliver finished reading that last text message, his vision blurred for just a couple of seconds. Something definitely wasn't right. Why was he so dizzy? Ding, ding. Because I'm already inside your house. Look behind you. By then, it was too late. Chapter 50. Oliver coughed and finally spluttered awake. As his senses began to slowly come back to him, so did the pain, ferociously rushing through his bloodstream like a contaminated river. Every muscle, every bone, every joint in his body ached, as if they had been individually pounded to an inch away from breaking and rupturing. And then there was confusion, thick and dark like a heavy storm cloud, his brain numb, his thoughts lost. Despite trying, Oliver had no idea of how long he'd been unconscious. He couldn't remember where he was either. In fact, it had taken him several seconds just to remember who he was. Through the pain, he tried to force his eyes open. Identifying his surroundings would certainly help with the debilitating confusion, but his eyelids felt too tired, too heavy to move. All he got from them was a drowsy flutter before they collapsed back to their starting position. Oliver's mouth also felt desert dry, with his glands struggling to produce any saliva. The little they did produce would die on his tongue way before hitting his throat, which felt as if he had gurgled with crushed glass. Oliver coughed again, a natural reflex to clear the airways, but that rush of pressure felt as if a bomb had gone off inside his skull, compressing his brain and making him dizzy again, the pain so intense that even breathing became a struggle. It was then that he heard a noise. Thud, thud. It came at him faintly, but in perfect timed intervals, as if a maestro was conducting a beat. He tried to think, but nothing made any real sense. Was this a dream? A nightmare? It had to be. That was the only plausible explanation. How else would he be here? Wherever the hell here was. Thud, thud. The metronome-precise sound came again, and it seemed to be getting louder, closer even. Fear began taking over. Thud, thud. Despite the pain, Oliver breathed in a lungful of air that felt warm and stale, heavy with an odd smell that he couldn't quite identify. Thud, thud. As the sound kept on repeating itself, Oliver finally realized that it wasn't coming from around him. It was coming from inside him. That pounding noise was the sound of blood powerfully thundering through his eardrums, and with each thud, he felt his entire head pulse along with his heart, connected by the rush of blood. What ridiculously crazy nightmare is this? Splash. All of a sudden, ice-cold water splattered against his face like an angry backslap, prompting Oliver to finally let go of the fearful cry that had been readying itself in his throat since he had regained consciousness. The scream echoed loudly around him, a clear indication that he was surrounded by solid walls. Desperate, he gasped, swallowing air as if he was trying to drink it. This isn't a nightmare, he thought, his body shivering, his heart about to explode out of his chest. This is real. All of it. What the hell is happening? The unexpected slap of freezing water to his face brought on a multitude of immediate physical reflexes. Shivering, tightening of the muscles, constriction of the diaphragm, skin turning into gooseflesh, and worst of all, a brand new avalanche of fear. Because now Oliver knew that wherever he wasn't alone. As the water dripped down his face, onto his bare chest, and down to the floor beneath his feet, a hacking cough wrenched through his body, sending the pain at the base of his skull crashing through his ribs and down into his pelvis and thigh bones. But the icy water also served to shock him into an even higher state of alertness. His eyelids fluttered again, but this time he managed to find the strength to finally flick them open. As he did, he was immediately greeted by blurred shapes, his brain still heavy and foggy, but fear had its own special way of accelerating physiological responses. A fraction of a second later, his eyes began to regain their focus. Concrete flooring. That was what Oliver seemed to be looking at. Polished concrete flooring. He took in another mouthful of air. His ribcage lifted, then fell slowly as his lungs took in the much-needed oxygen. His eyes were still adjusting to the poor light, but he was sure that he was staring at polished concrete flooring. It took his brain an extra 2 seconds to connect the dots. Oliver was in an upright position, with his head slumped forward, his chin almost touching his chest. What he was staring at was the floor underneath his feet, because his feet weren't touching the ground. Suddenly, pain exploded from both of his hands and arms, traveling all the way from his fingertips to his shoulders, where it spread like wildfire onto his neck and back. That was when Oliver finally realized the exact position he was in. He was upright, but he had been tied onto a large X-shaped wooden cross, also known as a St. Andrew's cross. His wrists and ankles were being held in place by thick leather straps that had been buckled as tight as they would possibly go without actually cutting the blood circulation to his hands and feet. The straps at his wrists were dotted with blood. The reason why his arms, shoulders, and neck hurt so desperately was because his arms were supporting most of his weight, as his feet couldn't quite touch the ground. It was at the same moment that Oliver realized that he was completely naked. Splash! Another splatter of ice-cold water against his face. Another shocking round of immediate physical reflexes. The straps around his wrists bit deeper still into his flesh. "Wakey, wakey, sleepyhead," Oliver heard a voice say. The tone was smooth, underlined by such serenity it was disturbing. There was no rush in the words, no anger, no emotion, just a stillness that was as soothing as it was unnerving. It took Oliver an effort of will to lift his head up, trying to see who was talking to him. As he did, bright light burnt into his eyes, and he immediately squinted, his head recoiling back like a fired weapon. Where is that voice coming from? He blinked once again, giving his eyes time to adapt. It didn't take long for the burning to dissipate and a shape to finally begin to take form before him. A figure, tall, athletic, but the harsh light was still there, coming from behind it, which meant that all he could really make out was a silhouette, a shadow looking back at him. Oliver tried to focus on the silhouette's face, but there was nothing there other than a dark oval of shadow. Oliver couldn't make out the eyes, the nose, the lips. Nothing. "Who are you?" Oliver tried to say, but his vocal cords didn't quite respond like they were supposed to. All that came out of his lips was a barely audible rasp. The shape before him shifted from one leg to the other, but remained in darkness. "The headache," the shadow said. Once again, the voice was calm and controlled. "The muscle pain, the dizziness, the burning throat. All of those are mainly side effects from the drug I slipped into your iced tea when you fell asleep. Your arms hurt because they are holding the bulk of your weight. The side effects of the drug should wear off in a few minutes." There was a pause. "But trust me when I tell you that you'll wish they hadn't." There was something evil in the way that the shadow delivered that last sentence. Oliver ran his tongue against his cracked lips, trying to collect a few drops of water to soothe his agonizing throat. With that, he somehow managed to fight the fear, the pain, the exhaustion, and find the strength needed to finally activate his vocal cords. "Who are you?" he asked again in a labored breath. This time, Oliver's voice finally reached the shadow's ears. "I've already told you who I am," it said. "Don't you remember?" Oliver heard a smile somewhere between those words. "To you, I'll be a mentor, Oliver, a teacher of sorts." Oliver's memory blinked inside his head, tripped, blinked again. Where had he heard that before? "To you, I'll be a mentor, Oliver." Oliver concentrated with everything he had until some of his memory finally came back to him. He hadn't heard those words before. He had read them, in a text message. Another flash of memory. He had been sitting in his living room watching a basketball game when his phone beeped. It hadn't been a dream. "Would you like a drink of water?" the mentor asked. Oliver desperately needed water, but fear kept him from replying. The mentor read him like a book. "Don't worry, Oliver. This isn't drugged. There's no need for that anymore." The mentor poured some water into a plastic cup and had a sip before approaching Oliver. See? As the mentor finally stepped out of the shadows, Oliver's eyes eagerly tried to take in everything he could. What he saw looked like a nightmare. The mentor was dressed all in black, wearing what seemed to be a neoprene diving suit. The hair was also covered, completely tucked away under the diving suit's hoodie, but the face was exposed. Oliver concentrated on it. The eyes, the lips, the nose, the cheekbones, the shape of the chin, whatever he could see. He tried hard, urging his brain to respond. It took several long seconds before his memory told him that it had no idea who the person standing in front of him was. He had never seen the mentor before, and that only served to fill Oliver with even more confusion and fear. The mentor held the plastic cup to Oliver's lips, who drank its contents in small but hungry gulps. At first, the water scratched his throat as if he was drinking liquid sandpaper, but it soon felt like the nectar of the gods. "Nice place you've got here," the mentor said, looking around the room they were in. "This has saved me a lot of time and effort." Oliver swallowed the last drop of water from the cup and tentatively allowed his gaze to scan his surroundings. He'd been so frightened, so confused since he'd regained consciousness, that he had concentrated all of his attention on his assailant. The room he was in had come a very distant second on his list of priorities, but now that his eyes began taking in the walls, the ceiling, the corners, the furniture, the props, despite the dim lighting and the shadows, it took him only a moment to realize where he was. His sense of smell also seemed to finally wake up, registering the faint smell of leather mixed with latex. The mentor once again read Oliver's expression. "Yes, Oliver, this is your basement, and I must admit that I'm impressed." The mentor looked left, then right. "This is one hell of a well-equipped dungeon. You and your wife must be into some very kinky shit, huh?" Both Oliver and Josie enjoyed all different kinds of sex play, including BDSM, role-playing, and mild to moderate pain. It was all a big part of their sex life. Just before their wedding, they managed to find a house with a reasonably large basement, something that was considered a rarity in Los Angeles. It took them 2 months to transform the basement into a very well-equipped dungeon, with wall and ceiling metal rings used for tying each other up, a vast selection of mild punishing implements, and all different kinds of whips, canes, ropes, straps, and chains. There were also 2 different restriction chairs, and the St. Andrew's cross that Oliver was now tied to. This was their playroom. "What the hell is happening here?" Fear slapped Oliver across the face with an angry hand, and he could feel his whole core shaking. Pain tugged at his arms again, but he pushed through. We don't have that much money." His weak voice filled the space between him and the mentor. "Some savings." The mentor placed a gloved finger on Oliver's lips. "Shh. You think this is about money?" Their gaze found each other's, and Oliver saw something burn inside the mentor's eyes that he had never seen before in anyone's eyes. Something dark and dense, like a black hole full of anger. If there was any truth in the phrase, "the eyes are a window to the soul," then the mentor didn't have one. All Oliver could see was darkness. The mentor smiled before walking back into the shadows. Oliver could feel panic starting to crawl along his skin. "This won't be pleasant," the mentor said. "At least, not for you. Here we go. Lesson number 1. That was when Oliver noticed what the mentor had picked up. Fear and panic rolled into a single ball of terror that made him gasp for air. "No. Wait, please." The mentor smiled again. "Well, if this scares you, Oliver, then I can't wait until you see the real surprise." Chapter 51. Garcia had been right. Hunter did end up working on what was supposed to have been their day off. Despite his best efforts, his brain simply couldn't disconnect, always finding a way to bring his thought processes back to the investigation. This, he knew, was like fighting insomnia. It was a pointless effort because he knew he wouldn't win. As his day off began, Hunter took a trip to the LAPD Criminalistics Lab at California State University in the University Hills district. There, he dropped off the wine glass that he had taken from Sleazy Mark at the Exchange restaurant the night before, putting in a request for DNA and fingerprint analysis. Sure, as of yet, they didn't have a DNA sample or any fingerprints from the mentor. Hunter was simply playing the odds game. In his head, Hunter had replayed his conversation with Mark more times than he cared to admit, and he could recall everything. Mark's voice intonation, his movements, his expressions, the look in his eyes, what he'd said, all of it. Mark was a womanizer. There was no doubt about that. But during those few minutes that they sat face to face, Hunter got the impression that Mark had somehow managed to assert almost total control over his physiological and psychological motor responses, something that was terribly hard to do. Hunter had caught glimpses of Mark's ability throughout their conversation, but it was really when he had showed Mark Kirsten Hansen's photograph that it became more apparent. As Mark's eyes had settled on the photo for the first time, they had widened ever so slightly, which didn't indicate recognition. With recognition, a person's eyes tended to narrow, sometimes almost imperceptibly, sometimes visibly. The interrogator would have to be specifically looking for it to pick it up, and even then, it could be easily missed. Narrowing of the eyes indicated concentration. It happened when a person searched his or her memory for an identical or similar image, recognition. But the real giveaway would usually come with the movement of the eyes. Up and to the right denoted that the person was trying to engage their memory for visually remembered images, something they'd seen before. Up and to the left suggested that the person was trying to access their visual constructive cortex, creating an image or memory that was never there in the first place. At the Exchange restaurant, Mark's eyes had narrowed before barely moving up and to the right when Hunter had first showed him Melissa Hawthorne's picture. He clearly remembered seeing her somewhere and was trying hard to place her. With Kirsten Hansen's photograph, Mark's eyes had moved neither left nor right. They had stood perfectly still, but also widened almost imperceptibly. Hunter had only caught it because he was looking straight at Mark. Widening of the eyes indicated surprise or shock, but it was also an indication of admiration or approval, the kind a person shows when they see someone who their brain perceives as attractive. Mark had followed the widening of his eyes with a comment that had sounded totally natural and unforced, also indicative of his womanizer personality, that Kirsten was very pretty. Those types of automatic reactions and micro-reactions were examples of physiological and psychological motor responses to stimuli. Most of us don't even know we do it. That's why they are so difficult to control. How do you control something you don't even know is there? But Hunter also knew that though difficult, it was possible to control them. It took a lot of concentration, tens, maybe hundreds of hours of practice, and a lot of discipline, but it could be done. And if those reactions could be controlled, then they could also be altered to give out the wrong signal. There was a lot that Hunter still didn't know about this killer, but what he did know was that the mentor was tremendously disciplined, systematic, creative, and patient. That in itself was an indication that the mentor had above-average intelligence, something that Hunter knew was an absolute must if anyone wanted to develop the ability to control their physiological and psychological motor responses. Chapter 52. On Sunday, Flight WN-167 from Las Vegas to Los Angeles was scheduled to land at 5:15 p.m., but due to a minor delay at boarding time, It touched down at LAX 26 minutes late. Deplaning was quick, but Josie still had to wait almost 50 minutes before everyone in their group had collected their suitcases. A Barbie pink stretch limo had been arranged to take everyone back home. It was all part of the door-to-door hen night extravaganza which Josie had helped organize, but there was no doubt that the limo trip back home was very different than the outbound one. On their way out, on Friday morning, spirits were high. Everyone was rested and totally ready to party. This was going to be a weekend that no one would forget. 2 days later, on the almost no-sleep, all-partied-out, six-strong group of women barely had anything left in them. All they wanted to do was sleep. As soon as they got into the limo, all six of them collapsed onto the seats. As all the girls began dozing off, Josie tried calling Oliver again. She'd tried 3 times already, once before leaving the hotel and twice from McCarran International, but the calls went straight to voicemail every single time. She had already left 2 messages, but Josie still hadn't heard a word from her husband, which was strange and totally unlike Oliver. They'd spoken on the phone yesterday and he'd sounded fine. Yes, he was clearly a little jealous about the stripper surprise that she had arranged for Stacy, but Oliver wasn't really the jealous type, and neither was Josie. They trusted each other, they trusted themselves, and they trusted their love. "Baby, it's me again," Josie whispered into her cell phone so as not to wake up Stacy, who was asleep right next to her. "I'm not sure if you got my previous messages. If you did, why haven't you at least texted me back? Is everything all right? I hope you're not still upset about the strippers, honey." She drew a breath. "Anyway, I wanted to let you know that we've landed safely and that I'm on my way home. We're all in the limo, and I am drop-off number 5, so it'll still be at least an hour and a half before I'm home. Can't wait to see you. Miss you and love you." She disconnected. "Still haven't heard from Ollie?" Stacy asked, with only her right eye open. "Sorry, honey. Didn't mean to wake you up," Josie said, still keeping her voice quiet. "Not really sleeping," Stacy came back. "Just resting my eyes." Josie shook her head. "No, not even a text message. That's not like him. I'm not sure what's going on." Stacy stretched her arm, placing her right hand on Josie's knee. "Don't worry, babe. He probably lost his phone or something. He did it before, didn't he?" Josie nodded. She had thought about that possibility. "Yes, twice," she confirmed. "He can be an airhead sometimes, especially when he's out drinking with the gang. But if he lost his phone, he could have messaged me through Facebook from the computer at home." Stacy opened her left eye as well. "Would you like me to call Scott and ask him if he knows anything? They were together on Friday night watching the game." Josie pondered the idea for just a second. "Nah, it's okay. We'll all be home soon, but thank you anyway, honey. Or maybe he's got some sort of surprise waiting for you when you get back," Stacy added. "That would be totally Ollie-like." Josie's perfect eyebrows arched. Oliver did love surprising Josie with gifts, notes, messages, poems, flowers, anything and everything. He was truly the romantic type. Even on this trip, at their hotel, Josie had opened her toiletries bag to find a note that Oliver had slipped into it without her seeing. The note depicted a make-believe dialogue between the two of them. It read, "Ollie, I want you to yell, as loud as you can, that you love me, so that the whole world can hear." Ollie scoots over and whispers in Josie's ear, "I love you." Josie, looking confused, "Why did you whisper it into my ear?" "Because you are my whole world." The note had brought a tear to Josie's eyes. "Yeah, that would be totally like him." Josie admitted it. Josie had been pretty close to right on the money when she'd estimated it would be an hour and a half before she was home. With traffic on the freeways surprisingly better than expected, it took the driver 1 hour and 27 minutes to get to her place in Santa Clarita. Josie kissed Stacy and grabbed her suitcase. Oliver's black Mercedes was parked on their driveway, right next to her Mini Cooper. Just to be sure, Josie checked her cell phone again. No messages, no missed calls. It was 8:38 p.m. Really, Ollie? She asked herself in a half-annoyed, half-disbelieving voice. Josie hated arguing with her husband. In fact, since they'd met each other, they'd only gotten into 2 arguments, and both of them had been for silly reasons. But if Oliver didn't have a great explanation for his total silence since yesterday, he would definitely get a piece of her mind. Josie carried her suitcase up to the front door and searched her handbag for her house keys, but as she tried pushing the correct key into the keyhole, the door swung open. It had been left unlocked and ajar. What the hell? Josie frowned. Now she was getting worried. Ollie? She called from outside. No reply. Their front door opened into a small anteroom where they usually left their shoes so as not to dirty the carpets. Josie quickly kicked off hers and closed the door behind her. Next was the living room where all the lights were off. Josie reached for the switch to the right of the door and flicked it on. Oliver! Are you in here? She called again, louder this time. Silence. Oliver! The house sounded dead. Josie looked around the room. Nothing seemed to be out of place. The cushions on their sofa were all piled up against one end, but that was about it. It was only when she put down her suitcase that she finally noticed it. On the floor, about 2 feet from the door that led from the living room into the kitchen, she could see red rose petals. She straightened up her body and tilted her head slightly to the right before frowning. She wasn't seeing things. There really were red rose petals scattered on the floor, but not in a messy way. They had been arranged to form a single line leading from the living room into the kitchen. Stacy's words came back to Josie. Or maybe he's got some sort of surprise waiting for you when you get back, and that would be totally Ollie-like. Josie couldn't fight the smile that sprung up on her lips. Nevertheless, Oliver could have messaged her back and still have kept this a surprise. The radio silence had worried her, and he should have been a little more considerate. The surprise is in the kitchen, she asked herself as she started toward the line of rose petals. Maybe Oliver had cooked her dinner. Oliver wasn't really the chef type, but he had managed to master a few dishes, including Josie's favorite, beef goulash with potato pancakes. To her, this would be an amazing surprise because the hangover had finally subsided and she was feeling positively hungry. The problem was, she wasn't picking up any smells coming from the kitchen, and every time Oliver cooked beef goulash, the mouth-watering smell would fill the entire house for hours. Ollie, babe, she called again, her voice a little less stressed than moments ago. Are you in the kitchen? No reply. Josie got to the door and reached for the light switch on the inside. As the lights came on, her forehead creased with concern. Oliver wasn't in the kitchen, and there were no signs that any cooking had taken place in there. No pots on the stove, no dishes in the sink or on the dish rack, no mess on the worktop, and no smell of food. The rose petals, though, carried on in a jagged line as if they were breadcrumbs left behind by Hansel and Gretel. They moved left, then right, past the small cooking island and in the direction of the basement door. Their dungeon. Oh, I see, Josie said, as her arms slumped by her sides. She loved playing their sexy games. She had been the one who had truly advocated for their home dungeon. She had chosen all the furniture and most of the playing props that they had down there. She was a highly sexed woman, but mood played a huge part in the type of games and role-plays that she and Oliver enjoyed. One needed to be prepared and in the correct frame of mind to be kinky. And right at that moment, Josie's frame of mind and mood were after one thing only: sleep. Maybe a pizza before sleep, but not much else. Josie followed the petals to the dungeon door and pushed it open. The mood-setting fairy lights that contoured the red-carpeted stairs had been left on, dimly illuminating the steps. She paused at the top and drew a deep breath. She really didn't want to put a damper on Oliver's surprise. Whatever he had planned for them downstairs, she was sure it would be something hot and very sexy, but her mood really was all wrong for tonight. She felt so tired that she ran the risk of dozing off whilst role-playing or having sex, and that would be a very big no-no. "Ollie, babe, are you downstairs?" Josie used her best soft velvety voice. "You know I love you, right, and that I'm never one to shy away from playing." She took the first 2 steps going down. "But I'm truly exhausted, babe. It was a crazy weekend. Could we just have cuddles in bed tonight instead? I promise you I'll make it up to you, with interest. You know I'm good for it." She finally reached their basement dungeon, where all the lights were off. The fairy lights on the stairs behind her weren't powerful enough to illuminate anything past 2 to 3 feet from where Josie was standing, which made the whole setup feel odd. But what truly made her frown was the smell. Something alien to their playroom. It wasn't the smell of latex or leather. Josie knew those too well to get them confused with anything. No, this smelled like something metallic. Iron, maybe. First impressions were that it wasn't really to her liking. "Ollie," she called as she reached for the light switch. "What have you got down here that smells—" The light flicked on at the same time that her toes touched something wet on the floor. The horror of what was down in their dungeon hit Josie all at once with the power of a buffalo stampede, paralyzing her every muscle. Her eyes were immediately filled with tears. Her pupils seemed to dilate, eating up most of the green in her irises. Her core shook with fear and disgust before her whole existence was swallowed by a black hole of confusion. At that moment, Josie let out an anguished howl so disturbing that not even she would recognize it as coming from herself. It pulsated against the walls, returning to her in vibrating waves that slammed into her chest like a hammer. She wanted to run, but her legs didn't respond. She wanted to think, but her brain wouldn't engage. Shock was shutting her body down. She let go of a second scream, and all of a sudden, the entire room began spinning around her. Too fast for her to control it, too powerful for her to stop it. Her legs weakened, her knees buckled under her body, and in an awkward half-spin, Josie collapsed to the floor. But just before her eyelids came together, just before darkness took over, she realized that she wasn't alone. That was when she saw a figure appear behind her, right at the base of the stairs. Chapter 53. The address that Hunter was given took him to a small cul-de-sac street on the north quadrant of Santa Clarita. Even at that time at night on a Sunday, traffic through the canyon was slow, and it took him almost an hour and 15 minutes to make the 45-mile journey. The house in question was the third on the left, but Hunter could see the flashing blue and red lights lighting up the sky from almost a block away. The outermost perimeter had been set right at the top of the street. This was not the forensics, inner perimeter. That one had been set just around the house, including the front lawn, the driveway, the garage, and the natural stone pathway that led from the sidewalk to the house's front door. As Hunter arrived, he couldn't see any press vehicles or professional-looking cameras anywhere, at least not yet, but there were plenty of onlookers crowding the entrance to the road. It looked like most of the residents from the neighboring streets had also come out to see what was going on. Hunter geared down and slowly maneuvered his way through 2 groups of people to get to the police barriers blocking the street entrance, where 2 deputies from the LA County Sheriff's Department stood guard. Hunter rolled down his window just as the shorter of the 2 approached his car. "Could you do me a favor, deputy?" Hunter asked as he showed the deputy his credentials. "Could you please turn the blue and reds off?" He nodded at the Sheriff's Department SUV that was parked to his right. "All that those lights are doing is attracting more of a crowd." He indicated the mob of people behind his car. "I could see them flashing from a mile away and soaking the whole neighborhood. As a crime scene, the less public attention we get here, the better." The deputy acknowledged Hunter's credentials with a matter-of-fact nod. "Sure." He signaled the other deputy to move one of the barriers out of the way. "Do you guys live in the same street or something? Could have shared the ride." "Excuse me?" Hunter frowned at the deputy. "Some other detective from the UVC unit has just arrived," the deputy explained, pointing past the barriers. "Less than a minute ago." "Is forensics also here?" Hunter asked. "Yep, they've been in the house for at least 45 minutes now." As Hunter drove past the barriers and into the street, he checked his rearview mirror. The deputy he had just talked to had repositioned himself by his partner. The lights on his SUV were still flashing. Ahead of him, Garcia had parked on the street, just past one of the other 3 Sheriff's Department vehicles that were at the scene. He quickly spotted Hunter and signaled him to pull up just in front of his Honda Civic. "The deputy told me that you just got here," Hunter said as he jumped out of his car. "Yep," Garcia confirmed, instinctively checking his watch. "About a minute ago." As he looked back toward the barriers, he chuckled sarcastically. "They're still on." "What are still on?" "I asked the deputy to switch off the blue and reds," Garcia explained. "They're bouncing off the houses and lighting up the sky like a crowd beacon." Hunter nodded his agreement, but said nothing in return. He clipped his badge to his belt, and he and Garcia both turned to face the 2-story, beige-fronted house that had been isolated from the neighboring ones by black and yellow crime scene tape. To its right, there was a 2-car garage. A red Mini Cooper and a black Mercedes-Benz were parked side by side on the wide driveway. Outside the front door, another deputy stood guard, while on the street, 4 other ones seemed to be just hanging around by their units. "LAPD UVC, right?" The question came from a woman who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Her sharp but not unattractive features were framed by straight auburn hair hanging to shoulder length. Her hazel eyes sat behind frameless glasses that were perched high on a petite nose. She looked to be in her mid to late 30s. "That's right," Hunter replied, as both detectives turned to look at her. She wore a standard-issue LA County Sheriff's Department uniform. The 3 chevrons on her sleeve told Hunter and Garcia that she was a sergeant. The woman was a head shorter than Hunter's 6 foot, but she had a way about her that made it seem that it was others who had to look up to her. "I'm Sergeant Jacqueline Logan with the LA County Sheriff's Department," she said, offering her hand. Hunter and Garcia shook it in turn as they introduced themselves. "Were you first at the scene?" Hunter asked. "That's correct," Sergeant Logan confirmed. "I got the call from dispatch at around 9:10 this evening. Possible homicide. Dispatch wasn't 100% sure because the caller was borderline hysterical." Her gaze pinged to the house. "And truthfully, that's no surprise considering what's in there." Hunter and Garcia stayed quiet, allowing the sergeant to continue. "I was on night patrol when we got the call," she explained. "We were just about 8 blocks away from here. That's Deputy Suarez and myself." She indicated the house again and reached for her pocket notepad. "He's upstairs with the victim's wife, her friend, and the friend's fiancé. The victim's name is Oliver Griffith, 30 years old. He worked as a creative director for an advertisement agency located somewhere in Playa Vista." "Oliver Griffith?" Garcia asked. "The victim is male?" The question made Sergeant Logan's gaze bounce from one detective to the other. She had clearly picked up the surprise in Garcia's tone. "That's correct." She readjusted her glasses on her nose. "I really don't have much here. I didn't want to start asking questions in a case that clearly would be bumped up to you guys. But the story I have is that Mr. Griffith was alone in the house. His wife, Josie Griffith, was away for the weekend. Vegas, a 2-night hen party for a friend." Sergeant Logan's index finger indicated the house once again. "That's the friend who's upstairs with Mrs. Griffith right now. Her name is Stacy Green. Her fiancé, Scott Summers, is also there with them. The hen night party group, 6 of them in total, left on Friday morning and got back this evening. Upon arriving at LAX, they all jumped in a limo that had been pre-booked. The journey here took about an hour and a half. Mrs. Griffith arrived at her home at around 8:40 p.m. She entered the house, went downstairs to the basement, and—" The sergeant drew a deep breath. "Found her husband." "So Mrs. Griffith was the one who called 911?" Hunter asked. "Actually, no," Sergeant Logan explained. "Her friend Stacy Green did. When Mrs. Griffith was dropped off by the limo, she left her work phone behind on the seat. Miss Green noticed it just as they got to the top of the road. She asked the driver to stop and wait while she ran back here with the phone." She flipped a page on her notepad. "According to Miss Green, she was about to ring the doorbell when she heard a scream coming from inside. The door had been left unlocked, so she entered the house. That was when she heard a second scream, which came from the kitchen. She rushed in there, then down into the basement where she found Mrs. Griffith on the floor, together with everything else that's down there." She paused to recompose herself. "And what's down there is seriously the creepiest shit I've ever seen." "Thank you," Hunter said, as all three of them began making their way to the house. "Like I said," the sergeant continued, returning her notepad to her pocket, "we got the call at around 9:10, and we were here in less than 10 minutes. But you just have to have one look at that scene to know that this isn't staying with the sheriff's department. At least, not with a small branch like ours." They all stooped under the crime scene tape to enter the inner perimeter. "I called my captain, and we both agreed that this had to go either to the LAPD UVC or the FBI. We went with the UVC, which, according to the forensics lead, was the right call." They paused just a few feet from the front door. "What do you mean?" Garcia asked. Sergeant Logan shrugged. "The first thing that the forensics lead said after she took one look at the scene and saw those words was, 'We need to call the LAPD UVC. This is their case.'" "Words?" Hunter asked. "What words?" There was a look of disbelief in the sergeant's eyes. The killer left some sort of note down there, written on the wall." Her stare moved past Hunter and settled on the house for a couple of seconds before returning to the detective. "And if those words don't creep you out, wait until you see what was done to the victim." Chapter 54. At the house's front door, Hunter and Garcia were given disposable forensics jumpsuits. They suited up in silence, signed the crime scene manifest, and entered the house. In the living room, a forensics agent was dusting the windows for latent prints. Just like with their previous two crime scenes, there were no signs of a struggle anywhere in that first room. Hunter and Garcia greeted the agent with a head nod before moving left in the direction of the door that led into the kitchen, but they both stopped almost immediately. "What the hell?" Garcia said, his gaze on the forensics evidence identification marker on the floor displaying 1 in black ink. "Are those rose petals?" Hunter nodded. "They look to be." They both understood the reason for the identification marker as soon as they stepped into the kitchen. "It's a trail," Garcia said, his tone more surprised than confused. "The killer left a rose petals trail leading down to the basement. This is new." Hunter got down on one knee and picked up one of the rose petals. "Not fake," he said, bringing it to his nose. He picked up a slight fragrance. Other than the rose petals on the floor, nothing seemed to be out of place in the kitchen. The trail led to an open door on the left, just past the cooking island. Hunter and Garcia could hear voices coming from downstairs. The one that they immediately recognized belonged to Dr. Slater. The narrow steps, 12 in total, were now fully lit, courtesy of the powerful forensics crime scene light that had been set up at the top of the stairs. Hunter and Garcia took them slowly, being extra careful to avoid the several other identification markers on 8 of the steps, each next to a full or partial bloody footprint. Once they reached the basement, they both stopped dead, their breaths catching on their throats as their brains tried to take in the enormity of the scene before them. It was clear that the basement had been transformed into a sex play dungeon, with different props everywhere and a vast selection of implements hanging from the wall to their left. On the wall to their right, just like Sergeant Logan had told them, Someone seemed to have left a message, written in large red letters. But the true horror down in that basement, what really made Hunter and Garcia's hearts beat to a different tempo, was the victim's body and the manner in which it had been posed. Positioned directly in front of them, just a few feet from the back wall, Oliver Griffith's naked body was spread-eagled against a large X-shaped wooden cross. His wrists and ankles were held in place by thick leather straps that sprung out of the cross's wood beams. Another thick leather strap looped around his waist, pinning his core down. His head was slumped forward. Inside his wide-open mouth, Hunter and Garcia could see a red ball gag, also secured in place by a leather strap that had been buckled up behind the base of his skull. His torso looked to be untouched. No cuts, no marks. It was from his waist down where things seemed to go completely insane. There was blood everywhere. Starting from his groin region, it caked both of his legs before spilling down onto the floor beneath his feet, forming a huge pool of coagulated blood that extended to just about a foot from where Hunter and Garcia stood. The blood on his groin, legs, and feet had already dried, but despite the sheer amount, there was no mistaking the wound that had caused such intense hemorrhage. Oliver Griffith had been viciously castrated. His penis and testicles had been severed at their base, leaving behind a large, raw, exposed flesh wound, made to look even worse by the position of his legs, widely spread apart on the X-shaped cross. Though the savagery of the scene before them had made Garcia grimace, his eyes never left the victim, and despite the strong forensics light illuminating the whole of the basement, he was still unsure about what he was looking at. "What the hell are those?" The question, which stumbled out of his lips, was intended for Hunter, but it was heard by Dr. Slater and both of the forensics agents already working the scene. "I imagine that you're referring to the lobsters." The answer came from Dr. Slater, who had been standing just a little to their right. "That's what it looks like from here," Garcia said back, his gaze moving to her for just a second before returning to the body. "On his legs." "As crazy as that may sound and look," the doctor confirmed, "that's exactly what they are. Lobsters." With their bodies pressed against each of Oliver Griffith's upper thighs, the killer had pinned 2 raw lobsters in place, one to each thigh. Their antennas and antennules had been made to stick up and out, away from their bodies, creating a disturbing, thorn-like effect. Their pariapods, or walking legs, 8 on each lobster, had been spread out to mimic their walking motion, as if both crustaceans were crawling up Oliver's thighs. But the really ominous detail came from their claws. With both of their heads pointing toward the wounds on Oliver's groin, their crusher claws had been positioned to give the impression that the lobsters had severed the victim's organs. The one on his left thigh had its crusher claw against the lacerations to his testicles, while the one on his right leg had its claw at the base of the penile wound. The overall visual effect was as sickening as it was shocking. "Please tell me that's not really what the killer used to—" Garcia left the sentence unfinished, ending it with a shake of the head. "No." This time the answer came from Hunter. His voice sounded somewhat calm, but there was disbelief in his tone. His gaze remained on the victim. "Lobster pincers aren't powerful or sharp enough to cut through muscle in that way. In fact, they don't actually cut at all. They crush and pinch. That's why they're called pincher and crusher claws. The crusher claw is the stronger of the two, but even if it were sharp enough, it wouldn't be powerful enough to sever the organs from his body." "Robert is right," Dr. Slater confirmed, stepping around a restriction chair to join both detectives. "I left everything as we found it so that the two of you could see the crime scene in situ." She indicated the body on the cross. "This would be hard to explain even with photographs, but I was able to quickly examine the wounds. The cuts seem razor-sharp clean." "Knife?" Hunter asked. A very sharp one, sure, Dr. Slater replied. The perp might have also used something like a scalpel, or even a pair of shears, maybe large scissors. If the killer has left whatever instrument he's used behind, we haven't found it yet. The answer made Garcia press his legs against each other, like a kid who was dying to go to the bathroom. The grimace on his face intensified. Maybe the killer was looking for the shock effect with the lobsters, one of the forensics agents ventured. Because this is one hell of a shocking image. I don't think so, Garcia countered. Just look at this setting. He indicated the victim on the cross. It's shocking enough without the lobsters, and you've seen this killer's previous crime scenes, right? He addressed Dr. Slater. This guy doesn't need gadgets or gimmicks to make his murders shocking. They simply are. A sliver of exasperation slid into his voice. Like Robert has mentioned before, we might not understand it now. We might even never understand it. But there's gotta be a meaning behind all this, including the lobsters. Hunter stepped around the pool of blood on the floor to get a closer look. Garcia did the same. Hunter first studied the victim's neck, where he saw no hematomas, no bruises, no ligature marks, no signs of any choking or strangulation. The ball gag in his mouth, together with his lips, were plastered with dried bile and food residue that had dripped down to his chin and bare chest, indicating that Oliver Griffith had vomited during his ordeal, probably more than once. Hunter didn't need to move the ball gag to see that there was still vomit inside his mouth. The sickening smell was strong enough to make his eyes water. Garcia instinctively took a step back and brought a hand to his face to cover his nose and mouth. Hunter squatted down to have a look at the fatal wound and at the 2 lobsters pinned to Oliver Griffith's thighs. The killer had used 2 large T-shaped taxidermy pins through their bodies to fix them in place. The incisions to both wounds did look very clean and precise. From his squatting position, Hunter looked up at Oliver. His eyes were closed, but his face was contorted in an expression that gave away the tremendous physical pain that he had gone through. Unbearable, devastating, final. Not to mention the panic, the horror, the fear that had undoubtedly taken over Oliver once he'd realized what the mentor was about to do to him. In his mind, Hunter could practically hear the desperate screams, muffled by the ball gag in his mouth, as Oliver tried to beg and plead with his attacker. Did he bleed out? Hunter asked, his eyes leaving the body and moving to the pool of blood on the floor. That's the assumption, Dr. Slater explained. Just like I mentioned before, the cuts are clean and right at the base of both the penis and the scrotum. The whole of his penile arterial and venous supplies were severed and left undressed. Despite the arteries and veins that form both supplies being small in comparison to the body's major ones, if left unattended... Her gaze shifted to the pool of blood on the floor before going back to Hunter. In time, the hemorrhage would be fatal. In time? Garcia asked. How long would he have lasted? Very hard to tell, Dr. Slater replied. It would have depended on several factors. His general health, the condition of his heart, and so on. Those would have also dictated how many times he would have lost consciousness. Even without any help or the use of his hands to try to lessen the bleeding, he could have bled for over an hour before he'd lost over 40% of his blood. At that point, most of his major organs would have shut down. Any guesses to the time of death? Hunter asked. Just like with the previous victim, the body is already in full rigor mortis, so easily over 12 hours. But given its temperature, I'd say less than 20. He died sometime in the very early hours of this morning. This is just insane, Garcia whispered. No doubt, Dr. Slater agreed. And then you still have this to add to the insanity. She called their attention to the words that had been written on the wall. Hunter got back on his feet and joined Garcia. Their attention finally refocused on the wall to the right of the stairs. Across a portion of it, about 6 feet from the floor, 15 words had been written in large red capital letters that seemed to measure around 6 to 7 inches each. If there were still any doubts that the atrocities down in that basement belonged to the mentor, those doubts vanished once both detectives read what was clearly a new line from his poem. Through this soul, no pain will ever be greater than the pain of losing you. Hunter unzipped his jumpsuit and reached for his cell phone before snapping a couple of shots of the new line. That done, he approached the wall to have a closer look. "This is blood," he stated instead of asking, an uneasy shiver caressing the back of his neck. "It is, yes," Dr. Slater confirmed. Hunter stepped back from the wall and allowed his stare to crawl back to the pool of blood on the floor. The victim's blood. Once again, not a question. "Presumably, unless this killer brought a couple of bags of somebody else's blood with him." Dr. Slater's head tilted slightly right. "Which, given what we have here and what we've seen in his previous crime scenes, wouldn't really surprise anyone, would it? Anyway, for confirmation, you'll need to wait for the lab results." "This is another change to his M.O.," Hunter said, addressing Garcia, who nodded. "You mean using blood as ink?" the doctor asked. "Writing the quote on the wall instead of on a piece of paper?" "Yes, that too," Hunter agreed. "But there's something else, which is a lot more significant. With the previous 2 crime scenes," he explained, "the killer forced his victims to write down the verses from his poem before killing them. But this line is written in blood, presumably the victim's own." Hunter shook his head. "No way that the victim wrote that." "Not a chance," Garcia agreed. "So that must be the killer's handwriting," Dr. Slater said. Hunter nodded. "And that's also probably the reason why the whole line is in block letters instead of cursive writing. It makes graphology analysis a lot harder." The room went quiet for a moment before Garcia spoke again. "The severed body parts," he asked, instinctively looking around. "Have they been found?" Dr. Slater paused to wipe some of the perspiration from her forehead. The heat from the forensics light was gradually transforming the basement, which had been soundproofed, into a sauna. "Not yet." She shook her head. "But we're looking." "How about the victim's cell phone?" Hunter this time. "Has it been found?" Another headshake from Dr. Slater. "Not down here, in the living room or in the kitchen. We haven't looked through the rest of the house yet." Hunter rounded the pool of blood to get back to the stairs. "We'll get out of your hair and let you guys finish down here, Susan. But I'll stick around for a while, so please let me know if you come across anything new." "Of course," Dr. Slater replied. "Will you be outside?" "Eventually, but I need to go talk to the victim's wife first. From what I understand, she found the body." "That's also my understanding," the doctor agreed. "But she's in shock, Robert. You won't get any info out of her. Not today." "I'm not going to question her," Hunter said, taking the first step back upstairs. "I'm going to warn her." Chapter 55. As Hunter and Garcia came up from the basement into the kitchen, Garcia's attention moved back to the rose petals on the floor, and he let go of a heavy breath. "You know," he said, his voice sounding tired, "a moment ago, when I told the CSI agent downstairs that there would be a reason why this killer had pinned 2 full-size lobsters to his victim's thighs," he shook his head, "I'm not sure if I really believed that, or if that was just me going into automatic cop talk." Hunter paused and looked back at him, his stare analytical. Garcia shrugged. "I don't know, Robert. We have 2 crime scenes prior to this one, and there was no animal or sea creature or insect or any other extinguished life forms other than the victims themselves, and that was already mind-boggling on its own." He leaned against the kitchen sink. "I'm starting to think that there might not be any meaning behind any of this. What if this killer is just plain nuts, trying to outdo himself with every murder? What if all this, the brutality, the super complex M.O., the quotes he leaves behind, the lobsters downstairs, the crazy over-the-top kill methods, What if all of this is just to mess with us? Because nowadays, anyone who watches any TV knows that detectives can't disregard anything that's found at a crime scene. He broadly indicated the rose petals on the floor. And now the killer has chosen a male victim. Another complete jump from what we had. Garcia used both hands to scratch his chin. There's some crazy part of my mind that can actually picture this freak sitting in a room, licking the cream out of Oreos and talking to himself like... He put on a silly voice. I know, I'm going to drop by the supermarket, grab me a couple of lobsters, and leave them at the next crime scene. Let's see what kind of crazy shit the LAPD makes of it. Hunter could easily understand his partner's frustration, but he also knew that frustration was something that they had to deal with every day. It came with the job, and Garcia knew that too. Hey, he asked, are you okay? Everything all right? Garcia pulled down his jumpsuit hood and ran a hand through his hair. Yeah, he replied after a few silent seconds. I'm fine, just feeling a little helpless, you know? He gestured toward the basement. Yes, I know, and some of those same thoughts have bothered me as well. But all of this seems way too personal for it to be some madman just trying to outdo himself. Even the seemingly crazy, over-the-top kill methods. Hunter used the fingers in his right hand to indicate the victims. Victims 1 and 3 were murdered in 2 completely different ways, but in their own houses. Victim 2 was also murdered in a very different way, but she was taken away, killed somewhere else, then brought back to her house. Why? Why go through all that trouble and risk? Garcia took a moment. Because the killer wanted them to die in that specific way. No other way would do. Exactly, Hunter agreed. These crazy, over-the-top kill methods have been specifically tailored to each victim. There's got to be a reason behind it, other than simple madness. Garcia nodded. I really hope so, because right now I feel like I'm the one losing my mind. He took a deep breath and recomposed himself. Do you need me upstairs with you? Hunter checked the time. 12:33 a.m. No, I don't think it's necessary, he replied. I won't be long. I'll be outside then, Garcia said back, gesturing toward the window. Some of the neighbors are clearly awake, so we might as well have a shot at a few quick questions now. I'll coordinate the efforts with the sheriff's department and the LAPD. Whoever we don't talk to tonight, we'll come back to in the morning. Good idea. I'll meet you out there in a few. Garcia stopped by the kitchen door. You know that it won't really matter if you warn her or not, right? His eyes moved to the ceiling to indicate upstairs. Human curiosity will trump any explanation you give her, no matter how clear. Hunter nodded, knowing that his partner was probably right. All I can do is try, Carlos. This time, Hunter knew that Garcia had noticed the worry in his voice. Chapter 56. In the living room, before taking the stairs up to the second floor, Hunter got rid of his forensics jumpsuit. The last thing that Josie Griffith needed right then was for a stranger dressed like Dr. Death to walk into her room. As he reached the landing upstairs, he could hear hushed voices coming from the room at the far end of the corridor, where a door had been left ajar. To his right, there was a dresser where a vase displayed a beautiful flower arrangement of red roses and purple azaleas. Hunter picked up one of the roses and brought it to his nose. A very faint fragrance, the same fragrance he'd picked up from the petals on the kitchen floor. Forensics would have to come dust upstairs as well. Surrounding the vase was a selection of photographs in expensive-looking frames. Wedding pictures, Josie as a cheerleader in high school, Josie graduating from university, Oliver posing with a tennis racket and with a group of friends. A typical couple-in-love, happy home display. Hunter returned the rose to the vase and made his way down the corridor. Mrs. Griffith? He called at the door, his voice not too loud. His knock, despite being gentle, managed to push the door open a little more, just enough for him to be able to see inside. Lying on a large four-poster bed, facing away from the door, was a tall, blonde woman. She was hugging a pillow, which she also had her face buried into, but she wasn't asleep. Hunter knew that because he could see her shoulders move as she sobbed. Even with her face hidden, Hunter recognized Josie Griffith from the photographs he'd just seen. A short-haired brunette woman sat next to her, her right hand gently caressing Josie's hair. In hearing Hunter's voice, the brunette woman turned to look at him. She too was crying. Her tears had made her mascara and eyeliner run down her cheeks, creating a crisscross of thin black lines that disappeared under her chin. According to Sergeant Logan, this would be Josie Griffith's best friend, Stacy Green. Across the room from where the door was, a tall and skinny man stood by the window. Stacy's fiancé, Scott Summers. He also turned to look at Hunter. The look in his bloodshot eyes was anxious, disbelieving, full of fear. There was no one else in the room, which meant that Sergeant Logan and her partner had probably already left. Neither Stacy nor Scott said anything. Their desperately sad stares simply settled on Hunter, as if they were waiting for even more terrible news. Hunter greeted them with a courteous nod before taking a step into the room. "Has she been sedated?" he whispered.
"Yes, but nothing too heavy,"
Stacy whispered back before wiping new tears from her smudged face.
"She's not asleep."
"Mrs. Griffith," Hunter said again, his tone soft but steady. Josie didn't move. "I'm Detective Robert Hunter with the LAPD." He paused and waited. Josie still didn't move. "I'm terribly sorry for your loss," Hunter said, filling in the pause. "I'm also terribly sorry for having to disturb you at this hour, but I really need a moment of your time." That seemed to wake up Scott.
"Sorry, Detective,"
he said, taking a step toward Hunter. His voice was shaky.
"But couldn't this wait? I know that you're just doing your job and you need a whole bunch of questions answered, but—"
"I'm not here to ask Mrs. Griffith any questions." Hunter interrupted him before addressing Josie again. "I just really need you to listen to me, please. It's terribly important." Josie finally let go of the pillow and twisted her body on the bed to look at Hunter. Her eyes were so red and puffy, it looked like she'd been in a fist fight and lost. She was still sobbing. Hunter took a moment to gather himself. He needed to choose the right words. "Will you be staying with your friends?" he first asked. His nod made it clear that he was referring to the couple in the room.
"Yes."
The reply once again came from Stacy, who nodded first at Hunter, then at her fiancé before looking at Josie.
"You'll be staying with us, honey."
She bent down to give Josie a hug, but Josie didn't respond, her body rigid, her stare borderline catatonic. The reason for Hunter's question was because the information he was about to share was sensitive to the investigation. The fewer people who knew about it, the better, but he still had to make it sound as if what he was about to tell them wasn't a certainty. "I know that this will sound strange," he began, "but the reason why I'm here, the reason why the LAPD is taking over from the sheriff's department, is because there are a few similarities between the crime scene downstairs and a previous one that we are already investigating." The surprise around the room was uniform. Scott seemed ready to ask the first question, but Hunter paused him with a hand gesture. "Let me please explain everything first. If you have any questions, I can answer them all at the end." Scott took a step back. "Do you have your phone with you, Mrs. Griffith?" he asked. It took Josie's brain a couple of seconds to register the question.
"Yes,"
she replied, her voice faltering.
"It's in my handbag."
She aimlessly looked around the room. Her stare was so distant and lost that it went over her handbag, which was on a chair by the door to the ensuite bathroom, and she didn't register it.
"I don't know where it is. Why?"
Hunter breathed out. This next part would be tricky. As simply and calmly as he could, Hunter explained to Josie that if this was the same perpetrator that they were after, she would get a message sometime in the next day or two. He told her that the message would come from an unknown number, and that the first word in the message, so it showed on her screen preview, would most probably be Oliver, all in capital letters, to truly grab her attention. He then explained that the message would probably contain footage of something that she really did not want to see or hear, or maybe just a photo or a recorded sound, something that would add considerable weight to the psychological battle that she was already fighting. As Hunter told her all this, he saw everyone's expression go from lost and desperately sad to total confusion and disbelief.
Why?
Scott asked, his gaze bouncing from Josie to Hunter.
Why would anybody send such a message?
We don't know the reason why he does it, Hunter replied, his voice balanced, his tone sincere. But we do know that he does it. He addressed Josie again. And that's why I'm here, Mrs. Griffith. To ask you to not look at the message. Don't read the words. Don't look at any images. Don't play any video footage. Don't listen to any audio files, no matter how enticing the message title is. From his pocket, he retrieved a couple of calling cards. If you receive such a message, please contact me straight away, whatever time of day or night. He placed one of the cards on the bed in front of Josie and handed the other one to Stacy. Josie's eyes moved to the card, where it stayed for several long seconds, but once again her stare seemed distant and lost. She was clearly struggling with logic, trying to comprehend what seemed incomprehensible. When her gaze went back to Hunter, he could tell that she had a million questions that she wanted to ask. But right then, it looked like she would fail to put even the simplest of sentences together. Instead, Josie collapsed back onto the bed, burying her face back in the pillow. There was nothing else Hunter could do, other than hope that he'd done enough. As he stepped out of the room, Scott rushed out after him.
Detective?
Hunter turned to face him.
Is Josie at risk?
He asked as he pulled the bedroom door closed behind him.
You know, this whole thing about this message, about whoever did that to Ollie, sending Josie a photo or a video or an audio file, does that mean she's in danger?
Hunter met his pleading stare.
Please, Detective, don't bullshit me. I'm an attorney.
Hunter failed to see why Scott's profession would have any relevance in him telling Scott the truth or not. As far as we know, Hunter replied, no. So far, this perp hasn't targeted his victims' loved ones, but the contents of the message that he sends them are truly devastating. He nodded at the bedroom door behind Scott. Right now, and understandably so, Mrs. Griffith's state of mind is skating on very thin ice. The killer knows this. The message that he sends is like a heavy hammer on that ice. It will create cracks everywhere, with a very real possibility of sending her through. Hunter paused, giving Scott a few seconds to grasp the urgency of it all. That's why it's terribly important that she doesn't look at this message, and that she contacts me straight away if she ever gets it. Scott shifted his weight, trying to find balance.
I know that Stacy will stay with Josie 24/7. I'll reinforce the importance of it all to her.
Thank you. As Scott turned to return to Josie's bedroom, Hunter stopped him. How well did you know, Mr. Griffith? Scott blinked, angled his head, and shrugged.
Ollie was one of my best friends.
I assume that you've been downstairs. Scott looked down at his shoes before bringing both hands to his face and cupping them over his nose and mouth. He nodded, unable to meet Hunter's eyes. Was Mr. Griffith allergic to shellfish? Hunter asked. Lobsters in particular. Was he scared of them? Or maybe they were his favorite dish? Do you know? Scott breathed in and out to steady himself.
Josie would be able to give you a more definite answer here, but as far as I'm aware, none of that's true. I know that he wasn't allergic to them because we've had them at a couple of restaurants before. he also wasn't scared of them. As for his favorite dish, I'm pretty certain it was pasta.
Hunter's instinct had been that the answer to the lobster conundrum wouldn't be anything as simple as that, but he'd had to try. "If I could ask you one last question," he ventured. "I take it that you also saw what was written on the wall in the basement." A new nod from Scott, but this time it carried no conviction.
I did, but I can't really remember what it said.
That was all the answer Hunter needed. If Scott couldn't remember the words, then the quote meant nothing to him. Chapter 57. By 8 o'clock the next morning, Hunter and Garcia were both back at the police administration building. By 9:30, they'd already printed all the crime scene photographs that were taken by Dr. Slater's forensics team. Half an hour after that, Captain Blake was standing dumbfounded in front of the picture board inside the UVC unit's office.
What the?
She shook her head as she turned to look at both detectives.
Are those real lobsters?
Yep, Garcia replied.
And a male victim this time,
the captain continued, her gaze skipping from Garcia to Hunter.
Why? Why the change all of a sudden?
To us, it might look sudden, Captain, Hunter replied. But it wasn't to the killer.
How would you know that?
Because this killer pre-selects his victims. We've figured that much out. He studies them, he observes them, and he plans ahead. There's something very personal about everything he does, especially his victim selection.
Are you telling me that you think that these victims aren't strangers to the killer?
Captain Blake asked.
He knows them.
Yes, Hunter said. I believe he does. His head tilted sideways in a somewhat frustrated gesture. We're still working on how and to what degree. The captain nodded before facing the board again.
And those are the victim's only wounds? No head trauma, no strangulation marks, no other cuts, nothing?
That's correct. Garcia again.
We need to wait for the autopsy report to be sure, but the theory is that he bled out.
Captain Blake's gaze moved to a close-up photo of both of Oliver Griffith's wounds, but it only managed to stay there for a couple of seconds before her stomach knotted. She cringed and looked away.
And what's the theory on the lobsters? Because this just looks crazy.
Garcia glanced at Hunter, who in turn looked back at him, but neither offered the captain an answer.
I mean, she pushed, it's obvious that the killer didn't really use the lobsters to inflict those wounds, so what's the deal here? Was this part of the killer's fear lesson? Did the victim have a phobia of lobsters? Were they used as some sort of psychological torture to heighten his terror?
We don't know the reason for the lobsters yet, Captain, Hunter replied. You're right, this killer does feed on his victim's fear, but the victim didn't have a phobia of lobsters. I checked. He wasn't allergic to them either. Captain Blake took a step back from the board.
And we're sure that nothing similar to this was found in any of the previous 2 crime scenes, maybe hidden away somewhere instead of on the victim's body.
We're sure, Garcia confirmed. The captain's hands came up in a what-the-hell gesture.
So the only thing that links all 3 crime scenes together, all 3 murders, is this.
She pointed at a photo of the words that had been written on the wall inside Oliver and Josie Griffith's basement.
Lines quoted from something, and we have no real idea what the source is.
Her hands dropped by her sides as if she was giving up.
How sure are we that this is really the same perp?
100% sure, Captain, Hunter countered. On the board, he indicated the list that showed the 7 stages of the killer's modus operandi. His MO is too complex to be copied, too complex for freaky coincidences. This is the same killer, no doubt. Captain Blake quickly read through the simplified list on the board. 1. Fear. 2. Capture. 3. Note or poem. 4. Torture. 5. Murder. 6. Staging. 7. Aftermath.
Well, I've got questions, the captain said, her eyebrows lifting at Hunter. The first stage, fear, has that been confirmed with this new victim?
We're waiting on the files from Mr. Griffith's cell phone provider, Verizon, Garcia said, joining Hunter and Captain Blake by the picture board. I put in a request first thing this morning, and I made it very clear that if there are any photos, videos, or audio files attached to any messages that he might have received in the 48 hours prior to his death, that they must be included. Time frame? The captain asked. Tomorrow, if we're lucky. Her gaze shifted back to the list. Okay, new question. Why would this killer all of a sudden change some of his M.O.? Like on the third stage. This time he didn't force the victim to write down the line from his poem, or whatever it is, onto a piece of paper. He splattered it all over the wall. And the assumption is that the killer used the victim's blood as ink, Garcia added, also waiting for confirmation from the lab. The captain's head dipped left as she looked back at Garcia. So that means that the victim didn't write this. The killer did. That's the assumption. Which would constitute a sizable change from his original M.O., wouldn't it? Captain Blake's question was aimed at both detectives. At least when it comes to stage 3. Why would he do that? We were discussing exactly that when you arrived, Captain, Garcia replied. Okay, and? And we haven't reached any conclusions yet. Hunter took over. But if you think about it, it's not exactly a change to his M.O., Captain. It's almost as if he's adapting. Adapting? Hunter nodded. He's done it before. From the first murder to the second, and now from the second to the third. The captain's stare skittered back to the board, first to Melissa Hawthorne's note, then to Kirsten Hansen's, and finally to the one in Oliver Griffith's basement. I don't follow, she said. Both of the previous notes were written onto a piece of paper, and we've also confirmed that both notes were written by the victims themselves. Where has the killer adapted from the first to the second note? The location, Hunter explained, indicating on the board. With his first victim, the killer hid the note inside the victim's body. The note was only found at the autopsy examination. With the second victim, the killer left the note securely in the victim's hand. The note was found at the crime scene by the forensics team. He looked at Garcia. We were there when they found it. Garcia nodded. And this time, no paper and no victim's handwriting. The note was written on the wall. Okay, I see that, but why? What is he adapting to? And what difference does it make where he leaves the note? I'm not exactly sure, Hunter said. That's where we were getting to when you got here. Captain Blake lifted her hands as she took a step back. By all means, do carry on. Don't let me stop you. Hunter unpinned all 3 photographs from the board and placed them on his desk in the correct sequence, showing how the poem read so far. Through these eyes, no one will ever look as perfect as you did. Through this heart, no love will ever surpass my love for you. Through this soul, no pain will ever be greater than the pain of losing you. Hunter indicated each picture as he spoke. Melissa Hawthorne, placed inside her body. Kirsten Hansen, placed in the grip of her right hand. Oliver Griffith, written onto the wall. Captain Blake's gaze bounced from one detective to the other. And that tells us what? My first thought, Hunter ventured, was that maybe the words in each line would give us a clue to why the killer changed locations from one note to the other. But I've read them a million times and can't see it. Can anyone? Garcia and Captain Blake reread all 3 lines. Not really, the captain replied. Garcia agreed. So maybe the answer isn't in the lines themselves, Hunter suggested. Maybe it's something a lot simpler. Like maybe the killer is just messing with us. Captain Blake asked, a hint of disdain creeping into her tone. Because just look at these lines. It's clear that they read like a love poem, but now, after 3 victims and 3 verses, this can't be about love. This killer is fucking with us, guys. He's been doing it from the start. There's always a chance of that, Hunter admitted. But with such a complex MO, such violence, such preparation before every attack, this killer seems to have a hell of a lot more purpose than just messing with us, Captain. He paused. And I'm sure you know this, but most serial killers who employ things like love or religious symbols, for example, are not actually killing in the name of love or in the name of God. They grab onto those symbols as an excuse, a justification for their compulsion. But it's the compulsion itself that makes them kill, not the love or the religious impulse. So what do you suggest, Robert? She asked. Hunter faced the board again, and as he did, an odd feeling came over him. It was as if he knew that the dots were all there, dots that lined up to a shape he couldn't yet see, that his brain couldn't yet connect because he had missed something. He knew that he needed to go back and look at everything from a different perspective. Well, he began, we've worked plenty of cases before where perpetrators have left notes behind, hidden at the crime scene, in plain sight, inside victims' bodies, etched on their skin. Yes, I know, Captain Blake agreed, but never something like this. That's what I mean, Captain. Hunter came back. Ignore the words in the killer's notes for a moment. The primordial reason why perps leave any sort of note behind is communication. Yes, it's an odd way of doing so, but that's what they're doing. Communicating. The key question here would be, with whom? He lifted a finger to halt all the questions for a second. 9 out of 10 times, the killer is communicating with the investigating team. Local PD, sheriff's office, FBI, whoever. But what if that isn't the case here? What if this poem isn't meant for us? The thoughtful silence that followed lasted a few seconds longer than Hunter had expected. Who, then? The captain asked. The victims? That's a possibility, Hunter agreed. But if these verses are meant for the victims themselves, then I'm afraid that their true meaning dies with them. What other options do we have? We've got 2, Hunter replied, lifting 2 fingers. The victims' loved ones, or the media. The media? It makes a weird sort of sense. Garcia this time, finally riding Hunter's train of thought. Captain Blake turned to look at him. In all fairness, Captain, Garcia explained, this killer has no real way of knowing if his notes have been found or not. Think about it. The first note was left inside the victim's body. Like Robert explained, it was only found at the post-mortem examination, but it could have been missed. We've all worked cases where important clues weren't picked up at the post-mortem for one reason or another. He shrugged at the captain. The only way the killer would have known for certain if that first note had been found or not, Hunter took over again, was if he had a contact within our unit, which he doesn't, or if something had appeared in the media. Which it didn't. Garcia again, because we never mentioned anything. The only ones who knew about it were Dr. Hove and us. Not even the forensics team that attended that first scene were aware of it. Now let's suppose that the killer thought that his first note hadn't been found. Hunter continued. So with the second murder, he decides to make things a little simpler and places the note somewhere that would be easier to find, in the victim's hand. But again, nothing shows up in the media. Hold on. Captain Blake halted him. If the killer wanted his notes to appear in the media, wouldn't it be a lot easier to just send it to them, anonymously? That's happened plenty of times before. True, Garcia agreed. But the media wouldn't be able to print or report anything without coming to us first for confirmation, because whatever they'd received anonymously could be a hoax, someone looking for attention. That's happened plenty of times before, too. Captain Blake couldn't argue with that. And if we wanted to keep the notes from being publicized, Garcia continued, so as not to cause an unnecessary hoo-ha around the city, all we had to do was deny it. But the second note was found at the crime scene. Hunter moved on. By Dr. Slater and her team, which means that the circle of people who knew about the killer's notes increased by a few numbers. And as we all know, the more people who know about something restricted, especially in a homicide case, the bigger the chances of a leak to the press. Captain Blake at last began to catch on. But even though the circle of people who knew about the notes grew, nothing showed up in the media. Exactly, Hunter agreed, because people who knew about them were still very reliable. No one from Dr. Slater's team would have leaked that sort of info to the press, or anyone else for that matter, which means that after the second note, the killer still had no real way of knowing if his notes or quotes or whatever were having the desired effect, because let's face it, Captain. He indicated the 3 photos on his desk. Any perp who leaves something like this at a crime scene is looking for some sort of effect. So with the third victim, Captain Blake said, now fully on board, the killer puts the note on the wall, which would expand the circle of people who have seen or heard about the note exponentially. That's right, Hunter agreed again. The first officer at the scene, plus everyone else who went down to that basement, deputies and detectives from the sheriff's department, family friends, the cleanup team, not to mention everyone who those people would have told. Something like that won't stay a secret for too long. The captain's fingertips brushed against her temples before she looked back at Hunter. All right, so let's say that you're correct about this, Robert. Why would this killer want the media attention on this? What would he gain? That's the million-dollar question, Captain. Maybe he wants to grab the attention of someone else, someone unrelated to the crimes, someone to whom these quotes would mean something. Captain Blake thought about that for an instant. As she did, her mouth twisted to the right. That's a pretty crazy theory, don't you think, Robert? Maybe. Garcia jumped back in, broadly indicating the whole of the picture board. But what part of this doesn't seem crazy to you, Captain? Hunter's attention returned to the 3 verses on his desk. Or maybe not someone unrelated. What? The captain faced him again. I said that maybe the killer wanted the attention of someone else, someone unrelated to the crimes. Maybe that someone isn't unrelated. Robert, Captain Blake looked at him sideways. If you could start making sense right about now, that would be great. I got a busy day ahead. With the first 2 lines, Hunter explained, the only people who have seen them outside the investigating team has been the person who has found the victim's body. Melissa Hawthorne's sister, Janet, and Kirsten Hansen's fiancé, Troy. They were the ones who identified the handwriting as belonging to the victims themselves, but... He looked back at the board, then at the 3 verses again. But they'd only seen the line that was left at the crime scene that they were relevant to. Never the other ones. Janet Lang only saw the first verse. Troy Foster only saw the second. I never showed them both. Captain Blake and Garcia both paused as they mulled over Hunter's words. Maybe they are supposed to see everything. The whole poem. Garcia and Captain Blake glanced at each other thoughtfully. Last night, the captain asked, the person who found the body, the victim's wife, did the line on her wall mean anything to her? We don't know, Hunter replied. I didn't really get to talk to her. She was in total shock. Well, Garcia said, his voice leaden. Unfortunately, we can't ask Troy Foster anymore, but we can pay Janet Lang a visit. He nodded at Hunter. It's worth a try. Hunter read the look in his partner's eyes and the unspoken ending to Garcia's sentence. It's worth a try, because we've got nothing else. Chapter 58. Having to revisit and re-question any person who had discovered a body at the site of a brutal homicide was always a very delicate matter. In Janet Lang's case, it had only been 8 days since she had walked into her sister's house and into the worst nightmare of her life. The magnitude of the trauma that her loss, together with what she saw that morning, would bring her was yet unknown, but it would be life-changing. Despite the countless times that Hunter and Garcia had found themselves in this exact situation, neither of them had ever grown accustomed to it. Neither of them believed that they ever would, but neither of them could escape it. It came with the job. Hunter called ahead to check if Janet would be home and if she could spare just a few minutes of her time. The call was once again answered by Tom, her boyfriend, who was reluctant at first, arguing that Janet had already been through too much. She was now struggling with post-traumatic stress and night terrors, and more questions could only make matters worse for her. However, after Hunter promised him that they really only needed to ask Janet one single question and no more, Tom finally agreed. It was past midday when Tom showed Hunter and Garcia into the apartment. Janet was sitting at their table in the living room, staring blankly out the window. "That's all she's done for the past week," Tom informed both detectives. "If she's not locked in our room crying her eyes out, she sits by the window and stares at nothing at all. She barely eats, she barely sleeps, and when she does, chances are that she'll wake up screaming and shaking. It's breaking my heart because I don't know how to help her." There was no sound advice that either Hunter or Garcia could offer. Grief was a very individual feeling, one that came with no expiry date, and everyone dealt with it differently. What worked for one person wouldn't necessarily work for someone else. The only common factor was always time, and that was something that only Janet could give herself. Hunter reached into his pocket for a card. "I know that Janet probably won't want to leave the house for some time," he said as he handed the card to Tom. "But this is one of the best psychologists in LA who specializes in post-traumatic stress. She can and she will help Janet whenever she's ready to see someone. Please give her a call." "Thank you, Detective," Tom said, taking the card. "But I don't think we can afford one of the best psychologists in LA." Hunter shook his head. "She's a very good friend of mine. I've already talked to her. She'll see Janet without charge. Just give her a ring whenever Janet is ready, okay?" In silence, Tom stared at the name on the card for several long seconds before placing it in his back pocket. "Baby," he called, "Detective Hunter is here to see you." Janet broke eye contact with the window to look back at her boyfriend and his two guests. She wore pajama pants and a high school football shirt under a pink and white bathrobe. She looked to have lost at least 15 pounds in the past week. "Hello, Miss Lang," Hunter said, greeting her with a head nod. "This is my partner, Detective Carlos Garcia." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Lang," Garcia said, stepping forward and offering Janet his hand, but she simply stared at it for a couple of seconds before turning to face the window again. "Have you caught the monster who murdered my sister, Detective?" The question was thrown at Hunter with the force of an angry whip. "Or are you here to tell me that you're doing the best you can, again?" "I'm here to ask for your help, Miss Lang," Hunter replied. His voice carried a tone that spoke of importance. "My help?" Hunter stepped forward while Garcia took a step back. "I want to ask you if you could please have a look at something for me. See if you maybe recognize it, if any of it means anything to you at all." Janet's gaze skipped to Hunter, darted away, darted back to him. Her hair was a mess. Her skin seemed dry and blotchy, and Hunter could almost see each sleepless night in the thin crisscross veins beneath her sad eyes. She studied him for several silent seconds. "What is it that you want me to look at?" she finally asked. Hunter reached into his jacket pocket for the piece of paper where he had written all 3 lines for the mentor's poem. He thought that it would be better not to show her the photographs of the original writing found at each crime scene for 2 very strong reasons. One, because the first example carried her sister's handwriting, and that could trigger an avalanche of undesirable images in her mind. And 2, because the third example had been written in blood. He placed the piece of paper on the table in front of her. "This reads like a poem, Miss Lang," he explained. "But it could be just about anything. The lyrics to a song, some sort of riddle, a love letter." With a shrug, Hunter allowed the sentence to evaporate in the air. "We're not really sure. We can't find any reference to any of it anywhere." As Janet's attention moved to the piece of paper, Tom circled around Hunter and Garcia to get to the table. Hunter's stare stayed on Janet, looking for an eye twitch, a lip bite, a movement of the mouth, an arching of an eyebrow, anything that could signal some sort of recognition. He saw a frown, followed by a slight angling of the head. Tom, on the other hand, kept a puzzled expression throughout.
"Didn't you show me this before?" Janet asked. "Isn't this what you told me was found in my sister's house, in her handwriting?"
Hunter nodded. "Yes, I did show you this before, but not all of it. The first of the 3 lines was found at your sister's house. I know that you said you didn't recognize it at first, but I thought that maybe, now in a more complete form, it might trigger a memory or something." "I'm a little confused," Tom said, lifting a hand at Hunter. "You just said that you couldn't find any reference to any of this anywhere. So where did the other 2 lines come from, then?"
"That's a good question."
Janet joined forces with her boyfriend.
"What aren't you telling us, Detective?"
Hunter and Garcia exchanged a look that seemed like a conversation. "That first line was found in your sister's kitchen," Hunter began, remembering the story he had spun when he first showed it to Janet and Tom. "Left by the stove." The look Garcia gave his partner was subtle enough not to be noticed by either Janet or Tom. "But first," Hunter continued, "we didn't know if there was any real connection between those words and what happened that day. Especially because, as you told me, the line was in your sister's handwriting. It could have been something that she copied out of a book or something and left by the stove the night before." "At first?" Tom questioned. Hunter's gaze dropped to the piece of paper on the table as he nodded. "The other 2 lines were found at 2 other, separate crime scenes."
"What?"
The question came from Janet and Tom at the exact same time. Both new lines followed the same pattern. Hunter had to go with another white lie. "What I mean is, they were found close enough to the victim, they carried the victim's handwriting, and as you can see by the first 3 words in each of them, they seem to belong to the same composition." Janet and Tom both allowed their eyes to return to the piece of paper on the table. Hunter and Garcia waited.
"Hold on a sec,"
Janet said, looking completely unsure.
"Are you trying to tell me that my sister was the victim of a serial killer?"
"That's what it seems like," Garcia confirmed. Anxiety filled the room.
"Why?"
Janet asked, her desperate stare bouncing from person to person without a final destination.
"Why my sister?"
"That's what we're trying to find out, Miss Lang," Hunter replied. "But the truth is, only her attacker really knows why he chose your sister over someone else. He could have seen her walking down the road and become obsessed with her. They could have met in a coffee shop or in a lounge, and she rejected his advances. There really is no telling, and more often than not, the reasons behind such choices are only logical to the attacker." "In most cases," Garcia added, "it's like their brains are wired differently. Some feel a lot more rage and anger than most of us, making them much more violent. Some feel absolutely nothing at all. No sympathy, no remorse, no pity, nothing." Hunter could tell that Janet was struggling to hold herself together. "I really don't want to take much more of your time, Miss Lang," he said, before indicating the piece of paper yet again. "Do any of those verses mean anything to you, separately or together? Maybe something that your sister might have shown you at some point, or maybe commented on?" Janet questioned Hunter with a half-confused look. "I thought that this could possibly have been a poem," he explained. "Something that an ex-boyfriend or an admirer gave her. Someone who might have been desperately in love with her." Janet's head shook before her lips moved.
"No, none of it means anything to me. And I don't remember my sister ever showing me or even mentioning anything about anyone sending her or writing her something like this either. This is just crazy."
Her tears finally became too much for her. Hunter offered her a paper tissue.
"Thank you."
Janet dabbed her eyes and took a few seconds to recompose herself.
"Who were the other ones?"
The pleading tone in her voice matched the look in her eyes. "You said that the other 2 verses were found in 2 separate crime scenes. Who were the other victims?" Hunter and Garcia both knew that that question would come. Hunter reached for his cell phone and loaded up a photo of the mentor's second victim. "This is Kirsten Hansen," he said as he offered his phone to Janet. She was a nurse at the Los Angeles Surge Hospital in Westlake. She used to live in Alhambra. She was the same age as your sister. Janet took the phone from Hunter's hands and stared at the photo for just a few seconds. "I've seen this photo before," she said. "Tom showed it to me a couple of days ago." "I know," Hunter agreed. "I sent it to him and asked him to ask you if the woman in the photo looked familiar at all." "Yes, and I told him she didn't." "Are you certain that she wasn't a friend of your sister's?" Garcia jumped in. "She doesn't look familiar in any way." Janet shook her head once again. "No, I've never seen her before." "Are you sure?" Garcia prodded. "Please, take your time." "She's a very pretty woman," Janet replied. "Very easy face to remember. If she was a friend of Melissa's, I never saw them together." Hunter reached for his phone, loaded up a photo of Oliver Griffith, and returned the phone to the table. "This is Oliver Griffith," he told them. He worked for an advertisement agency in Playa Vista and lived in Valencia and Santa Clarita. He, too, was the same age as Melissa. This time, Janet and Tom looked back at Hunter with surprise in their eyes. "A guy?" Tom asked. "One of the victims was male." "That's right," Garcia confirmed. "Hold on," Tom said, his eyes moving back to the photo, then to the verses on the table. "Is this normal? I mean, don't serial killers usually stick to the same type of victim? All blondes, or all blacks, or all men, or something?" "Not exactly," Garcia replied. "That's a misconception that gained a lot of strength through movies and TV series. In reality, the only rules serial killers follow, if they do follow any, would be the ones that they create themselves, and those can change at any time. In a lot of cases, what triggers them, what guides them to pick one victim over another, could be something that not even they understand themselves. It's an urge, a drive that they can't really control." "Does his face look familiar at all?" Hunter pushed, driving Tom and Janet's focus back to the photo. "No," Janet replied first. "I can't say I've ever seen him before. His name doesn't sound familiar either." She looked at her boyfriend, who shook his head. "No," Tom said. "I don't recall ever seeing him either." For a brief moment, Hunter's gaze dropped to his shoes before he nodded and collected his phone from the table. "Thank you both for your time," he said. "We appreciate you having a look at these." "What do you suggest we do now, Robert?" Garcia's frustrated question came as soon as he and Hunter got back to his car. "We can't go ask Troy Foster to have a look at those lines, or the photos. Do you want to try the same with Josie Griffith?" Hunter sighed. "I'd love to, but it's too soon to approach her. It's been less than 24 hours since she found her husband. Chances are she either didn't sleep a wink last night or she's been sedated to a zombie state. Either way, her brain will be mush. Words and images won't make much sense to her right now. We'll need to give it a few days." "My thoughts exactly," Garcia said as he got behind the wheel. "So, where to?" Hunter buckled up on the passenger seat. "How about we go back to the Griffiths' house for a second look? It's a big house, and we didn't really get to look around last night." Garcia nodded as he turned on his engine. "Sounds good to me." Chapter 59. In the hour and a quarter that it took Garcia to drive from Leimert Park to Santa Clarita, the sky above Los Angeles went from beach blue to doomsday gray. Heavy clouds had gathered from all corners, promising the rain that could already be seen falling in the distance over Los Padres National Forest. "Wow," Garcia said, zipping up his jacket as he once again parked on the road in front of Oliver and Josie Griffith's house. "That's one hell of an angry-looking sky." "It is," Hunter agreed, his eyes scanning the clouds. But the wind is blowing north, and we're southeast from that. He pointed west, toward the rain. If we're lucky, we might not get the full force of the downpour. I really hope you're right. With heavy rain, the canyon becomes an aqueduct. We really don't want to get stuck there. The house was still surrounded by black and yellow crime scene tape. At the door, a very bored-looking sheriff's deputy with a peppery horseshoe mustache got both detectives to sign the crime scene manifest. Cleanup team hasn't been in yet, Hunter asked. They're scheduled to be here in about 2 hours, the deputy replied, giving Hunter a single shoulder shrug. Back inside the house, Hunter and Garcia started with the basement. Despite the body not being there anymore, the air was still heavy with the unique smell of death, an ever-changing, odd, and very hard-to-describe scent that tended to scratch the nostrils and not the steadiest of stomachs. But that wasn't all. The whole atmosphere at the bottom of those stairs seemed saturated with something else, something that made the air dense and a little harder to breathe, as if Oliver Griffith's fear and desperation had stayed behind, clinging to the walls like old paint. The pool of blood still covered most of the floor. The words that the mentor had scribed onto the wall were still there, ominous, challenging. Of all the crime scenes I've revisited in my life, Garcia said, turning to face the X-shaped cross where they'd found Oliver's body, this one, somehow... He shook his head, unable to find the right words to finish his sentence. Hunter tucked his hands into his pockets. Neither of us really know what we're looking for in here, Carlos. If we spread out... His eyes moved up to indicate the rest of the house. We can cover more ground in less time, and maybe we can get out of here before the rain catches us. What do you think? Garcia didn't need any further persuasion. Fine by me. I'll look around upstairs. Hunter didn't take long in the basement. It was true that he didn't really know what he was looking for, but he did know that Dr. Slater's team would have been as thorough as humanly possible. If there were something else to be found down there, they would have already found it. This time, Hunter also didn't try to visualize what had happened. There was no real mystery to it. The mentor had simply strapped Oliver Griffith to the St. Andrew's cross, mutilated his body, and left him to bleed to death. Back upstairs, Hunter met Garcia on the second-floor landing, by the dresser with the photo frames and the vase displaying roses and azaleas. The roses looked to be dying, but the azaleas were in full bloom. You okay? Hunter asked, noticing the look in his partner's eyes. I didn't know that they were practically newlyweds, he said, indicating a photo of Oliver and Josie on their wedding night. It's dated 6 months ago. He consulted his watch for the date. Actually, it would have been exactly 6 months and 4 days. Hunter's attention moved to the photo. 6 months, Robert, Garcia continued. They were still in that amazing honeymoon period where everything is still just awesome. You're still discovering stuff together, stuff about each other, making crazy plans for the future. Maybe they were even planning on having kids. Hunter knew that Garcia was thinking of his wife, Anna. It was another natural, neurological reflex. When faced with any sort of tragedy to which they could somehow relate, the human brain would, most often than not, think of the people we loved the most. They look to be a very happy couple, Garcia added, indicating another photo. But Hunter's attention had moved 3 frames to the right of the picture that Garcia was talking about, making him pause as he frantically searched his memory for something that he knew was there. He just needed to find it. 1, 2, 3 seconds. There it was. One single piece. One single connecting piece that reshaped the entire puzzle. Garcia was quick to see the change in his partner's demeanor. Are you okay? He asked. You look like you're waiting to go see a dentist. Hunter didn't look back at him. All he did was mutter a single sentence in a tone that sounded full of regret. We've got this so wrong, Carlos. What? Garcia blinked, trying to follow Hunter's gaze. "What do you mean, Robert? What are you looking at?" Hunter indicated a specific item on a specific photo. "Look familiar?" Garcia didn't see it at first. It took his brain an extra couple of seconds to make a partial connection, but even a partial connection was enough to shake his core. He looked back at Hunter, wide-eyed. "Son of a bitch!" "Yep." Chapter 60. "Detectives?" a very surprised Tom Molina said as he once again opened the door to his and Janet's apartment to face Hunter and Garcia. "What brings you back so soon?" This time, Hunter hadn't called ahead. "We're sorry to turn up at your door unannounced," Hunter replied. Though his voice was gentle, it left no room for argument. "But we really need to ask Miss Lang a couple more questions." "What about?" Tom asked as he held the door semi-open, his body blocking the way in. "Those crazy quotes again?" There was annoyance in his tone. "No," Garcia said. "Not this time." Tom breathed out in a huff. "Look, it took Janet almost 2 hours to stop crying after you left." He checked his watch. "It's almost 6 o'clock and she's finally managed to eat something and put her head down for a few minutes. Like I said before, she's barely sleeping at night, so this is a treat for her. I'd really rather you not upset her again, especially with questions that she just can't help you with." "That's just it, Mr. Molina." Garcia again. "This time, Miss Lang's pretty much one of the very few who can help us." He kept his tone cordial but firm. "Once again, we promise that we won't take much of her time, but this really can't wait." "What is it that you need to ask her?" Tom insisted. "You can sit in, if you like," Garcia said. "Oh, I will. There's no doubt about that." "Who is it, Tom?" Janet's voice came from somewhere deep within the apartment. Tom's head dropped as he pressed his lips together. "Great," he whispered. "You've woken her up." He turned away from Hunter and Garcia. "It's the detectives again, baby. They want to ask you something else." Janet appeared behind Tom. Her eyes were dry but still puffy and red. She was still wearing pajama pants and a high school football shirt under her pink and white bathrobe. Her eyebrows lifted at the detectives, as if she had recognized the seriousness in their expressions. "Is it about that poetry again?" "No," Hunter assured her. "Something else entirely." Janet stood still for a couple of seconds before pulling her bathrobe tightly around her and crossing her arms over her chest. "I guess you better come in then." Tom finally stepped out of the way, allowing both detectives back into the apartment. "Please don't upset her," he whispered as Hunter and Garcia walked past him. There was legitimate concern in his tone. They all returned to the living room table. Janet once again took the chair by the window. Hunter lost no time. "Could I ask you, where did you go to school, Miss Lang? Junior high, high school? Was it somewhere around here?" "No, I didn't live around here when I was in school." She looked down at the football shirt she was wearing under her robe. Its logo was a large G letter in green with the face of a black panther coming from its center. Janet pointed to it. "I went to Gardena High. That's where we lived at the time." Her head tilted right. "Well, from 8th grade onwards, I mean. Before that, we lived in Inglewood, so from lower school all the way to 7th grade, I went to Morningside." "Your sister as well?" Hunter nodded at Janet's shirt. "No, Mel never went to Gardena High," Janet explained. "She stayed in Morningside even though we moved neighborhoods. She was 3 years ahead of me, which means that when we moved from Inglewood to Gardena, she was just about to start her senior year. It would have been crazy for her to change schools then." She shrugged. "Graduating with a whole bunch of students she just met while all of her school friends graduated just a few neighborhoods away. For Mel, not a chance." She chuckled softly. "I can remember the arguments she had with Mom about not transferring to Gardena High. Drove Mom nuts, but Mel was Mel, so of course in the end, Mel won.
She would wake up like at 5 a.m., sometimes earlier, just to hop on the bus to go back to Morningside. Actually, 2 buses. And she did it every day, for the whole of her senior year. Her eyes went sad again. Mel was a very determined person. If she decided that she wanted to do something, she'd just do it. In school, were you part of a tight group of friends? Garcia asked. Janet looked at him inquisitively. Well, he tried to clarify. In school, especially high school, most kids tend to always hang out with the same bunch of friends, the same gang. Do things together, go places together. You know what I mean, right? Janet looked confused for a moment. Like I said, Mel didn't go to Gardena High. Plus, she was 3 years ahead of me. We didn't really hang out together in school. No, Garcia explained. Not you and your sister, just you. Did you always hang out with the same group of kids when you were in Gardena High? Janet frowned and looked at Tom. Detectives, he said, no effort to hide his irritation. Could we please just drop the small talk and get to the real questions? That's why you're here, isn't it? So let's just get it over with, please. We're not making any small talk, Garcia said, looking at Hunter. Hunter reached into his jacket pocket for his cell phone. Already loaded onto its screen was the photo that he had snapped of one of the picture frames on the dresser display on Oliver and Josie's second-floor landing. Do you, by any chance, recognize this person? He asked, placing the phone on the table before indicating. Janet and Tom's intrigued eyes moved to the picture, while Hunter and Garcia studied their expressions. Tom frowned, then twisted his lips, then slightly shook his head. No recognition there. Janet, on the other hand, paused. Her gaze stayed on the photo for at least 5 seconds before she blinked. Yes, I knew her, she said, giving both detectives a single nod. The image on Hunter's screen showed a young Josie Griffith in a white cheerleader uniform, holding a couple of green pom-poms. The logo across the front of her uniform was a large G letter in green, with the face of a black panther coming from its center. She had been a member of the Gardena High cheerleading team. That's Joe, Janet revealed. Josie. She took a few seconds to remember her last name. Moss. I think her name is Josie Moss. We were in Gardena High together. Same class. Another pause, this time with an added eyebrow lift. I mean, until the end of our freshman year. Joe moved to a different school after we finished 9th grade. I take it that you're not in contact with her anymore, Garcia asked. Janet chuckled. No, not at all. To be honest, I never saw her again after she left Gardena High. She paused and lifted both hands to signal her slight confusion. Hold on. Why? Why are you asking me about Joe? Hunter flicked to another image on his phone. This time, it was the same photo of Oliver Griffith that he had showed her earlier. Well, he explained, Josie Moss was her maiden name. That changed about 6 months ago when she married Oliver Griffith. He pointed to the photograph. Janet's mouth dropped open. Wait up, Tom said in confusion. Isn't this the male victim you showed us earlier? That's correct, Garcia confirmed. I'm not sure I understand, Janet said, her uncertain gaze gravitating from Garcia to Hunter. What is going on? Instead of answering, Hunter once again reached for his cell phone and loaded up a new photo. How about this person? Do you recognize him at all? This was almost a second-by-second repeat of moments ago. Tom frowned, twisted his lips, then shook his head, but Janet simply stared at the image unblinkingly for several long seconds, and even before she said anything, Hunter saw clear recognition light up in her eyes. Yes, of course I recognize him. He was one of the stars of Gardena High's football team when I was there. Janet shifted on her seat. His name is Troy Foster, if I'm not mistaken. He was also in my class." In the car, on their way back to Janet and Tom's apartment, Hunter had placed a call to Mrs. Foster with an odd request. Back in Oliver and Josie's house, when Hunter made the connection between Josie's cheerleading uniform and the shirt that he had seen Janet wearing under her robe, something else had flashed up in his memory, something that took him 3 whole seconds to fully remember. Another photo. He had seen it when he had visited Troy Foster and his mother's house in Sylmar a few days ago, before Troy had ended his own life. The photo was of Troy running with a football, just about to score a touchdown, and his football shirt had been identical to the one that Janet was wearing now. That was what had made Hunter's heart triple in speed. That had been the connecting piece. Hunter had asked Mrs. Foster if she could take a snapshot of that photo and send it to him. She had. "Was he in your class during the same years as Josie Moss?" Garcia asked. Janet blinked at him. "You said that she left at the end of your freshman year, right? Was Troy Foster in that same 9th grade class with the two of you?" Janet thought about it for a single heartbeat before nodding. "Yes, he was in my class throughout the whole of high school. In fact, they were both there when I joined Gardena in 8th grade. The perplexity in her voice was mimicked by the look in her eyes. "Why? Why are you now asking me about Troy? What did Josie and Troy have to do with any of this?" On his phone, Hunter loaded up another photo, one that Janet and Tom had already seen. Kirsten Hansen. Troy Foster, Hunter finally explained, was Kirsten Hansen's fiancé. They were supposed to get married in 7 months' time. Hunter's words hung in the air ominously, while Janet and Tom's faces melted into bottomless dishes of doubt and confusion. "This is the other victim." Tom didn't phrase it as a question. "Yes," Garcia confirmed. Janet's hands came up in a defensive gesture while tears streamed down her face. I don't understand. What does all this mean?" Her tongue scraped against her lips. "What is it that you're trying to tell me here?" "Miss Lang," Garcia began, but Janet cut him short with an angry stare. "Janet!" She was just a couple of decibels short of a yell. "My name is Janet. I hate being called Miss Lang." "I apologize," Garcia said. "And in answer to your question, to be perfectly honest, we don't exactly know what all this means. Not yet. We only just unearthed all this information about an hour and a half after we left here earlier today. But the one thing that we do know, the one thing that years and years of experience has taught us, is that in our line of work, coincidences don't really happen, especially ones like this." Hunter offered Janet a new tissue, and he and Garcia waited as she dabbed her tears. This next part would be complicated. Chapter 61. Hunter and Garcia had been lucky back in Santa Clarita. The wind had carried the heavy rain that they had seen over Los Padres National Forest in the opposite direction from where they were. But the weather had changed since then. New, dark clouds had formed over the North Pacific. Though nowhere near as menacing as the ones they had seen a few hours ago, those new clouds, helped by a fresh wind front coming in from the ocean, had turned the sky outside Janet's window into a dirty ash color, and as she dried her tears, the first drops of rain drummed against her windowsill. Janet crumpled up the tissue in her hand and dabbed it against her nose. Her uncomfortable stare shifted from person to person around the table until it settled on Hunter. "Would you like a glass of water?" Hunter asked. Janet swallowed the lump in her throat before nodding. "Yes, please." "I'll get it," Tom said, getting to his feet. "Would anybody else like some?" Both detectives declined. Tom brought the water to Janet, who took a tiny sip before placing the glass on the table in front of her. "This is where we need to go back to the first question I asked you," Garcia began, commanding Janet's attention. "During your time in school, did you always hang out with the same group of students? And if so, Were Josie Moss and Troy Foster part of that group? The veins in Janet's hand danced as she reached for her water again. This time she took a gulp instead of a sip. Well, yes, kind of. Her eyes darted away from both detectives. What does kind of mean, exactly? Garcia prodded. Yeah, I guess that you could say that at first we did hang out together a little. Though Hunter and Garcia were expecting Janet to carry on, she didn't. At first. Hunter this time. Yeah, what I mean is, mainly in 8th grade, junior high. Back then, we did hang out together in school, sometimes out of school as well, but in high school... She stared into her glass as she said those words. We sort of drifted into different groups. Any particular reason why you drifted apart and into different groups? Hunter asked. Janet paused before shrugging. No. Her eyes moved up, then left. I guess the main reason was because we went from junior high to high school. Things kind of change for students with that transition, don't they? Neither Hunter nor Garcia could argue with that logic. Both of them knew from experience that things did change, sometimes quite a lot, when students graduated to high school. Many teenage students in the USA saw that particular hurdle as the beginning of their adulthood. They would undoubtedly go through a festival of physical and psychological changes, and dropping old friends for new ones wasn't really that uncommon. Troy joined the high school football team, Janet continued. And just like that, she snapped her fingers, he had a new crowd to hang out with. I remember that he truly became the proverbial sports jock. All the girls wanted to be his girlfriend. All the guys wanted to be his friend. She had another sip of her water. Jo was an extremely attractive girl. At the beginning of our freshman year, she tried out for the varsity cheerleading team. She got in easy, and that was it. New, hot cheerleading friends means goodbye, old, not-so-hot junior high friends. Janet lifted her hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating that she wasn't without blame either. But I started hanging out with other kids as well. I started dating this guy in 9th grade, my first high school boyfriend. She looked at Tom, who didn't really look bothered, and started hanging out with his crowd, and that was that, basically. We all found new friends to hang out with. Okay. Garcia accepted it. So let's for a moment go back to your time in 8th grade. You said that was when you hung out with Troy Foster and Josie Moss quite a bit, right? Yeah. And how long ago was that? She blinked a couple of times as she thought about it. I was 13, so 13 years ago. We graduated from junior high in 2009. Garcia took note before continuing. And was there anyone else in that particular group other than you, Josie, and Troy? He lifted a hand before Janet could reply. Please, think about this carefully because this is very, very important. We weren't exactly a super tight group, Janet clarified. We did hang out together quite a few times, but we had other school friends as well. Still, Garcia pushed. When you guys did hang out together, was there anyone else you can think of other than you, Troy, and Josie? Janet used the tissue against her tears once again. Her gaze moved to a random spot on the table, where it stayed for only a few seconds. Sophie, she said with a nod. Sophie hung out with us a lot, too. Sophie? Yes. Well, we called her Sophie, but her real name was Sophia. Janet scratched her left cheek. We were always making fun of her because her last name sounded like ravioli. She was Italian. She was born here, but I think that her parents were Italian. It took Janet another few seconds to remember the name. Rizzoli, she said, snapping her fingers again and pointing at Garcia. Her name was Sofia Rizzoli. Great, Garcia said, writing the name down.
Did Sophia also drift away from everyone else once you started high school? Hunter asked.
She did, Janet confirmed. She went a bit strange, actually.
What do you mean by strange? Hunter asked.
Oh, she got in with the hairy crowd, Janet explained. You know, long-hair dudes, dressed mainly in black, listening to metal or goth or emo or some heavy screaming stuff that shouldn't really be called music.
Garcia peeked at Hunter. There was a smile in his eyes. I take it that you also lost contact with her after you left Gardena High, Hunter said.
Yeah, never saw her again after we graduated.
Janet paused.
Never saw any of them again.
She looked back at both detectives with eyes still full of doubt.
Anyone else you can remember that was part of that group? Garcia insisted.
The next 5 silent seconds ended with a shake of the head from Janet.
No, I don't think so.
Another boy, perhaps, Hunter suggested.
Janet looked back at him, one eyebrow lifted just a little higher than the other.
We're talking about school kids here, Hunter explained. The group you just mentioned was comprised of 3 girls and a boy. We don't know Sophia Rizzoli, but you and Josie Moss were attractive young women, which would lead me to believe that Sophia was, too.
Janet nodded. She was attractive, yes.
In junior high, Hunter continued, a boy who's always hanging out with 3 attractive girls doesn't go unnoticed by his friends. And to be honest, if that boy was one of my friends when I was in school, I'd go an extra mile to get closer to him and into that group. Do you know what I mean? I'd want to hang out with the pretty girls, too. From the corner of his eye, Hunter saw Tom half nodding in agreement.
Janet angled her head to one side as she went back into thinking mode.
A few seconds later, she blinked at Hunter.
Maybe Pedro?
She said, giving both detectives a careless shrug.
He and Troy were good buddies, and he did have a thing for Sophie. Thinking about it, he did hang out with us whenever he could, which wasn't all the time. His family was pretty strict, I remember that. He always had a curfew. Church every Sunday. Typical religious family, so he couldn't really come out as much.
Can you remember his last name?
Janet tried, but gave up after a short moment. It was some odd Mexican name. No chance I'll remember it. But Troy will.
Garcia kept a steady face, but Hunter's eyes dropped to the floor for just an instant. No one but Garcia noticed it.
It's okay, we'll find it, Garcia assured her. Anyone else at all?
Janet shook her head.
No, like I said, we weren't exactly a tight group, but when we did hang out together, it was usually the 4 of us. Pedro came along whenever he could.
Before another question came her way, Janet threw her hands up.
Stop, please. I don't get it. What does all this have to do with my sister? She didn't even go to Gardena High.
Hunter reached for his cell phone, which was still on the table, and returned it to his pocket. Well, this is where we really need your help, Janet. Hunter waited until she had locked eyes with him again. Whoever is doing this, whoever this killer is, he's clearly somehow linked to your 8th grade group of friends.
Linked? Linked how?
We don't know yet, Hunter replied, and that's why we need your help. We need you to think back to that time, to the group, to the things you did together. Did something happen?
Something?
Janet shook her head as her jittery eyes moved from Hunter to Garcia, then back to Hunter.
Something like what?
This was the delicate part. Something that would have involved all of you. Hunter tried to explain, deciding to use himself as an example. Look, just like most kids in school, I used to mainly hang out with the same group of friends when I was in junior high, too. In my case, there were 4 of us, all boys. We hung out at the mall. We went to the cinema. We went to parties. Same as most kids. Garcia nodded in support. But we also did a few things that at the time might have seemed cool. Hunter continued, knowing that he had to tread carefully. Kids will be kids kind of stuff. Sometimes we did things that we thought would make us look badass, trying to be rebels and all that. But now, thinking back, I'm not really proud of some of the stuff we did. Janet looked doubtful. Like what? She challenged. Having a drink in the park? Smoking a joint? Lifting some cash from another student's locker? What? No, Hunter replied. Silly things, but things that could have offended or even hurt others. Like, for example, sometimes we used to pick on other students. Sometimes we used to pick on... The pause that came was deliberate. Teachers. We used to make fun of them for one reason or another. Their haircut, their weight, their looks, the way they dressed, how bad a teacher they were. Kids do stuff like that. And that's what I'm talking about, Janet. Was there a teacher, a student, or even multiple students who your group usually picked on, made fun of, maybe even played pranks on a lot of the time? Janet looked surprised. Are you talking about bullying? Maybe. Hunter sounded serious. So you're asking me if we used to bully other kids? Did you? No, she said decisively. How about just a few jokes? Garcia pushed. Maybe making fun of someone for some silly reason. Kids do that. He paused for effect. This is really important, Janet. Janet tried to refocus her thoughts, but she didn't do it for long. Look, she said, the sadness in her voice beginning to give way to irritation. Yes, of course there were times when we made jokes about someone's clothes or their haircut or how fat they were or something. We made jokes about teachers, too. We even did it amongst ourselves, quite a lot, actually. We played a few pranks on other students as well, just like every student in the country does. But I'm guessing that what you're talking about here would be someone who we always made fun of, right? Someone who was always the target, and something really, really bad, like the kind of bullying you see in films, right? Possibly, but not necessarily, Hunter explained. It would all depend on that person's mental strength. Sometimes a single act is enough, and that's why I need you to think about this carefully, Janet. Hunter knew that right then he needed to reassure her. Please understand that we're not here to judge you on anything that might have happened all those years ago. Like I've said, kids will be kids. I did it. He placed his palm against his chest. I picked on other kids, and I picked on teachers when I was in school, and I did it just for fun. I even made other students cry at times. I'm not proud of it, but I did it. Things like that happen. They happen in every school, and they happen every day. It's a fact. Hunter searched Janet's eyes for understanding, but all he saw was confusion, so he carried on. If there is someone who you guys, as a group, picked on, even in a way that for you might have not seemed so bad, that someone might be the link that we're looking for. Garcia kept a steady poker face, but he knew that Hunter wasn't being exactly truthful. In school, Hunter had been the outsider, the geeky, skinny kid who sat alone at lunchtime. He had been the one who others made fun of, not the other way around. But Garcia also knew why Hunter had told Janet that he used to pick on other students. Most people had trouble admitting guilt, no matter to what degree. If Janet believed that Hunter had done something similar to what she and her group might have done, especially with him being an LAPD detective, it could counteract enough of her guilt, if any, for her to tell them something. Like I've said, Janet tried explaining it again. Of course, we made jokes and played pranks on other students from time to time. Probably all of our 8th grade class at one time or another. But we weren't bullies, you know? We didn't constantly pick on specific students just for the fun of it. How about a teacher? Garcia paused. He wanted to solidify the idea that they weren't talking exclusively about another student. Any teacher you guys joked a lot about? Probably all of them, Janet admitted. But nothing truly horrible, and we never did it to their faces. We just joked around in the group, you know. I hate that class. Mr. So-and-so smells. That kind of silly thing. How about the other way around? Hunter asked. Was there a teacher who sort of picked on you guys, or on a specific member of your group? He shrugged. Teachers can do that too. This time, Janet paused, biting her lip and clearly searching her memory. Not that I can remember, she finally said. None of us was a straight-A student, but we were all right. Our relationship with our teachers, as far as I can remember, was normal. Any of you ever flunked any of your junior high classes? Hunter insisted, trying a different approach. I know I didn't, Janet answered. I can't be certain about the others, but I don't think so. Hold on just a minute here, Tom interrupted, waving his hands at both detectives. Are you trying to tell us that the LAPD's goddamn theory on this is that there's someone torturing and killing people out there, 3 so far, because he was bullied in school some 13 years ago? It could also have been a teacher. Garcia threw that in the mix again, just for good measure. What we're trying to do, Tom, Hunter replied, is cover every possible angle. Like we've explained, the fact that all the victims were closely related to members of this 8th grade group that Janet has mentioned isn't a coincidence. There's a link there, and we need to find it. Maybe, Tom agreed, but it sounds nuts. Hunter remembered the video that the killer had sent Janet the day after Melissa Hawthorne's murder. He remembered the words that the killer had used to end the footage. He didn't really want to remind Janet of it, but he had no choice. In that awful video clip that you were sent, he asked, the sender wrote, just like a fish, at the end of it. Does that mean anything to you at all? Did you ever play a prank on anyone that involved a fish? Janet looked back at Hunter as if he were from outer space. A prank with a fish? What? I don't know. Hunter tried to clarify. Maybe you or someone from that group could have left a fish hanging inside another student's locker as a silly joke. Tom's eyebrows arched at Hunter. Or stuffed a fish inside someone's bag, Hunter continued. Or lunchbox or something. You know, just a kid's prank. Anything involving a fish. Janet shook her head decisively. No, never. Never played any kind of jokes or pranks involving a fish or any sea creatures for that matter. Not even a seashell. Are you guys for real? Yeah, all right. Tom threw his hands up to stop everyone. This is now starting to sound a little more than just nuts. It's starting to sound plain stupid. Are you guys high? Have you been smoking? An awkward moment fell upon the room before Garcia tried a different avenue. How about someone who wanted to be part of your group? He asked. Someone who wanted to join your crowd, but you guys sort of rejected him. Did that happen at all? Like Detective Hunter said, other kids must have been falling over themselves to hang out with you guys. This time, Janet thought about that question for a little while. I don't think so. Her chin dropped to her chest. You're making it sound like we were some sort of fraternity taking submissions for membership, or some sort of special group like that vampire crowd in Twilight. We were just a bunch of 8th graders, 13 and 14 years old, that sometimes hung out together. That was all. We did what kids do. Nothing more, nothing less. There was nothing special about us. Hunter's stare pinged around the room before pausing on the bookshelf that was pushed against one of the walls. You wouldn't happen to have kept your junior high yearbook, would you? Hunter asked. Another long shot. The look on Janet's face was half surprised, half sarcastic. My junior high yearbook? Definitely not. I don't think I even bought one. Her eyes narrowed a touch as she tried to remember. Yeah, I don't think I did because... Who does? Nobody really cares much about junior high. All you're doing is going from middle school to high school, in the same school. Nothing really changes. You start the next school year pretty much with the same crowd you finished the one before. It's not like you're going off to college and you might never see your friends from school again. It was true. Both Hunter and Garcia knew that. Most students in America didn't much care for the jump from middle school to high school. If the junior high yearbooks weren't handed out for free, and very few schools could afford to do so, a lot of students would choose not to purchase their junior high yearbook. The high school yearbook was a different ballgame altogether. Hunter knew that at that moment there was nothing else that they could ask. Pushing for more right then would only enrage Janet. "Thank you for your time, Janet," he said as they got to their feet, but he paused just before turning away. "You know, the human memory works in funny ways. Sometimes when you push it, it gives you nothing but blanks. Then, when you're thinking about something else entirely, it brings back something that was hidden somewhere in your subconscious. If anything or anyone does come to mind, for any reason at all, please contact us straight away." There was no reply, but as they got to the front door, Hunter could hear Janet starting to sob again. Chapter 62. "Do you think she was hiding something?" Garcia asked as they got back to his car. "About the bullying, I mean." "I didn't get that impression," Hunter replied. Janet did accept that they played pranks and made a few jokes at the expense of other students. Maybe one of those pranks or jokes affected someone a lot more than she knew. The old case of, to one person it's just a joke, to another it develops into psychological trauma. Garcia nodded and checked the time. "It's almost 7:30, he told Hunter. "What do you want to do? Call it a day for today and start again tomorrow morning, or what?" Hunter ran a hand through his hair and looked up at the sky. The rain had stopped, but the clouds were still there. "I guess that at this time," Garcia added, "the only thing we could still do would be to try to pay Josie Griffith a visit and hit her with the same questions we just asked Miss Lang upstairs." He paused and rolled his tongue inside his mouth. "Problem is, like you said earlier, it hasn't even been 24 hours since she lost her husband. Getting reliable answers out of her right about now would be kind of a miracle." "Yeah, I know. I don't think that there's much more that we can do tonight. Tomorrow, first thing, I'll ask research to track down Sofia Rizzoli and Pedro, whatever his last name is. Once we find them, I'm sure they'll probably be able to remember more about their 8th grade group than Miss Lang and Mrs. Griffith." Garcia nodded. "Their brains won't be struggling with grief." "Exactly," Hunter agreed. "We should also talk to Troy's brother," Garcia suggested. "Chances are that he went to the same school in Gardena. He might be able to tell us something." "I'll have a poke around online tonight." Hunter unzipped his jacket. "But let's add him to tomorrow's list after we've taken a trip down to Gardena High. I'd like to have a look at their junior high yearbook from 2009 first. Maybe talk to a few teachers, janitors, staff, admin, whoever is still there from that time. And if there's no one, then we'll track them down." Garcia nodded and unlocked the car, but before they could get inside, Hunter received a new phone call.
"Detective,"
a female voice said as Hunter answered his phone. She sounded distressed and tearful.
"This is Stacy Green, Josie's friend. She's staying at my house at the moment."
"Hello, Miss Green," Hunter said back. "Is Mrs. Griffith okay?"
"Josie is asleep. She spent most of the day sedated, but last night, back in her house, you asked Scott and I to keep an eye on her phone. You asked us to get in touch with you if she received any odd messages coming from any unknown numbers."
Hunter signaled Garcia to get into his car. Inside, Hunter quickly switched the call to speakerphone. "That's right. Did she get a message?" Both detectives heard Stacy sniffle as she tried to steady her voice, but it didn't quite work. Instead of uttering words, all she could do was sob. "Miss Green." Hunter kept his voice steady. "Just take a deep breath. Are you at home?" More sniffles.
"Yes."
"Can you get yourself a glass of water? Or maybe ask your fiancé to get it for you."
"Scott isn't home right now."
There was a pause, followed by more sniffles.
"I'll be okay."
"Are you sure?"
"I'll be okay."
"All right, just take your time." It took Stacy a few more seconds to compose herself.
"Yeah, well, I guess bad news travels fast, you know?"
she said, her voice still feeble.
"Josie's been getting quite a few messages from unfamiliar numbers today. All of them saying how sorry they were to hear about what had happened."
"Has she shown you all the messages?" Hunter asked.
Like I've said, Josie's been sedated and asleep for most of the day, but I know her passcode, so while she's resting, I've kept her phone by my side.
Smart. Garcia mouthed the word at Hunter.
But about half an hour ago,
Stacy continued.
she got another message from an unknown number.
She paused as her voice became strangled by tears. What did the message say?
Well, just like you mentioned yesterday, the sender used 2 words, from Oliver, all in capital letters, so it would appear on the screen pop-up.
Did you have a look at the message? Hunter asked, but from the way that Stacy was crying, he already knew what the answer would be.
Yes, I did.
Stacy exploded into sobs.
There was an attached video.
Her voice faltered, and she was unable to finish the sentence. Hunter closed his eyes, as if in pain.
Why?
Stacy asked.
Why would someone send that?
Miss Green, Hunter said, please go into your kitchen and pour yourself a glass of sugary water. Just 1 spoon of sugar in the glass will do. It will help calm you down. Hunter and Garcia heard Stacy take in the deepest of breaths through a clogged-up nose. They then heard what sounded like a Zippo lighter flicking open, then closed, followed by the sound of someone taking a long drag.
I'm okay,
she finally said.
What do you want me to do now?
From her tone of voice, it was clear that Stacy wasn't really okay, but there was very little that Hunter or Garcia could do. Do you still have Mrs. Griffith's phone with you? Hunter asked.
Yeah, I've got it right here.
Good. What I need you to do right now is forward that whole message to me, including the attached video. Do you know how to do that?
Yes, of course.
Please do it now, Hunter told her. Don't play the video again. Just select the message from the list, click on the forward button, enter the same phone number you just dialed, and send it to me.
Okay. Hold on.
Hunter and Garcia heard faint keypad tones come through the speakerphone.
It's done. Did you get it?
3 seconds later, Hunter's phone vibrated once. Yes, I got it. Thank you. Now, there are a couple more things that I need you to do for me, and this is very, very important. Hunter wouldn't make the same mistake as he had with Troy. Stacy followed Hunter's instructions as he guided her on how to completely delete the message and the video from Josie Griffith's phone.
Okay. It's gone,
she told him, in between sobs. To be 100% sure, Hunter asked Stacy to check everything once again.
It's gone,
she reassured him.
It's not here anymore.
Miss Green, can I ask you one more question before you go? Hunter asked. How do you know Mrs. Griffith? Did you by any chance attend Gardena Junior High with her? Another deep breath from Stacy.
No, I met Josie at UCLA. We were both psychology majors. We graduated together.
How about the other women from your group of friends? Hunter asked. The group that was in Vegas for your bachelorette party. Do you know if any of them knew Mrs. Griffith from her time at Gardena Junior High? Stacy didn't really have to think about it for too long.
No, none of them. I think that Lucy and Amy knew Josie from high school, but they didn't go to Gardena. They went to South High in Torrance.
Okay, thank you, Hunter said, rubbing his tired eyes. I'll call you tomorrow to check on how Mrs. Griffith is doing, all right?
Yeah,
Stacy whispered back. You did great today, Miss Green. Thank you. Immediately after they disconnected, Hunter opened the text message that Stacy had sent him. The message itself contained only 4 words, grouped in pairs and separated by 6 line breaks. The first 2 words, just like Stacy had told them, read, "From Oliver." That's what it showed on the message pop-up. The last 2 words read, "To Josie." Clever, Garcia said. With a message like that, how would you not want to watch the attached video a day after losing your husband? Hunter nodded. Okay, Garcia said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Let's see what we've got this time. Hunter pressed play. Chapter 63. The next day started like most days, with a progress meeting at the UVC unit's office. But before Captain Blake arrived, Hunter and Garcia made a few changes to the picture board. Now, a portion at the far right corner of the board showed 3 new photographs: Janet Lang, Troy Foster, and Josie Griffith, all connected by a single red line. Captain Blake listened in total silence for 20 minutes as both detectives updated her on everything that they'd come across in the last 24 hours. Once they were done, the captain took a step back from the board, her eyes moving from photo to photo as if she was trying to navigate a complex labyrinth, one where she couldn't yet see the exit. "And there's a new message from the killer," she said, her whole body already assuming a defensive posture. "A new video." "That's right," Hunter replied, indicating his computer monitor. He had already transferred the video from his cell phone to his hard drive. "I'm going to go grab a soda," Garcia said as Captain Blake approached Hunter's desk. "I'm not watching that again." He paused by the door. "Anybody want anything?" Both Hunter and Captain Blake shook their heads. As Garcia closed the door behind him, Hunter took a deep breath. "This is deeply disturbing," he warned the captain. "Judging by what we've had so far," Captain Blake replied, looking at the board, "I wouldn't expect anything less." Hunter selected the clip and pressed play. This time, the video clip was a little under 25 seconds. It started with a fade-in, a close-up shot of Oliver Griffith's face. His eyes were so lost, so full of sadness, so lacking in hope, that it was easy to overlook how red and puffy they were. Tears ran down his cheeks until they dripped off his chin. Every breath he took seemed shallow, as if the air around him was too thin to breathe. The shot lasted about 8 seconds, and it ended with his trembling lips moving, but no sound was heard. None was needed. Even a child could have read his lips. "Please, don't." The next shot had clearly been filmed several minutes after the first one. It, too, started with a fade-in on a close-up of Oliver's face. His eyes were still red and puffy and wet and lost, but there was a new overwhelming quality in them. Total and utter terror. A leather-strap ball gag now kept Oliver from screaming, from begging, from saying a word. The shot then zoomed out to show Oliver's entire body firmly strapped to the St. Andrew's cross in his basement. He was naked, but still untouched. The 2 lobsters were nowhere to be seen. All of a sudden, Oliver went completely rigid, every muscle in his body tensing almost to the point of cramping. His head recoiled back in a jerk, at the same time that his eyes widened with so much fear it nearly paralyzed him. The ball gag did a great job at muffling the raw scream that had erupted from his throat. Oliver tried to fight. He tried to kick. He tried to wiggle his body free, but the straps were too tight, too strong for him. All he was able to do was shiver in place. "Jesus Christ," Captain Blake said, cringing with anticipation. Hunter's eyes moved away from his monitor. He already knew what was coming, and like Garcia, he didn't want to watch it again. On the screen, the clip faded out, then in again. The new shot, just like the previous 2, was another close-up, but not of Oliver's face. This was a close-up of his groin region. Suddenly, coming in from the right side of the screen, a pair of long-blade garden shears appeared. "Oh, fuck!" Captain Blake's hands palmed her entire face, but her fingers spread out just enough for her to be able to still see the screen. Hunter simply closed his eyes and waited for the sound that he knew was coming. It happened fast. The blades opened, then closed with a sickening schluck sound that made Captain Blake stop breathing for a second. The precision of the cut had been impeccable, severing Oliver's penis clean off at its base. "Fuck!" This time the captain did squeeze her eyes firmly shut, burying her face in her hands. On the screen, blood could be seen gushing out of the freshly open wound, like water flowing out of an open faucet. Oliver's body was shaking as if he had been electrocuted, and despite the tight ball gag in his mouth, the most feral of screams managed to find its way through it. If the sound of the blades had made Captain Blake stop breathing, Oliver's scream made her sick to her stomach. The mentor barely waited a second before the blades were back on the job. Schluck. Cut number 2 was as precise as the first one, severing Oliver's scrotum with tremendous ease. His body convulsed once, twice, 3 times, before a final awkward jerk. His muscles finally relaxed. Then nothing. No more movement. Oliver had passed out from pure pain. Captain Blake's hands came up to cup her mouth. Her gaze moved to Hunter for a split second before going back to the screen. The sequence faded out again, only to fade back in for the last segment. A full shot of Oliver on the X cross. Blood had cascaded down his legs, forming a viscous and sticky crimson pool on the floor. His groin region was a mess of raw flesh and blood. His body was limp, held in place only by the leather straps around his wrists and waist. His head was down, as if its weight had become too much for his neck muscles. The shot zoomed in onto his face one last time. His eyelids were semi-open, and the camera was angled in such a way that allowed the viewer to see his eyes. They were moving erratically. Left, right, not exactly as fast as REM, but almost. Oliver was clearly in a state of delirium, induced by pain, shock, and the loss of blood. Suddenly he coughed, his whole head lurching up then down with the effort. As a consequence of the ball gag blocking his mouth, his cheeks puffed out like a blowfish, but at the same time something spurted through the edges of his mouth, something more than just saliva. Oliver had vomited, and the vomit had nowhere to go. "Oh, screw this," Captain Blake said, vigorously shaking her head and turning away from the screen. "I'm done here," she told Hunter. "Turn it off." Hunter paused the clip. "There isn't any more," he said. "That's where it ends, except that the killer has added the words, 'clack, clack, clack,' across the bottom of the screen." The captain's attention returned to the monitor on Hunter's desk. "Clack, clack, clack. What's that supposed to mean?" "Probably a sound reference to a lobster's pincer opening and closing," Hunter replied. The effort of watching that 25-second video seemed to have completely exhausted Captain Blake. She straightened and breathed deeply, her ribcage rising then falling as she tried to collect herself. She crossed her arms across her chest in a new protective posture, one she didn't even notice that she was doing. "Is it over?" Garcia asked as he pulled the door open and paused by it, a can of Dr. Pepper in his right hand. Hunter nodded, but Captain Blake just shook her head. "I need a minute," she said, her voice trembling, something that Hunter and Garcia had only heard once or twice before. "Just give me a minute," she said again as she walked past Garcia, heading toward the bathroom. Chapter 64. It took Captain Blake a lot longer than a minute to recompose herself. When she finally got back to Hunter and Garcia's office, Hunter noticed that her eye makeup looked a little different, a little smudged under her lower eyelids. But that wasn't all. Now, together with the sadness and the disgust, there was a new emotion in her eyes. Anger. "Are you okay?" Garcia asked. He and Hunter were back standing in front of the picture board. "As much as I can be after watching probably the most sickening clip I've ever seen in my life." "Tell me about it," Garcia replied as the captain joined them. She regarded the board once again, this time doing her best to follow the red lines that had been drawn onto it, connecting the series of photographs. "So," she said in a voice that lacked conviction, "if I got this right from your briefing earlier, what you were telling me was that the new UVC theory is that this killer, whoever this psycho is, has some sort of beef." She nodded sideways in a dubious look. "And not with any of the actual victims that he's tortured and murdered, but with someone who was closely related to them." Garcia was about to say something, but Captain Blake halted him with a single hand gesture. "A beef," she continued,
that, according to you, has its roots some 13 years ago, while these people," she pointed to the corner of the board with the 3 new photographs, "were in junior high in Gardena." She indicated the rest of the board. "So all this, including that absolutely vile video clip that I just watched, is nothing more than payback, punishment for something they did when they were how old?" "Janet Lang was 13 at the time," Garcia clarified, indicating as he spoke. "Troy Foster and Josie Griffith were both 14, and like we've said, there are apparently 2 other members to that group, Sophia Rizzoli and Pedro something. We haven't had time to find them yet, but research is working on it as we speak." 13. The captain's wide eyes settled on Garcia. "And 14. Her attention shifted to Hunter. "Maybe the person we're looking for wasn't another student," Hunter said, which made Captain Blake pause, her attention returning to the board, specifically to the snapshots of the text messages between the killer and the victims. "He calls himself the mentor," she said. Garcia nodded. "Probably for a reason. So you think that this might be one of their teachers from 13 years ago?" "We know how this all sounds, Captain," Hunter said. Captain Blake chuckled as she played with her left earring. "I think that the word you're looking for is desperate, Robert." "Every investigation into serial murders is desperate, Captain," Hunter hit back. "A desperate race against time. In essence, we're after someone who is freely walking the streets, murdering people to an agenda and a time frame that only he knows. The longer it takes us to get to him, the closer he gets to another victim. Time is never on our side." "You think I don't know that, Robert?" Captain Blake replied, allowing a sliver of annoyance to grace her tone. "I know you know that, Captain," Hunter countered, his tone, on the other hand, serene. "And I also know that a triple coincidence like this—" He indicated the 3 new photos on the board. "It doesn't actually happen. Not in the world of violent crimes." Looking at the board, Captain Blake felt something tighten inside her chest. "It's just—" She shook her head as she bit her bottom lip. "Crazy, really, having to wrap my head around the thought that there's someone out there torturing and killing innocent people in the vilest ways as retribution for something that apparently happened 13 years ago while they were all in junior high. They were all kids, for Christ's sakes. What could a bunch of 13 and 14-year-olds have done to warrant this kind of payback?" Garcia chuckled. "You're underestimating what kids are capable of nowadays, Captain." "It's not nowadays, Carlos," she volleyed back. "It's 13 years ago." "Still, it's pointless speculating," Hunter said. "Knowing or not knowing whatever happened 13 years ago won't change the fact that we need to catch this killer. And this group of students from Gardena Junior High is the link that we were looking for. We figure out the connection and we'll catch this guy." At that exact moment, the phone on Garcia's desk rang. He rushed to it. "Detective Garcia, UVC unit." He listened for a few seconds before reaching for his notepad. After taking down a few notes, he suddenly stopped. "What?" His troubled gaze moved to Hunter. "When?" There was a pause, and then Garcia exhaled, dropping his pen on his desk. "Okay, just email me everything you got. I'll also need that police report." "What was that?" Captain Blake asked once Garcia ended the call. "Research," Garcia informed them. Hunter's ears perked up. "We've got an address for Sophia Rizzoli," Garcia continued. "It took them a while longer to find her because her last name isn't Rizzoli anymore." "She's married," Hunter said. "She is," Garcia confirmed. "Her name is now Sophia Elliott." He read from his notepad. 27 years old. Her husband, Lucas Elliott, is a project manager for T-Mobile. "Any kids?" "No." "Brothers?" Captain Blake insisted. "Sisters?" "One sister," Garcia informed her. "Older. She lives in Frisco. Her parents, though, live in L.A. "Where?" "They still live in Gardena, where she went to school." "How about Sophia Elliott?" Hunter this time.
Where do she and her husband live? El Monte, in San Gabriel Valley. Hunter checked his watch at the same time that Garcia checked his computer. The email from research had just arrived. And what does Mrs. Elliott do? Hunter prodded. Garcia scrolled down on his screen. She's an accountant, runs her own practice from home. How about the other kid that used to be in their group? The captain asked. A boy, right? Garcia nodded, and Hunter recognized the defeat in the movement. His name was Pedro Bustamante. He spelled it out loud before pausing and locking eyes with his partner. Unfortunately, he committed suicide about a year ago. He was 25 years old. Suicide? Captain Blake asked. The surprise in her expression was mirrored in Hunter's face. Garcia opened the police report file that research had attached to the email. That's correct, he confirmed, his eyes scanning through the file, knowing exactly where to look. His body was found in his apartment in Pomona by his landlord. How did he end his life? Captain Blake asked, as she and Hunter rounded Garcia's desk to have a look at the file. The name of the Pomona PD detective who attended the scene was James Lee. He sliced his wrists in the bathroom, Garcia informed them. According to Detective Lee, Hunter said, reading from the file, there were no signs of foul play. No investigation was initiated. Did we get an autopsy report? Garcia went back to the email. Yep. He clicked on the attachment. Hunter scrolled down to toxicology and read their findings. Alcohol and tramadol in his blood. Most people numb their brains before taking their own lives, Robert. Captain Blake commented, unsurprised. You know that. True, Hunter agreed. But he had enough of both in his system to knock him down for at least half a day. He indicated the numbers. Are you thinking that he didn't really kill himself? The captain asked. I don't know, Hunter replied. I'll get in touch with Detective Lee, Garcia said. We need a little more information about this. Good, Hunter agreed. El Monte and Pomona are both in the San Gabriel Valley, so why don't you take both of those? Talk to Detective Lee in Pomona and to Sophia Elliott in El Monte. On it. Garcia reached for his jacket. What are you going to do? Captain Blake asked Hunter. I'm going to take a drive to Gardena Junior High, have a look at their 2009 yearbook, and talk to whoever I can, including Sophia Elliott's parents. The yearbook should also give us a few more names for research to track down. Somebody's got to remember something. After that, I'll try to pay Josie Griffith a visit. Hopefully she'll be able to answer a few questions about their old school group. All right, the captain said, checking the time as she moved toward the door. I need to brief the chief of police this afternoon, so keep me in the loop, whatever happens. Will do. Hunter grabbed his jacket, and he and Garcia were out the door. Chapter 65. Gardena High was located just across the road from the famous Roosevelt Memorial Park on West 182nd Street. With almost 1,500 students, a full-size football field, and over 20 buildings in its complex, the school grounds were enormous, covering almost 2 entire city blocks. At the gates, Hunter got directions to the middle school principal's office from one of the security guards. A quick 2-minute walk from the entrance, the office itself was spacious, with the walls decorated by a variety of framed achievements and awards, a few student pictures, and a large photo of the current U.S. president. 2 secretaries sat at different desks, both typing fiercely on their keyboards. On a bench, pushed up against the east wall, a male student sat with a gloomy look on his face. As Hunter entered the office, the secretary at the desk closest to the door, a middle-aged African-American woman with cornrows in her hair, looked up at him. Good afternoon, sir, she said, giving Hunter a warm smile. How can I help you today? Her voice was high-pitched. Hunter approached her desk, showed her his credentials, and in a hushed voice explained that he needed to see the principal. She's on a phone call at the moment, the secretary explained. The smile on her lips vanished, replaced by an overall look of concern. But she shouldn't be long. If you'd like to take a seat, I'll let her know that you're here. As Hunter sat at the bench next to the gloomy-faced student, the secretary wrote something down on a post-it note before entering the principal's main office. 2 seconds after that, Hunter's cell phone rang in his pocket. The call was from Garcia. "Carlos." Hunter took the call. "Where are you?"
El Monte,
Garcia replied.
just outside Sophia Elliott's place, and about to make my way to Pomona to go see Detective Lee.
"That was quick," Hunter said. "What happened with Sophia Elliott? Did you talk to her?"
Nope, that's why I'm calling. Big update.
Hunter readjusted himself on the bench.
Sophia Elliott and her husband, Lucas, flew to Italy 2 days ago. It's her grandfather's 85th birthday.
Hunter paused for a moment. "How did you find that out so quickly?"
Her neighbor. I got here, rang the bell, then knocked. No answer. As I was trying to look in through the window, the next-door neighbor came out. After I explained who I was, and that took some talking, she told me that they had left for Italy a couple of days ago. The neighbor is cat-sitting for them. As far as she's aware, Sophia's whole family flew out with her. That means her father and mother, too. So don't bother trying to drop by their place after you leave Gardena High.
Hunter thought about that for a moment. That could be a good thing.
That's exactly what I thought.
Garcia agreed.
No loved one left behind for the mentor to go after.
When are Mrs. Elliott and her husband back? If the neighbor is cat-sitting for them, she must have an idea.
She does. The husband is due back in 3 days' time, on Saturday morning. Sophia should be staying a few more days, but she's not 100% certain.
We'll need to put an undercover tail on him the second he lands at LAX, Hunter said.
Yep, I was thinking the same. If the mentor is going for a loved one, the husband is the best bet. It perfectly fits his M.O., down to the victim being alone at home while the other party is away.
Did you ask the neighbor if anybody else came looking for either Sophia or her husband in the past couple of days?
Oh, damn!
Garcia said, trying to keep his tone serious.
No, I forgot. Shall I go back?
He paused for effect.
This isn't my first rodeo, Robert. Of course I asked her, and no, she hasn't seen anyone else at their door or around their house. I've also checked door locks and windows. Nothing seems to have been tampered with.
Not yet, Hunter said back.
You're thinking the same as I am, aren't you? We should put the whole house under surveillance.
Absolutely, Hunter agreed as he saw the external line light on the intercom on the secretary's desk go off. I'm about to go into the Gardena Junior High principal's office. You said you're on your way to Pomona, right?
Just getting into my car now.
Okay, so could you give Captain Blake a call? Hunter asked. Give her Sophia Elliott's address and ask her to organize a surveillance team ASAP. This needs to be in place before the end of the day today.
On it. I'll talk to you later.
Less than 10 seconds after they disconnected, the door to the principal's office was pulled open by an average-height woman with a plain, round face. Her hair color fell into that indistinct category between blonde and brunette, the strands of which were pulled back into a neat chignon. Mr. Hunter, she said, clearly deciding not to address Hunter as detective in front of any students. Hunter stood up to shake her hand. I'm Principal Martinez, she said as she gestured. Please, come into my office. Before following Hunter inside, Principal Martinez looked down at the boy sitting at the bench. Mr. Goodwood, why am I not surprised? I ain't done nothing, Mrs. Martinez, the boy replied, shaking his head at the principal. So you keep telling me. Your teachers, though, seem to always disagree with you. The boy didn't meet her stare. Just sit tight, Mr. Goodwood. I'll be with you in a moment. The boy sulked as Principal Martinez returned to her office and closed the door behind her. Inside, the conversation between Hunter and the principal didn't last long. Mrs. Martinez had taken over the middle school principal's position 8 years ago after the retirement of Joseph Greer, who had been Gardena's middle school principal for nearly 20 years. That meant that Mrs. Martinez had never met Melissa, Troy, Josie, or anyone else from the class of 2009. Hunter did inquire about Principal Greer, but Mrs. Martinez informed him that unfortunately he had passed away from cancer 3 years ago. Any of your teachers or staff members who are still here from 2009? Hunter pushed. Or even earlier. I think I might have a couple. Principal Martinez replied as she scrolled down on her computer screen. "I'm just checking that now." In anticipation, Hunter reached into his jacket pocket for his notepad. "Being a school teacher has become harder and harder over the years, Detective," Principal Martinez explained as she continued searching. "I'm sure you can imagine. The yearly curriculum demands a lot from everyone. The students demand a lot from everyone. The parents demand a lot from everyone. And the educational board demands a lot from everyone. Tough hours with a lot of work to take home and not enough pay." She gave Hunter a shrug. "In my experience, most middle school teachers either burn out within 8 to 10 years, or they find something else that's less demanding and better paid. Career teachers aren't as easy to find anymore." She paused and nodded at her screen. "But yes, I was right. Mr. Hartley, the 8th grade homeroom and history teacher, and Mrs. Anderson, 8th grade English, were both here in 2009. Though at the moment Mrs. Anderson is on leave for medical reasons. She had surgery less than a week ago." Hunter noted both names down. "But Mr. Hartley is on campus today, right?" "Yes, he is." It took Principal Martinez another 5 minutes to find out about staff members, but it turned out that only a handful of them had been with the school for over 13 years. The head janitor, 2 of the security guards, 3 people who worked at the school canteen, and 1 of the school gardeners. "I'd like to speak with all of them today, if that's all right," Hunter said. "Particularly with Mr. Hartley." "Yes, of course," Principal Martinez replied as she consulted her watch. "The problem is, I have no one to take over Mr. Hartley's class at the moment. If you don't mind waiting, I'm sure he'll be glad to speak with you as soon as he gets a break, but that might not be until the final bell." "I can wait," Hunter replied. "It's not a problem." Principal Martinez reached for a pen. "Okay, let me get you the names of all the staff members I just mentioned." She quickly wrote the 7 names down. "I don't have their work schedule for the day, but I can ask Brenda to radio them up and ask each one to come meet you here in the office." She gestured toward the door, indicating the anteroom with the 2 secretaries. "Thank you," Hunter said, getting to his feet. "But I'd like to have a look at the 2009 junior high yearbook first, if I could. Photographs work much better than names when it comes to remembering people." "Sure, that won't be a problem," the principal said, handing Hunter the piece of paper with all the names. "You'll find a copy of the yearbook in our library." She paused as she thought better of her suggestion. "Actually, maybe it would be best if I send them to meet you in the library. You should have more privacy there than here in the office." "That works for me," Hunter agreed. "Before I go, could I ask you for one more favor?" "Of course." "Is there a way that you can find out if any of these 5 students—" He handed Principal Martinez a piece of paper with the 5 names. "From the junior high class of 2009 flunked any of their classes during that school year." The principal took the paper from Hunter's hand and silently read through the 5 names. "Sure." She sat back down behind her desk. "Give me a minute and I'll pull their records." It didn't take long for Principal Martinez to find out about their grades. No, it doesn't look like any of them flunked any of their classes. Some below par grades, for sure. A couple of Ds here and there, but they all passed." "Those records wouldn't happen to show any teacher annotations against any of their names, would they?" Hunter tried. "Any sort of complaints, fights, incidents, anything?" Principal Martinez shook her head. "No, nothing like that. We're talking kids here, Detective. 13 and 14-year-olds. For something to be noted onto their junior high record, it would have to have been something substantial, like being expelled or something. We don't keep a record of reprimands. If we did, in a school with 1,500 students, we could fill a library every year." Back in the anteroom, Principal Martinez instructed the same secretary who had greeted Hunter to give him directions to the library building, and, when he was ready, to radio the 7 staff members whose names were on the list she'd given him. As the secretary retrieved a school grounds map from one of her drawers, Principal Martinez kept the door to her office open, placed her hands on her hips, and looked back at the student who was still sitting at the bench. "Mr. Goodwood." Her head angled in the direction of her office.
Shall we?
Chapter 66. Garcia chuckled to himself as he switched off his engine. Every dull, stripped-down detail about the squat police station that he had parked in front of in Pomona screamed government-owned suburban property. Garcia had called ahead to make sure that the trip wouldn't be wasted. Detective Lee, who looked to be about 10 years older and a whole foot shorter than Garcia, was sitting at his desk going over a mountain of paperwork when he arrived.
"Please, have a seat,"
Lee said, indicating one of the two metal and polyester cushioned chairs in front of his desk. Lee was dressed in a tight pinstripe suit. His black hair was gelled back, and his stubble created a dark, charcoal shadow on his squared jaw. His eyes seemed kind, housing a look that could easily be associated with substance and intelligence.
"On the phone, you mentioned that this was about a suicide case," he said as Garcia took a seat. His voice was low and soothing, what Garcia imagined a smooth jazz radio DJ would sound like. "Something that happened about a year ago."
"That's right," Garcia confirmed. "The victim's name was Pedro Bustamante." Faint recognition flashed across Detective Lee's face. The name had clearly sounded familiar, but he couldn't exactly place it yet. "I have the case file number if it helps," Garcia said.
"If you don't mind,"
Lee replied, pulling himself closer to his desk. From his notepad, Garcia read a combination of letters and numbers, while Lee typed them into his keyboard. Once he hit enter, it took less than 2 seconds for the file to load onto his screen. As it did, he nodded, sitting back on his chair.
"Oh, yes," he shrugged. "I remember it now. The kid cut his wrist open in the bathroom using a kitchen knife. Horrible job. He only sliced through one wrist."
"Really?" Garcia found that strange.
Detective Lee nodded. "Very deep cut. He almost amputated his hand, and that's probably the reason for the single wrist job. After that cut, there was no way he could have gripped onto anything with his left hand. His tendons had all been severed."
He used his mouse to drag something across his screen.
"The scene was a mess. There was no bathtub in his apartment, so he just sat on the floor and hacked at his hand. There was blood absolutely everywhere. His landlord found him when he went over to collect the weekly rent."
His eyes scanned a little more of the file.
"That was about it, really. There wasn't anything unusual with the scene to make it stand out. Just another terribly sad suicide case. The kid was just 25 years old."
Garcia nodded solemnly.
"Unfortunately," Lee continued, "suicide amongst young people is on the rise, Detective. I'm sure you're aware of that, especially young men."
"You just said that there was nothing unusual about the scene," Garcia prodded. "But didn't the single wrist, super deep cut look unusual to you?"
"Not when you've attended as many suicide scenes as I have," Lee replied. "There's no real how-to rulebook when it comes to suicide, Detective. Sure, people can research it on the internet, but that's up to them. In this case, kid wants to cut his wrists open, but he's got no real idea of how much pressure to put on the knife, or even where to cut exactly. So he puts knife to wrist."
Lee used his right hand over his left wrist to demonstrate.
"And whack. Instead of a simple cut, he puts too much force onto the slicing movement. Maybe because he's way too nervous. Maybe because he really has no idea at all. I don't know, but too much force with a razor-sharp, long-blade instrument against soft tissue, and that's the result."
He indicated his computer monitor.
"Single-wrist, deep-cut suicides happen a lot more often than you'd imagine."
"There was no medical history attached to the file we got," Garcia explained. "Is there one attached to your records? I mean, was the victim known for having depressive episodes? Did he suffer from borderline personality disorder? Did you check with his family, his doctor?" Garcia was careful to keep his tone inquisitive, but not demanding or accusatory.
Lee returned to his computer to recheck what he had.
There was no medical file attached, or a mention of any history of depression reported by Pedro Bustamante's family or his doctor.
"I can't exactly remember, but no, we probably didn't check. No investigation was initiated because there was nothing to investigate.
No signs of foul play. It was an open and shut suicide case. And, to speak candidly, he met Garcia's stare. Unearthing the reasons that could have led anyone to terminate their own lives isn't really our job, Detective. He indicated the pile of paperwork on his desk. We have enough on our hands as it is. Garcia agreed with a nod. But speaking from experience, Lee continued, nowadays, a growing number of suicides amongst young kids, and I include Mr. Bustamante in my definition of kids, occur from a lack of social approval generated by the craziness of social media and the madness that cancel culture has become, not a history of depression or a chemical, hormonal imbalance in the brain. Most of the sadness that goes around the world today, especially amongst teenagers and young adults, is electronically generated, delivered straight into their psyche via social media. Lee rattled his fingers on his desk. Nowadays, more and more people are searching for validation from complete strangers, comparing themselves and their lives to individuals who they've never met and probably never will. When they don't match up, and they never do because they are essentially comparing themselves to a lie, they get low. Sometimes this low. Lee indicated Pedro Bustamante's suicide file on his screen once again. Garcia studied the detective sitting before him. I guess that what I'm trying to explain to you here, Lee said, placing his elbows on the arms of his chair and interlacing his fingers together, is that their own families, their own friends, even their own doctors usually have no clue that these kids are falling apart. They have no clue that they're feeling low or depressed. They have no clue of what these kids are about to do to themselves. The truth is that most people out there, especially younger people, don't know how to ask for help. What they do know how to do, and they do it really well, is put filters on everything, masking their sadness and selling the illusion that all is perfect, and the first person that they sell that illusion to is themselves. They pretend that all is fine just for a false feeling of belonging. Garcia couldn't disagree with him. How about the autopsy report? He asked. Didn't it make you wonder? Detective Lee frowned at him. I never saw the autopsy report. There was no need. Like I said, Detective, it was an open and shut suicide case. No signs of foul play. No investigation was initiated. In the case of suicide, the law demands that a post-mortem examination is carried out. You know that. The autopsy report is then added to the death certificate for the benefit of the family. But Garcia's question did tickle Detective Lee's curiosity. Why? He asked. Did the autopsy report make you wonder? Garcia nodded. It did. Very high levels of alcohol and tramadol. The surprise on Detective Lee's face had an added sarcastic edge to it. You can't be this naive, Detective Garcia, Lee said, and paused for a moment. 99% of all people who commit suicide show great quantities of either alcohol or drugs in their system, usually a combination of both. What they're about to do to themselves is final. And I mean final. There are no do-overs. Yes, I understand that, but let me pause you there for a moment, Detective. Lee didn't give Garcia a chance to counter. Why is the LAPD UVC interested in a Pomona suicide victim of a year ago? His name popped up in one of our investigations, Garcia explained. We are trying to gather as much info as we can. Well, I don't think there's anything I can tell you that isn't in the report you got, Lee said, sitting back in his chair again. You're sure that his landlord was the one who found the body? Garcia insisted. Not someone else. A loved one, like a partner, girlfriend, boyfriend, member of the family. Yes, I'm sure. Lee scrolled down on his screen. It says so in the occurrence sheet. The landlord, a Mr. Juan de Bastilla, went over to collect the weekly rent, as he did every Thursday. The time was 8:10 p.m. There was no reply at the door. Mr. de Bastilla then used his key to gain access to the property with the intention of leaving a note reminding Mr. Bustamante that his rent was due. Upon entering the apartment, he discovered Mr. Bustamante's body on the floor inside the bathroom, practically floating in a pool of blood. He then proceeded to call 911. Lee paused as he read something new on his screen. Though, Garcia noticed the uncertain look in Lee's eyes and moved his chair around just enough to be able to peek at his screen. "Though what?" "Though I made an annotation against the file," Lee explained, indicating on his monitor that the assumption was that this had probably been the consequence of a broken heart. Garcia read the annotation that Lee had indicated. "Because of a handwritten note." Garcia looked back at Lee in surprise. "He left a suicide note. That wasn't mentioned in the file we received." All Detective Lee could do was shrug. "Where's this note?" Garcia asked. "What did it say? You at least have a record of it, right?" On his screen, Detective Lee clicked back to get to the case root folder. "We probably have a photo of it somewhere." One of the subfolders was named Photos. Lee opened it to find that it contained only 12 images. He started at the top. The photo that they were looking for was number 8 on the list. It showed a white, ruled piece of paper that had been left on the sink inside the bathroom. On it, there was a single handwritten line of text. 12 words that made the hairs on the back of Garcia's neck stand on end. Detective Lee noticed the change in Garcia. "Something wrong, Detective?" Garcia's unflinching eyes stayed on the note. "You've gotta be kidding me." Chapter 67. The library at Gardena High was much bigger than what Hunter had expected. The yearbook section was located on the second floor, and the first yearbook on the shelf dated back to the class of 1948. Hunter fought the urge to leaf through it, just for curiosity's sake, and reached for the 2009 Junior High edition, which had a light blue cover with a Black Panther at its center. Yearbook in hand, Hunter found an empty table in the library's sitting area and quickly flipped through the pages until he got to the graduating class of 2009. It wasn't unusual for a school with such a high number of students like Gardena to have more than one class per grade. During the 2008-2009 school year, Gardena Junior High had 4 separate 8-grade classes: 8A, 8B, 8C, and 8D. 8A had 51 students, 8B 52, 8C 50, and 8D also 52. Since they were the graduating class, 8th graders had more yearbook pages allocated to them than any of the other grades. There was also an entire section, almost 40 pages, dedicated to either showing student life in general or highlighting specific students and their achievements in academics, sports, school clubs, student board, etc. But what Hunter was really interested in was the class pages. Those looked just like any other yearbook in America, plastered with small headshots of every student in the class, with their names showing under each photo. An authentic class of 2009 who's who. Hunter slowly scanned through all 4 pages of the 8A class, where he found none of the 5 students that he was looking for. Still, he grabbed his cell phone and snapped a photo of each page before moving on to the 8B class. This time, there were 5 pages of ID-sized photos. The first 4 pages showed 4 rows with 4 photos each. The last 6 student photos were spread unevenly over the 5th and last page. Hunter found Janet Lang and Troy Foster right on the first page of the 8B class. He didn't even need to check the names to correctly identify them. On the next page, Hunter found Pedro Bustamente's photo. He had been an average-looking kid with midnight black curly hair, dark eyes, chubby cheeks, and a smile that didn't look forced, as if he had actually enjoyed having that photo taken, something that most junior high students certainly did not. The very first photo on the 3rd page was of Josie Moss. Her hair was a little shorter and a shade darker than when Hunter first met her 2 days ago, but he still had no problems recognizing her. Her beauty hadn't exactly changed in 13 years, but it had clearly matured. From that one photo alone, it was easy to see that every boy in all 4 8th grade classes would probably have done anything just to grab her attention. The 5th photo on the page was of the last student in their group, Sophia Rizzoli. She too was an attractive girl. The fringe of her long, straight dark hair fell over enigmatic deep brown eyes, framing a delicate, heart-shaped face. The braces on her teeth took nothing away from a smile that seemed warm and friendly. Hunter wondered if her beauty had matured in the same way as Josie Moss's. Out of pure curiosity, Hunter browsed through all the student photos of the two remaining 8th grade classes, C and D. When he was done, he checked his watch and quickly returned to Principal Martinez's office to tell Brenda, the secretary, that he was ready to see the 7 members of staff on the list that she'd been given by the principal. 10 minutes later, back in the library, Hunter met Mr. Barros, the head janitor. Mr. Barros was a 64-year-old, tall and slender man who'd been working at Gardena High for 25 years, 15 of them as the head janitor. Hunter showed him the 5 yearbook photographs: Janet, Troy, Josie, Sophia, and Pedro. The first one that Mr. Barros recognized after just a couple of blinks was Troy Foster.
"Oh, yeah,"
he said in a voice that sounded as kind as the look in his eyes.
"I remember him. A football player, right? Wide receiver. Fast as hell and very strong. This kid was going places."
Out of the other 4, the only one that Mr. Barros was able to vaguely remember was Josie Moss, but only because she had been part of the cheerleading team. Hunter tried asking him about Troy and Josie together, if he remembered anything else about them other than football and cheerleading, but Mr. Barros could offer nothing else. Sounding apologetic, he explained that he was an old man now, and that his memory wasn't the same, but he was also just a simple school janitor. Students walked by him while he was cleaning the hallways, the classrooms, the bathrooms, etc., but very few ever spoke to him. He told Hunter that he did his job and tried as best as he could to keep himself to himself. Students' lives were none of his business. He said that he remembered Troy and Josie because he loved sports, and whenever possible, he would watch the school games, junior high and varsity. After Mr. Barros, Hunter met the 3 members of the school canteen, the school gardener, and one of the security guards. The second security guard was off that day. All 5 of them were able to remember Troy, the football player, but none of the others, not even Josie. Hunter tried asking them all about school bullying, fights, pranks, anything that might have stood out. Something that maybe Troy had been involved in, since he was the only one they all remembered. But none of them could recall anything, and they all gave Hunter a very similar answer. First, they were talking about 13 years ago, which was quite an ask for anyone's memory. Second, in a school with about 1,500 students, fights, pranks, and bullying happened every day, and that was not an exaggeration. It was a fact. Physically stronger students bullied the weaker ones. Sports students bullied the ones that didn't play any sports. Girls bullied other girls because of their hair, or their clothes, or their shoes, or any of a million silly excuses to be bitchy. That was also one of the biggest reasons why students hung out in groups. If anyone came across as a loner or an outsider, that person would be picked on. Just as Hunter finished his short interview with the security guard, the last of the available members of staff on the list he had, his cell phone vibrated inside his jacket pocket.
"Robert,"
Garcia said as Hunter took the call.
"You're not going to believe this."
"You found something?"
"Yeah, I'd say so."
"I'm listening."
"Pedro Bustamente's death wasn't suicide."
There was a split-second pause from Hunter. "Is that what Detective Lee told you?"
"No. Detective Lee is certain that it was suicide,"
Garcia replied. "Classic open-and-shut
case. But I found something that wasn't mentioned in the file we got this morning."
"Really? What?"
"There was a handwritten suicide note left on the sink inside the bathroom, written in Mr. Bustamente's handwriting. His mother confirmed it at the time."
Hunter felt his jaw muscles tighten. "Okay. And what did it say?"
"Are you sitting down?"
"Yes. What did it say?"
"Through this darkness, no light will ever burn as bright as yours."
Chapter 68. Hunter sat still, his cell phone firmly against his right ear, his unfocused eyes staring at nothing at all. His brain, though, was working overtime, trying to piece together a sequence of events that at last, at least for him, was starting to make some sort of sense.
"Robert?"
Garcia called after seconds of dead silence.
Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. There was another short, thoughtful pause. This means that Mr. Bustamante was the very first victim of the mentor.
I'm sure he was.
Garcia agreed.
It's the only way to explain why he was killed instead of a loved one. It's not because he was a loner and had no one. I thought of that too, but according to Detective Lee, Pedro was very close to his parents, especially his mother. His parents live in Covina, not that far from here. I'm going to try to pay them a visit as soon as I leave Pomona.
Great idea, Hunter agreed.
Pedro being the very first victim, Garcia continued, also explains why the mentor made it look like suicide instead of using the kind of brutality we witnessed in every single one of his crime scenes. When the mentor went after Pedro Bustamante, there was no MO. There was no plan. There wasn't even a mentor. Just a very angry person lashing out. This first murder, this wasn't calculated or thought through. This was emotional. This was pure rage.
I agree, Hunter said. That would also be why it took the mentor over a year to strike again. He didn't like how he handled his first attack, the make-believe suicide. There was no suffering, no pain, no torture, nothing. That wasn't good enough for him, but he only realized that after he took Pedro's life. After that, he needed to get organized, he needed a plan of action, and he needed to track down the other members of the group. Right then, Hunter heard the school bell ring. It was time to go talk to Mr. Hartley.
If we're right about this, Robert, and this first attack was really an emotional lashing out,
it means that the mentor probably wasn't as careful as he's been with his last 3 attacks, Hunter said, anticipating what his partner was about to say. It means that there were probably clues left at the crime scene. Forensic clues. Was the scene documented?
No.
Frustration dripped from Garcia's answer.
It wasn't viewed as a crime scene. Open and shut suicide case, remember? In total, Pomona PD has 12 images and an occurrence sheet. That's all.
Get them to email us whatever they have. Every file. Every photo. You never know.
Done already.
Good job.
How's it going at Gardena Junior High? Any luck?
Not yet, but I'm just about to go talk to a teacher who actually taught the class of 2009.
That's promising. I'll finish up here in Pomona and head to Pedro Bustamante's parents' place. I'll call you after I talk to them.
Hunter disconnected from the call, but still didn't move. His mind was too busy shuffling things around and creating theories out of thin air. He'd worked cases before where the serial perpetrator had shown similar behavior. The first murder had either been pure rage or a spur-of-the-moment attack, followed by a long, dormant period in which the aggressor took the time to organize himself and to devise a plan. In those similar cases, there had always been one constant. Rage would never again supersede rationale. Out of curiosity, Hunter flipped the yearbook to the back cover, looking for its library checkout card. It was completely empty. No one had ever taken that yearbook out. He glanced at his watch again. It really was time to go see Mr. Hartley, but as he reached out to close the yearbook, he noticed that its final 4 pages were part of a student's special section, one that he hadn't noticed until then. Hunter quickly read through the section and studied the 12 student photos on those pages. Nothing of any real significance, but something on the very last page of that final section sparked a brand new thought in Hunter's mind. Another very long shot. He quickly got up and returned to the yearbook section. This time he picked up the junior high class of 2010 edition. Standing by the bookshelf, Hunter flipped the yearbook open to its last few pages, seeking the same special section he'd just found in the class of 2009 yearbook. There it was. 7 pages this time instead of 4. He read through the pages and studied the photographs. Nothing. Another long shot that didn't pay off, but as he was returning the yearbook to the bookshelf, he paused. "Hold on a sec," he whispered to himself. "I might be looking at the wrong yearbook here." His eyes scanned the shelves until they found the other 2010 edition, the one for Gardena High School, not the junior high. This would make a lot more sense. Hunter reached for the book and once again flipped it to the last few pages until he found the section that he was looking for. The high school yearbook was considerably thicker than the junior high one. The final special section had 21 pages in total, but Hunter didn't get to look at them all. As he flipped the pages to the beginning of the section, he froze in place, barely believing what he was looking at. No goddamn way. Hunter's disbelieving words fell into the empty space between him and the bookshelf. A crazy theory started taking shape inside his head, but he quickly discarded it due to the absurdity of it all. It can't be this. His words once again reached no one else's ears but his own. He quickly returned to his table and studied the 3 photos on the page before reopening the junior high class of 2009 edition. With both yearbooks open on the table in front of him, his gaze bounced from one book to the other as he cross-referenced what he had found. It took him less than a minute to match it. Another few flips on the Gardena High class of 2009 edition, and he paused at a photo, the young boy on it looking back at him with terribly sad eyes. Hunter felt his heart beating at the bottom of his throat as he reached for his cell phone.
Robert,
Garcia said as he answered his partner's call. What's up? Silently, Hunter read the name underneath the photo. Carlos, he said. I think I know who we're looking for.
What?
The mentor. I think I'm looking at him right now. Chapter 69. After leaving Gardena Junior High, Hunter had to fight the urge to go confront Janet Lang and Josie Griffith with what he had found out back in the school library. He knew that he would have to do that eventually, but he first needed research to confirm some of his theory. He was experienced enough to know that when faced with a truth that they didn't want revealed, most people's natural instinct was to lie, regardless of the consequences. Hunter had been the first to get back to the police administration building. Garcia arrived about half an hour after him, just a couple of minutes ahead of Captain Blake, whose meeting with the chief of police and the mayor of Los Angeles had run a little beyond schedule. You found him? She asked, surprised, as she busted through Hunter and Garcia's office door. You found the killer? How? Who is he? Once the captain had stepped out of her meeting, she'd received 2 urgent messages. The first was from Garcia, quickly explaining about Sophia Elliott's trip to Italy and requesting a surveillance team to stake out her house, effective immediately. The second had been from Hunter. We've got a name, Hunter replied, turning from the picture board to face her. No location yet. Captain Blake approached the board. Okay, I'm listening. Who is he? His name is Michael Williams, Hunter said, taking a step to his left and indicating one of the new images now on the board. It was a reprint from a photo from one of the Gardena High yearbooks. It showed a physically strong kid with fair skin, light brown eyes, and a pointy nose. The long fringe of his straight black hair was swept left, partially covering his eye. On the photo, the edges of his lips were slightly curved up, as if he was trying hard to force a smile that was never really there to begin with. Mr. Williams was 17 years old when that photo was taken, Hunter continued. That was 13 years ago. He graduated class of 2009 from Gardena, the high school, not the junior high. We still haven't managed to find a more recent image anywhere, but research is working on it. No social media? Garcia asked. He, too, was standing before the board, right between Hunter and Captain Blake. There's got to be something. So far, research has come across tens of Michael Williams on 3 different social media platforms. Unfortunately, the name Michael is the 4th most common male name in the U.S. The captain chuckled. Typical. And let me guess, with our luck, so is the family name Williams, right? Top 3, Hunter confirmed, with over 2 million Americans sharing it. But truthfully, the problem with social media is that people can create a profile with whatever name they wish. So Michael can become Mike, Mick, Mac, or whatever. He can call himself Poppy if he wants to. Hunter's head tilted right. We're hoping he didn't, but that's why research is running a facial image recognition key points test against not only every Michael Williams social media account they find, but also against all California state driving licenses. Hunter's pause was leaden. No matches so far, but they've only just started. They're also running his name against a few address databases. Homeowners, car owners, utility bills, credit cards, the works.
How about tracking his parents down? Garcia asked. They'll probably know where to find him.
Research is on that, too.
Hold on a second,
the captain said, her eyebrows lifting slightly at Hunter at the mention of driving licenses.
You said that he graduated class of 2009, right? Driver's ed was still taught in high schools back then, wasn't it? If I remember correctly, they only started phasing it out of school curriculums around 2012, 2013?
That's right, Hunter confirmed. And I checked when I was there. Michael Williams never took driver's ed when he was in school. I also checked his home address from the time that he was at Gardena High. He didn't live that far from the school.
No luck, I presume,
Garcia said. Hunter shook his head. The Williams family moved out in 2010. They lived in a small block of flats on West 156th Street. I talked to everyone in the building who answered their doors. Nobody remembered them.
Nobody?
Captain Blake looked at Hunter a little sideways. 12 apartments in the building, Hunter explained. All of them owned by the same landlord who, according to the tenants I've spoken with, rents them out at not very friendly rates. In places like that, Captain, few people or families will rent for over 3 to 4 years, if that. No one in that building has been there for 12. None of them even met the Williamses.
Have you spoken to the landlord?
The captain asked. Only on the phone. He said that they were a nice family and that they paid their rent on time. His records showed that they moved out in February 2010. He had no forwarding address for them. It was only then that Garcia's brain picked up on something that Hunter had mentioned a few moments ago.
Hold on,
he said, lifting a hand and pinning Hunter with an inquisitive stare.
You said that he graduated class of 2009, from the high school, not the junior high.
He indicated the photo on the board.
And that he was 17 years old when this picture was taken, in 2009.
That's what I said, yes. Hunter confirmed, already knowing that Garcia had caught on. By the look on Captain Blake's face, she was just about to.
So when Janet, Troy, Josie, Sophia, and Pedro were 13 or 14 and finishing 8th grade,
Garcia continued, now indicating the photos of the Gardena Junior High group of students.
Michael Williams was 17 years old and a high school senior.
That's correct, Hunter confirmed again. The captain finally saw what was wrong with that whole scenario.
Hold up,
she said, taking a step forward.
There's no way that a group of 8th graders were bullying a 17-year-old high school senior, especially when he looks like this.
She indicated the photo on the board.
He's built like a boxer.
Right again, Hunter confirmed. They didn't bully him. The hint came in the way that Hunter had delivered his last sentence. Chapter 70. A few hours earlier, Gardena School Library. Hunter flipped the yearbook to the back cover, looking for its library checkout card. It was completely empty. No one had ever checked out the 2009 junior high yearbook. He checked his watch. It really was time to go see Mr. Hartley, but as he reached out to close the yearbook, he noticed that its final 4 pages were part of a special section dedicated to students who had unfortunately lost their lives during the school year. The section was titled, "In Loving Memory of." Those 4 words caused a roller coaster of thoughts inside Hunter's head. He knew from his own experience and from so many years as a homicide detective that nothing could make the human psyche more vindictive than loss. So what if he and Garcia were wrong? What if the mentor wasn't going after the group of Gardena junior high students because he had been bullied and humiliated when he was in school? What if he was going after them because of a terrible loss? A loss that he somehow blamed on that group of students. Hunter flipped through the 4 pages in the section. There were 12 photos in total, displaying 4 students, 3 boys and a girl. Each page focused on a single student, with 3 large color photographs per page, On every page there was also a dedication, loving words written either by a member of the family, a teacher, or both. 2 of the boys were brothers, 9 and 11 years old, who had passed away on the same day. The girl had been a 10-year-old 5th grade student, and according to the date at the top of the page, she had lost her life just a couple of weeks before the end of the school year. The last of the 4 students had died at the age of 9. He was a 4th grader. None of those 4 kids had been an 8th grade student. None of them belonged to the class of 2009. But something on the very last page of the "In Loving Memory of" section caused Hunter's thought roller coaster to take off on a new spin. The 4th grader, the boy who had died at the age of 9, had passed away in August 2008, but Hunter was looking at the junior high yearbook of 2009, almost a whole year after his death. So why was he featured in the 2009 edition? The answer was simple. The boy had died just after the end of the previous school year, 2007 to 2008. The junior high yearbook for 2008 had already been printed. They were usually ready by the end of June. That meant that if any students lost their lives during their school break while transitioning from one grade to the next, their "In Loving Memory of" page would feature in the next yearbook edition. Hunter got up and returned to the bookshelf. This time he picked up the junior high class of 2010 edition and flipped it open to the last few pages until he came across the "In Loving Memory of" section. In the 2010 edition, there were 7 pages instead of 4. Once again, every page featured a different student, showing 3 large color photographs per page, together with a dedication. Hunter read through the pages and studied the students' photos. None of them had been an 8th grader. None of them belonged to the graduating class of 2009. Just another long shot that hadn't paid off. But as he was returning the yearbook to the bookshelf, he paused. "Hold on a sec," he whispered to himself, realizing where he might have gone wrong. "I might be looking at the wrong yearbook here." If a student from the class of 2009 had lost his or her life after the end of that school year and before the beginning of the next one, around July, August, or September of 2009, their "In Loving Memory of" page would appear in the 2010 edition, but not the junior high one. In 2010, the graduating students from the 2009 class would be in their first year of high school. They'd all be 9th graders, sophomores. Logic dictated that their "In Loving Memory of" page would appear in the high school yearbook, not the junior high one. Hunter's eyes scanned the shelves until they found the Gardena High School 2010 yearbook edition. This would make a lot more sense. He reached for the book and once again flipped it to the last few pages. The high school yearbook was considerably thicker than the junior high one. The "In Loving Memory of" section had 21 pages in total, but Hunter didn't get to look at them all. As he flipped the pages to the beginning of the section, he froze in place. The page that he was looking at belonged to a 14-year-old girl with shiny black hair, almond-shaped brown eyes, and a disarmingly kind-looking smile. She had sadly passed away in July 2009, just a few weeks after she had graduated from the junior high's class of 2009. But what had made Hunter's stomach drop to the floor and his mouth go desert dry was the dedication text on the page. "Through this darkness, no light will ever burn as bright as yours. Through these eyes, no one will ever look as perfect as you did. Through this heart, no love will ever surpass my love for you. Through this soul, no pain will ever be greater than the pain of losing you. Through this life, nothing else matters without you here." The signature at the bottom of the dedication belonged to a boy who had graduated from Gardena High in 2009. He was the one who had written those verses. His name was Michael Williams. The girl who had died in July 2009 was his sister. Her name was Genesis Williams. Chapter 71. Captain Blake and Garcia listened in stunned silence as Hunter ran them through how he'd found out about Michael and Genesis Williams. With every new name and new description he mentioned, He indicated a new photo on the board. The one that mesmerized everyone was the yearbook page printout with Michael's dedication to his sister.
"So these lines that he leaves behind at each crime scene," Captain Blake said, "they weren't meant for the victims at all. They're all about his sister."
"In truth," Hunter replied, "they are about his loss, his pain, his anguish. It's a poem about his own suffering."
"How did she die?"
Captain Blake asked. Hunter looked at his partner, and Garcia felt his heart speed up inside his chest. He knew the answer even before Hunter said a word. She committed suicide. Seconds of silence ruled the room.
"How?"
The captain again.
"She sliced her wrist open."
The answer came from Garcia, who was beginning to connect the dots. Hunter nodded his agreement. "I talked to their old homeroom and history teacher. He still teaches at Gardena, and he remembers when he heard the news during the school break. July 2009. The look in Hunter's eyes turned sad. She slit her wrist inside a bathtub, in her family's bathroom. But here's the peculiar thing. Hunter's gaze returned to Garcia.
"She only cut one wrist open,"
Garcia said, his stare never leaving Hunter.
"Her left one. So deep it almost severed her whole hand off."
Hunter nodded again. Captain Blake pinched the bridge of her nose.
"So the logical conclusion would be that these 5 over here,"
she indicated the photos of Janet, Troy, Josie, Pedro, and Sophia,
"bullied this little girl back in 2009 to the point that she couldn't take anymore."
"Presumably," Hunter confirmed. "And that's probably the reason why he isn't targeting them directly. He's going after their sisters, girlfriends, husbands, whatever, but not them." The captain paused.
"Wait a second. Why is that?"
"Because in a way," Hunter replied, "dying is easy. He doesn't want easy. He doesn't want them dead."
"Easy?"
Captain Blake's forehead creased. "When you die, you cease to exist, Captain," Hunter clarified. "You cease to be, and so do all your emotions, all your feelings. You don't feel any pain anymore, or love, or anger, or remorse, or guilt, or shame." He shrugged. "There's no more suffering once you're dead. Suffering is done by those who are left behind."
"And he wants them to suffer,"
Garcia said, picking up from Hunter.
"He blames these 5 people not only for what happened to his sister, but also for what happened to him, for everything that he's had to go through for the past 13 years.
"Carlos is right," Hunter confirmed. "He does blame them. Maybe he blames others, too. We don't really know how far his blame game reaches, but what is clear is that he doesn't want them dead. What he wants is for them to experience loss, pain, emotional turmoil, anguish, suffering, everything that comes with having someone you love taken away from you." Hunter paused, his tongue scraping along the roof of his mouth, finding the ridge there and pressing against it to center himself. How do you kill someone without actually killing them? Garcia looked back at Hunter with trepidation. "You empty their soul." Hunter answered his own question, only to refill it with pain. "You take away what they love the most." Those words made Captain Blake's thought process stutter.
"Why does that sound familiar to me?"
she asked, her left hand reaching for her nape.
"And why did it make me so uncomfortable to hear it?" "Lucian Folter."
The reply came from Garcia. Captain Blake's heart skipped a beat.
"What?" "That's what he told Robert after killing Tracy's parents, remember?"
Garcia replied. Hunter's reaction was to look down at the floor.
"You're not actually suggesting that—"
"No," Hunter said before the captain was able to finish her question. "Lucian doesn't have anything to do with this, but the thought behind these crimes is the same. If you truly want to make somebody suffer, don't kill them. take away what they love the most, and let them live the rest of their lives with the psychological torture that the loss will bring them. And that has to be why the mentor torments them with the aftermath messages, Garcia added. The videos he sends them the day after the murder. He does it to completely mess them up psychologically, to let them know how much their loved ones suffered. If they can't handle the pain, if they prefer death to suffering, they have to do it themselves, like Troy Foster. Like Genesis Williams, Hunter said. Captain Blake placed her hands on her hips and allowed her eyes to circle the board once, twice, 3 times. Okay, she said in a deflated breath. So now I have a few new questions. Like, if this little girl, Genesis Williams, took her own life in July 2009, and her brother blames this group of students for it, why is he only going after them now, 13 years later? Why did he wait this long? The most logical conclusion, Hunter began, indicating the photos as he explained, is that whatever it is that Michael Williams found out that made him blame this group of students for his sister's suicide didn't happen until about a year ago. Before that, he probably blamed no one. That's why he was inactive. Captain Blake bit her bottom lip as she pondered the detective's words. We don't really know what happened to him right after his sister passed and he left Gardena High. Hunter continued. Yes, 13 years later, he's going around torturing and killing people in the most sadistic of ways, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he lost it straight after his sister's suicide. Once he left Gardena High, he could have gotten a job and worked himself to the bone so he didn't have to think about what happened. He could have gone off to college somewhere. He could have taken a break and left California, or even the country, trying to put some physical distance between him and his sister's death. We don't know, Captain, but no matter what, no matter how well or badly a person is handling his or her loss, the number one question that absolutely everyone asks when faced with suicide, loved ones or not, is why. This time, it was Captain Blake's eyes that found the floor. Neither Hunter nor Garcia knew about it, but before she became the LAPD Robbery Homicide Division's captain, one of her closest friends had taken her own life one Sunday afternoon. To this day, Captain Blake still asks herself, why? The problem is, Hunter carried on, in most cases there is very rarely an answer that will suffice, even when a note is left behind, because truthfully, the only person who really knows why they did it is the person who is gone. Everything else is speculation. But unfortunately, the human brain can't help but do exactly that. We humans need answers to things we don't understand. It's our natural behavior. And when we can't find the real answers to ease the pain, Garcia offered, we tend to fabricate them ourselves. We do, Hunter agreed. And I'm sure that in his head, Michael Williams has answered that question 1,000,000 times, with 1,000,000 different answers. But deep down, most of us know that the answers that we fabricate in our heads aren't real, and that means one thing. We never stop asking why. He tapped his right index finger against Michael Williams's photo on the board. He never did. Captain Blake thought about the thousands of scenarios that she had created in her head over the years about what had happened to her friend that Sunday afternoon. Why did she do it? What was really going through her mind in the moments preceding her death? Why didn't she reach out for help? And 12 years later, Garcia said, bringing the captain's attention back to the room, Michael Williams obviously came across something he never knew before. Maybe he bumped into an old friend of his sister's. Maybe he bumped into one of them. He indicated the photos of the 5 members of the Gardena Junior High group. Possible, Hunter agreed. And if he did, my guess is that he bumped into Pedro Bustamante, and that would be why he was the first victim, why he died instead of a loved one. That was about to be my next question, Captain Blake said. Everything you just said about suffering and the killer making them go through the ordeal of losing a loved one doesn't apply with the first murder, does it? If it really was a murder instead of a suicide. It was, Garcia confirmed, before quickly running her through his meeting with Detective Lee. He explained about the first verse of Michael Williams's dedication to his sister, which was found on the sink in Pedro Bustamante's bathroom, and how it was easily mistaken for a suicide note. He then explained about the single wrist cut. Pedro Bustamante was the beginning of it all, Garcia said. Before Mr. Bustamante, there was no mentor, there was no strategy, there was no revenge, and there was no M.O. This first attack, he pointed to the photo, wasn't exactly planned or thought out, at least not like the rest of them. This first attack was emotional. It was Michael Williams lashing out in total anger after discovering the truth about his sister's suicide. By the look in Captain Blake's eyes, Hunter could see that in her head, things were finally starting to make some sense. So after that first murder, she concluded, he decided to hunt them all down. Exactly, Hunter agreed. But once he was finished with his first victim, he realized that he wasn't quite happy with what he'd done. Faking a suicide didn't quite satisfy his anger, his thirst for revenge. Hunter ran a hand over his mouth. And it's easy to see why. Pedro Bustamante was dead. No more suffering, no more pain, nothing. But Michael Williams was still alive, a tortured soul for 12 years, still hurting, still suffering, still angry. How was that fair? So he takes his time to devise a plan. The captain again. How could he make them suffer in the same way that he's been suffering? Do to them what they did to him, Garcia said with a nod. An eye for an eye. Humans have always wrongly believed that through vengeance they can be made whole again, Hunter said. Just look at history. Captain Blake sighed. So now all we have to do is actually catch him. We've got his name, Captain, Garcia came back. We know who he is, and it looks like we know who's next on his list. Sophia Elliott's husband, Captain Blake nodded. And before you ask, yes, surveillance on their house is starting from tonight. She checked her watch. SIS are probably already there now. The LAPD Special Investigations Section, or SIS, was the country's elite tactical surveillance squad. Even the FBI sometimes used them for short-term, high-tech surveillance. Then it should only be a matter of time before we catch him, Garcia replied. Have you taken this to Janet Lang or Josie Griffith yet? Captain Blake asked. No, not yet. I want to get as much information as I can on Genesis and Michael Williams before confronting them with all this. They are both battling the worst kind of emotional pain there is, Captain. They have not only lost someone who they loved, but they were also the ones to have found the bodies. Their minds are at the brink of breaking, if they haven't yet. Confronting them with this, the idea that all this madness, Hunter indicated the picture board, is possibly in retaliation for something that they did 13 years ago while in junior high, it could easily push them to that breaking point. This is what the killer wants. He wants them to know that this is their fault. Once again, Captain Blake studied the new pictures on the board. This time, her attention settled on the 3 color photographs of Genesis Williams. There was only one full-body picture of her, where she was standing with her back against a brick wall. Her right leg was bent at the knee, with her foot flat against that same wall. Her thumbs were hooked through the belt loops of her blue jeans, which were ripped at both knees, rock and roll style. Her black hair was loose, framing her delicate face. It didn't look like a forced pose. The undeniable kindness that resided in her eyes made her seem peaceful, as if very little could ever faze her. In these photos, the captain said, her expression curious, she looks like a very sweet girl, the kind that makes friends easily. Took the words right out of my mouth, Captain, Garcia agreed. Why did they pick on her? She was definitely pretty enough to join their group. Hunter's eyebrows lifted at both of them. You haven't noticed anything different about her? Garcia and Captain Blake's eyes returned to the photos, trying to take in every detail. To help them, Hunter hooked his thumbs through the belt loops of his black jeans. That was when they finally noticed Genesis Williams's hands. Chapter 72. The studio apartment was small, just a tiny kitchen, a bathroom, and a living, sleeping room not much bigger than a parking space. The bed was one of those, which folded into the wall so that a foldable table could be pulled out. That was how the room currently looked. Bed in, but table out, where a half-empty bottle of Heaven's Door bourbon whiskey sat next to a half-empty glass, a couple of photographs, and a half-eaten sandwich. The sky outside the only window in the room had darkened a couple of hours ago, but the night was starry, with a bright, honey-colored moon. Sitting by the table, facing the window, the mentor carefully placed the items that had been laid out on the floor into a travel bag before zipping it up. There had been a change of plans. That LAPD detective was making progress a lot faster than initially anticipated. Sure, that first encounter had been expected, planned even, but not the one that happened today. That meant that the LAPD was getting close. Maybe too close. What had happened in the afternoon hadn't exactly been an encounter. In fact, it had been a huge stroke of luck. The mentor had already managed to make a copy of the key to Sophia Elliott's house. That had been relatively easy. Sophia's neighbor, Mrs. Perks, had kindly agreed to cat-sit while Sophia and her husband were away in Italy, and she had hidden Sophia's house keys, probably to make certain she didn't forget where she'd put them, under a plant pot around the side of Sophia's house. While staking out the house, the mentor had spotted the hiding place the morning after Sophia and her husband had left for Italy. Taking the keys, making copies, and returning the originals to the plant pot before Mrs. Perks had to feed the cat again had been a walk in the park. This afternoon, the plan had been to use the keys to enter Sophia's house for a thorough inside recon of the space. Knowing beforehand the best places to hide inside the victims' houses had been one of the mentor's greatest assets so far. But today's plan hadn't quite worked out. The mentor had been parked on the road for less than 5 minutes, 3 houses away from Sophia Elliott's place, when the LAPD detective pulled up in front of her house, exited his car, and rang the doorbell. No answer. The detective had just moved to go check the windows when Mrs. Perks came out to talk to him. This wasn't in the original script, at least not for a few more days. If the LAPD knew about Sophia Elliott, it meant that they were slotting the pieces into the puzzle faster than expected, and that was why a change of plans was needed. It had taken 14 months of preparation, together with tremendous patience and discipline, to be able to spend day upon day, night upon night, observing and studying every victim, learning their habits and their time schedules, finding out exactly when they'd be home alone and for how long, so that they could get what was coming to them, what they truly deserved. The new plan wasn't perfect. It wasn't polished and meticulously detailed like the original. It was also a lot riskier, but it would work, because it had to. The mentor refilled the glass on the table and paused by the window before gulping the drink down. The alcohol burn was welcome, appreciated, needed. The wait was finally almost over. But first, there was one more thing that needed to be done. Chapter 73. Due to the camera angle and the fact that Genesis Williams had hooked her thumbs through the belt loops on her jeans, her hands weren't exactly noticeable. It was only after Hunter's hint that Garcia and Captain Blake saw it, but still, even after craning their necks forward to get a closer look, neither of them could be 100% sure of what they were actually looking at. "What's wrong with her hands?" the captain asked, squinting at the photo. "Is she missing a finger?" "It's called ectrodactyly," Hunter explained. "It's a congenital disorder, characterized by the absence or malformation of one or more of the fingers and toes. Mr. Hartley told me that only Genesis Williams's hands were affected, not her feet. In her case, the index and the middle fingers on both of her hands never developed." Hunter indicated on the board. "You can't really tell from this photo because of the position of her thumbs, but according to Mr. Hartley, her thumbs were curved inwards at the knuckles, and her ring and little fingers were webbed together, giving the illusion that on both hands she only had her thumb and one finger." He walked over to his desk and picked up a new printout. "I looked it up. Ectrodactyly is divided into 6 levels of severity. A curved thumb, together with webbing of the only 2 fingers left on the hand, is considered level 5. In other words, Garcia said, quite severe. Hunter nodded. Yes, but she'd still have relatively good use of her hands. She would have been able to write, draw, type, drive a car, grip objects, etc. He pinned the printout to the board. This is how her hands would have looked. The image had come from a specialized medical website, and it showed a hand affected by ectrodactyly, where the ring and little fingers were webbed together, and the thumb was curved inwards at the knuckle. Hunter gave Garcia and Captain Blake a few seconds to study the printout before dropping the bomb. Due to how the condition causes the muscles of the hand to atrophy and the bones to reshape, he explained as he indicated, ectrodactyly is also referred to as lobster claw syndrome. 2 pairs of wide, surprised eyes moved to him. Are you joking? Garcia asked, knowing full well that Hunter wouldn't joke about something like this. Hunter gave him a subtle shake of the head. Garcia's attention moved to the photos of Oliver Griffith's crime scene. Now this is finally starting to make some sort of sense. He pointed to the pictures with the lobsters pinned to Oliver's thighs. They were clues, Hunter told them, but not directed at us. Directed at the person who the killer knew would find the body. Oliver's wife, Garcia said. Josie. Precisely, Hunter agreed. He wanted her to know why her husband had died. That's why he used the lobsters. That's why he left the line on the wall. They were clues. He wanted her to remember. So he's playing a goddamn game, Captain Blake said, her tone moving toward angry. A catch-me-if-you-can game. More like a charade, Hunter said. Like a who-am-I kind of game. But why leave clues only in the last of his 4 crime scenes? The captain asked. That's just it, Hunter clarified. He didn't. He left a line at each of the 4 crime scenes, but none of the people who were supposedly able to identify it did. Maybe there were other clues as well. The posing of the bodies, the way in which they were murdered, props that were used. Hunter shrugged. We don't know, because like I've said, the clues weren't directed at us. They were directed at the people who knew Genesis Williams. Did her teacher tell you that there was a bullying problem? Captain Blake asked. Were other students mean to her? He said that he never saw it happening in his classroom, Hunter explained, and that he doesn't remember it being a problem, but he also agreed that just because he never saw it happening, it doesn't mean that it didn't happen at all. We've said it before, Captain, Garcia commented. Kids will be kids, and what I mean by that is that kids can be assholes sometimes. Even if bullying wasn't a recurring problem, I'm sure that mean comments, name-calling, stupid jokes, notes in the locker, all that kind of shit would have popped up every now and then. Enough to push her over the edge and make her want to end her own life? The captain asked. It would all have depended on her state of mind. Hunter took over. But understandably, kids with physical disorders or abnormalities, congenital or not, severe or not, tend to struggle a lot more with depression and anxiety, especially during their teenage years. That's when they first start worrying about their looks and about their bodies. Girls start to notice boys. Boys start to notice girls. You know how it goes. Genesis Williams knew she looked different, and at that age, when she might have been getting the hots for someone for the first time, that knowledge would have played havoc with her confidence and her self-esteem, making her state of mind even more fragile. Even if she wasn't really being constantly bullied, like Carlos said, mean comments, name-calling, stupid jokes, all that kind of stuff would have popped up here and there. And unfortunately, things like that don't just go away. They stay with you. They accumulate in your mind. That's so terribly sad, Captain Blake said as she took a step back from the board. But still, it doesn't justify her brother going on a manic killing spree. She checked her watch. It was getting late. Do you think we'll manage to locate him tonight? Hard to say, Hunter replied. Research is doing their best. The facial image recognition software will be running all night, or until it hits a match. If we still have nothing by the morning, we'll use aging software on the yearbook photos we have of Michael Williams to hypothesize what he looks like now, 13 years on. We'll then APB those images to every police station in LA and Greater LA. But the advantage is tipped our way now, Captain. Garcia jumped in. Because if we're right about his next victim being Sophia Elliott's husband, Lucas, and I do think we are, he's not back from Italy until Saturday morning. It's Tuesday, which gives us 3 full days to track Michael Williams down. But even if we somehow fail to locate him, we'll have eyes on Mr. Elliott from the second he touches down at LAX. His house is already under surveillance. The only way that the mentor, Michael or whatever crap name he wants to call himself, is getting to Lucas Elliott before we get to him is if he becomes invisible. Garcia shook his head. And he's not doing that. His game is over. Chapter 74. As Hunter parked in front of his apartment building in Huntington Park, he checked the clock on the dashboard of his old Buick. It was coming up to 11 p.m. He rested his head on the steering wheel and breathed out, a mixture of exhaustion, tension, anticipation, and apprehension, all in one. Despite all their efforts, research still hadn't managed to locate Michael Williams. But Hunter knew that in a city with a population of almost 19 million, even with a name and a recent photo, it could take days, sometimes weeks, to track someone down, especially if that someone didn't want to be found. Before going up to his third-floor apartment, Hunter checked with the undercover SIS surveillance team parked on Sophia and Lucas Elliott's road. He was sure that if Michael Williams were to break into Sophia's house and hide inside, like had happened with his previous 3 crime scenes, he wouldn't do it until around 24 hours before Lucas was expected back from Italy, either the day or the night before, and that wasn't until Saturday. However, Hunter also knew that the mentor was disciplined and systematic, probably almost to the point of being obsessive. If he hadn't yet, he would have felt the need to check on every detail before acting. He would have wanted to know every inch of the inside of Lucas's house to minimize the possibility of a mistake. And what better time to do that than while the house was completely empty and no one was expected back for days? No luck yet. Other than the neighbor going in to feed the cat, no one else had approached the house. After having a shower and a quick microwave dinner, Hunter poured himself a large dose of Glenallanquy, 15-year-old single malt Scotch whiskey, and took a seat on the sofa in his living room. He chose to keep the lights off. It was more relaxing that way. He brought the glass to rest against his lips and savored the burn of the alcohol in his nostrils for a moment, picking up hints of butterscotch and sweet spices before finally sipping the auburn-colored liquid. The smooth scotch warmed in the heat of his mouth, and he allowed it to sit there for a prolonged instant until the aromas had developed into flavors. The whiskey helped with some of the tension in his muscles and slowed down the avalanche of thoughts in his head, permitting him to unwind just enough to be able to doze off. And so he did, right there on his living room sofa. That night, for some reason, his insomnia finally decided to leave him alone, because Hunter slept there on the sofa for just a little over 4 hours. What woke him up wasn't any of the many nightmares or dark thoughts that had tormented him since he was a kid. It wasn't his brain screaming for him to come back to reality, or even his phone ringing. This time, what woke him up was a regular dream. Nothing special, nothing scary, just a dream about him placing flowers on his parents' graves, something that he did on average every 2 weeks. Hunter jolted awake, blinking rapidly before checking the time. 4:53 a.m. He hadn't forgotten the flowers this month. He'd been at the cemetery just a few days ago, the previous Saturday. That wasn't why the dream woke him up. It was the idea that the dream had given him. Despite the visits, Hunter paid a yearly fee at the cemetery so that one of the keepers would look after his parents' graves. Small repairs, cleanup after heavy rains, looking out for growing weeds, general maintenance stuff. What that really meant was that the administration office at the cemetery where his parents were buried had his contact details on file. Name, current address, phone number, and email. He was the one that they would contact in case of a problem or if something was needed. With that in mind, it wasn't too unrealistic to assume that someone whose sister meant so much to him, someone who had been going around murdering people to avenge her death, would visit and even place flowers on her grave from time to time. If that was true, then there was also a chance that Michael Williams, just like Hunter, paid an annual fee so that his sister's grave was looked after 365 days a year. All Hunter needed to do was find out in which cemetery Genesis Williams was buried and hope for the best. In the USA, the government kept a specific burial records database which wasn't open to public access. The database was run by a branch of the Department of Health and Human Services called the Healthcare Agency. Hunter logged in as a law enforcement officer and ran a search, hoping that Genesis Williams hadn't been cremated instead of buried. It didn't take long for a result to pop up on his screen. 2.6 seconds to be precise. Genesis Williams hadn't been cremated. She'd been buried and in the exact same cemetery as Hunter's parents, which wasn't that much of a surprise. Rose Hills Memorial Park in Whittier was the largest cemetery in North America, with over 450,000 graves. However, as the page loaded onto Hunter's computer screen, he paused, his unblinking eyes staring at the words in front of him. He read them 3 times before the tips of his fingers moved to his temples. "This can't be right," he whispered to himself before quickly running another search. Same result, which could only mean one thing. They were wrong. Again. Chapter 75. Rose Hills Memorial Park opened its gates to the public every day at 8 a.m. sharp, but Hunter had been such a regular visitor over so many years that he knew that despite its opening time, there was always someone either at the administration office or at the mortuary from 7 a.m. onwards. He also knew that several of the cemetery's gravediggers and maintenance workers started their daily duties at least a couple of hours before that. That was why at 6:30 a.m., Hunter was already standing directly in front of the main gates to the 1,400-acre cemetery on Workman Hill Road. Aware he was too early, he rang the intercom anyway, just in case he got lucky. No reply. Hunter was about to return to his car and wait when Rafael Ramos, a slight 63-year-old man who'd been one of the cemetery's ground workers for over 30 years, drove past the gates in his little green maintenance cart. He saw Hunter's headlights and came to meet him.
"I'm sorry, sir,"
he said, his voice made hoarse through years of smoking, his Mexican accent still heavy. He gave Hunter a courteous smile.
"The cemetery only opens at 8.
"I know," Hunter replied, reciprocating the smile, "but I'm here on official business." He showed the old man his credentials. "I was just hoping that maybe someone from admin would be here early." Ramos readjusted his thick glasses on his nose and squinted at Hunter. Recognition danced at the back of his eyes.
"I've seen you here before, haven't I?"
he asked, taking a step to his right to escape the glare of Hunter's headlights. "Possibly. I come here a lot. My parents are buried here." Ramos thought about it for a couple of seconds.
"Garden of Peace, right?"
he said, proud of his own memory. At Rose Hills Memorial Park, the allocated ground spaces for burials were divided into plots, and each one carried a name, not a number. There were 3 different types: gardens, terraces, and lawns. Hunter's parents were buried in a plot named Garden of Peace. "That's correct," Hunter confirmed. "I was here on Saturday."
"Yeah, I'm sure I saw you."
The old man shook his index finger at Hunter.
"Early in the morning, right?"
"I prefer early mornings." Hunter nodded. "I sometimes like to walk around the gardens after visiting my parents. It's quieter at that time. Peaceful."
"It's always peaceful here, but I know what you mean."
Ramos shifted his weight from one leg to the other, and his tone changed from casual to concerned.
"Is that why you're here? Is there a problem with your parents' graves?"
No, not at all, Hunter replied, and quickly explained that he was after the details of the person registered as the contact for one of the cemetery's other graves.
Oh, okay.
Ramos's expression relaxed a little.
Which one would that be?
The name on the tombstone is Genesis Williams, Hunter replied. Which plot and grave number, I'm not sure.
Oh, I can help you with that,
the old man said, lifting his hand at Hunter while walking back to his cart to retrieve his work tablet.
Genesis Williams, you said?
That's right, Hunter confirmed. Ramos typed the name onto the search box on his tablet and tapped Enter. 2 seconds later, he had a results page.
We actually have 2 Genesis Williams,
he informed the detective on the other side of the gates.
Genesis A. Williams, who is at the Terrace of Faith, and Genesis Williams, no middle initial, who is at Parkview Lawn. Genesis A. Williams has been a guest here since 1956. Genesis Williams, no middle initial, since 2009.
That's the one I'm looking for, Hunter said. 2009. Ramos gave Hunter an apologetic look.
Unfortunately, the information available through this is very limited.
He lifted his tablet at Hunter.
I won't be able to pull any details on the person who's registered as the contact for her grave. You'll need to go to the main office for that.
He threw his right thumb over his shoulder.
But I can show you the grave, if you like. It's not that far from here.
Yes, Hunter replied, giving Ramos a firm nod. If that's not too much trouble, I'd really like to see it.
No trouble at all, sir.
The old man checked his watch before keying a 6-digit code onto the keypad at the gates.
Parkview Lawn is the one directly behind the hillside chapel. Do you know how to get there?
I do, Hunter confirmed as he got to his car.
I'll meet you there, sir,
Ramos said, jumping back onto his green cart. Less than 3 minutes later, Ramos was guiding Hunter through the grave paths on Parkview Lawn.
It's right over there,
he said, pointing ahead.
Just past those trees.
They walked for another 30 seconds before Ramos paused and indicated the grave directly in front of him, one with 2 fresh bouquets of yellow and white flowers.
Oh, this is the one. Okay.
There was a clear tone of recognition in Ramos's voice, but Hunter missed it as he stood completely still, his full attention locked onto the tombstones before him. Genesis Williams, 19th March 1995 to the 14th July 2009, aged 14. Beloved daughter and sister. Through this darkness, no light will ever burn as bright as yours. Through these eyes, no one will ever look as perfect as you did. Through this heart, no love will ever surpass my love for you. Through this soul, no pain will ever be greater than the pain of losing you. Through this life, nothing else matters without you here. You will always be remembered. From his search back in his apartment, Hunter already knew what he would find. But seeing the real grave and reading the words on the second headstone sent shivers up and down his spine. Michael Williams, the 25th May 1992 to the 2nd October 2010, aged 18. Beloved son and brother, now taking care of his sister up in heaven. Rest in peace, my angels. Somehow, the words on those tombstones seemed to chill the already cold air around Hunter even more.
All the graves on this lawn are attended to by Mario,
Ramos explained.
I can go get him if you like. He started at 5 today. Same time as me, but I take care of many of the graves on Vista Lawn.
He pointed right, indicating the plot directly across the driving path from where they were.
I've seen her around here many times. The flowers on this grave are always fresh, and I mean always.
He paused and scratched his forehead for a second.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that she was here yesterday, late afternoon. I saw her while I was doing some maintenance on Vista. That's why the flowers are so fresh.
Hunter's jaw dropped open as he looked back at Ramos, full of disbelief. She. Ramos nodded.
Yes, the lady who visits this grave. She's a total regular.
Chapter 76. By the time Garcia got to the UVC unit's office at 8:45 a.m., Hunter had already spent over an hour up on the 5th floor of the police administration building, working with his research team. Back at the admin office at Rose Hills Memorial Park, Hunter had found out that the person registered as a contact for Genesis and Michael Williams' grave was John Williams, their father, but it had been Mario Castro, the cemetery maintenance worker who took care of Parkview Lawn, who had supplied Hunter with the most important information. "What's all this?" Garcia asked as he stepped into the office, indicating the new photos and documents that Hunter was about to pin to the board. "No wonder we couldn't find him," Hunter said, without deviating his attention from all the printouts on his desk. "We were searching for the wrong person." "What?" Garcia placed his jacket on the back of his chair. "What do you mean, the wrong person?" "Michael Williams." This time, Hunter paused to look at his partner. "He's dead." "What?" Garcia's entire expression morphed into confusion. "When?" 2010, Hunter replied, just over a year after he graduated from Gardena High. He was 18 years old. Garcia's pause was hesitant. "Are you sure?" Hunter reached for one of the new photos on his desk and handed it to Garcia. It was one of the images that he had taken at the cemetery. It showed Genesis and Michael Williams' headstones. Garcia stared at the photo in silence for a long moment. When he looked back at Hunter, he looked like he was made of questions. "Yeah, I know," Hunter nodded. "What happened? How did he die?" Hunter reached for another printout on his desk. "Knowing the exact day of his death," he explained, "makes it much easier and faster to trace the autopsy report." He handed the printout to his partner. "OD," Garcia said, incredulous. "Heroin," Hunter confirmed. Garcia's gaze flicked back to the printout for an instant. "Hold on a sec. How did you figure all this out overnight? How did you know where to look?" "I didn't," Hunter replied, before quickly running his partner through the idea that his dream had given him. He also told him what he'd found out at the admin office at Rose Hills Memorial Park. "So we're now looking for a John Williams instead of a Michael Williams," Garcia said, interrupting Hunter's account. "You do realize that John is an even more popular name than Michael, right? If we were struggling to find a Michael Williams..." "We're not after him," Hunter said, cutting Garcia short. "He's not the one doing this." "And you know that how?" "Because he isn't the one visiting Genesis and Michael's grave," Hunter replied. "He's not the one placing flowers on it every couple of weeks or so. Their mother is." Garcia blinked at Hunter. "Her name is Linda Williams." Garcia's brain took a couple of seconds to process all this. He shook his head at Hunter as if waking up. "Hold up. Are you telling me that you think a woman is doing all this?" He broadly gestured at the picture board. "A woman is being this cruel, this vicious." It had been well documented over the years that women murderers were a lot less sadistic than their male counterparts. They tended to use less violent methods like poisoning and strangling, as opposed to mutilation or any approach that could cause heavy bleeding and disfiguration. History had also shown that they almost never tortured their victims prior to murdering them. "Evil doesn't always wear an ugly mask, Carlos," Hunter said. "You know that. It often hides in plain sight. It parades beneath the guise of friendliness, of righteousness and helpfulness." He shrugged. "But what we're talking about here is a severely broken woman and a very, very angry mother. So yes, I think a woman is doing all this." Garcia's attention returned to the board, to the carnage of all the crime scenes. "And how did you find out about her?" "Mario Castro," Hunter replied. "He works at Rose Hills Memorial Park. Groundwork, maintenance, looks after graves, that kind of stuff. He takes care of most of the graves on Parkview Lawn. That's the plot where Genesis and Michael's grave is located. He's been there for 18 years. Garcia leaned back against his desk. "So what did he say?" He told me that he wasn't the ground worker for either of the two funerals, but he's seen their mother, Linda, at the cemetery hundreds of times over the years. He told me that on average, she's there at least twice a month. She brings flowers, she cleans the grave. Sometimes she even brings a flask and sits there for hours. Garcia's eyes widened at Hunter. So all we need to do is stake out the grave and wait? Maybe. Hunter accepted it. But she was there last night. The flowers on the grave were fresh this morning, and she was seen by another ground worker. That means that she won't be back for a couple of weeks at least. Lucas Elliott will be back from Italy in 3 days' time. I'm sure she won't wait long to go after him. True, Garcia agreed. But we also have his house under watch, and we'll have eyes on him the second he touches down at LAX. Hunter breathed out doubt. And what if there are others on her kill list that we don't know about? He asked. What if she blames more people than we believe she does? What if the next name on her list isn't Lucas? Garcia nodded as he bit his bottom lip. Then we have a problem. We need to find her fast. We can't wait. So what else do we know about her? Well, Hunter began, Mr. Castro told me that he's spoken with her a few times over the years. Like I've said, he's seen her there hundreds of times, so it was only natural for him to say hello or good morning. Just being friendly, you know. He told me that at first, all those years ago, she was rarely alone. She'd always visited the grave with who he assumed were her husband and son. Then, and he couldn't be sure of the time lapse, but now we know that it would have been a year, the son dropped out of the picture, and Linda started visiting the grave accompanied only by her husband. That was when Mr. Castro noticed that the grave that she visited had become a shared one, sister and brother. A little while after that, and again, he couldn't be exact of how long, she started turning up alone. Garcia tilted his head to one side. Divorced? Could have been, but we don't know yet. But the information I have is that, unfortunately, her husband, John Williams, has also passed. He didn't give Garcia a chance to ask a question. We don't know when, and we don't know how yet. Research is working hard to try to confirm it, but that's what she told Mr. Castro in one of their brief conversations. He told me that one day, maybe 8 or 9 years ago, she approached him and told him that she wouldn't be able to come to the cemetery for a few weeks. She asked him if he could take care of Genesis and Michael's grave while she was away. He confessed that she paid him directly instead of going through the cemetery's administration. In passing, she told him that she was a widow then. None of the neighboring graves to Genesis and Michael belonged to a John Williams, Garcia asked. Nope, and that's the only grave she visits at Rose Hills Memorial Park. If he really is dead, I don't think that he's buried there. Cremated? I checked with the cemetery records, Hunter replied. If John Williams was cremated, it wasn't at Rose Hills either. But here comes the good part. Garcia's eyebrows lifted at Hunter. The reason why Linda Williams was going away for a few weeks all those years ago kept on repeating itself over and over in all the subsequent years, until just over a year ago, when she stopped traveling altogether. Pedro Bustamante, Garcia said. The beginning of her killing spree. It appears so, Hunter agreed. And when she told Mr. Castro she was a widow, she also told him why she had to go away so often. Linda Williams used to be an A&E trauma nurse at Gardena Memorial Hospital, but a few years after Genesis took her own life, she quit her job and started traveling the country. Traveling the country? Why? She was visiting schools, including special schools for disabled and handicapped kids, doing single-day lectures and talks about depression, suicide, and addiction to drugs amongst young teenagers. She also talked to parents and teachers, helping them with guidelines on how to be more aware of the signs of all three. Hunter's pause was heavy, thoughtful. She was trying to do good, Carlos. She was trying to turn her pain into a helping tool for others. Until something changed all that, Garcia said. Just over a year ago. Hunter nodded as he reached for another printout that was on his desk. This took us a little while to find it because the website has been taken down, but it's a good enough photo of her. He handed the printout to Garcia. The image on it was of a tall woman who looked to be in her early to mid-40s. Her straight black hair was tied back into a ponytail, and her eyebrows had been professionally done. Her makeup was subtle, but it accentuated all the right details on her face. There was no question that Genesis had inherited her mother's almond-shaped brown eyes and her kind smile. Garcia looked at the printout for a split second, and as he did, Hunter noticed the change in his partner's demeanor. "Jesus Christ!" The words dribbled out of Garcia's lips at the same time that his eyes were filled with dread. "What?" Hunter asked. Garcia seemed to have frozen in place. "Carlos, what's wrong?" "I know who she is." Garcia's disbelieving stare finally moved to Hunter. "I talked to her, Robert." Those words crawled along Hunter's skin like an unwanted bug. "What? When?" "Right at the beginning of the whole investigation," Garcia replied, his voice almost faltering. "She was the cab driver, Robert. The lady who dropped Melissa Hawthorne off after she left the party at the hotel." Chapter 77. It didn't take long for research to find an address for Linda Evans. That was Genesis Williams's mother's maiden name, and the name that she had used to register as a cab driver. Research had contacted the cab company's administration office in L.A., and they'd found out that Linda had not driven another passenger since she dropped Melissa Hawthorne off at her house in Leimert Park that Sunday morning, a week and a half ago. But if Linda had become a licensed cab driver, it meant that she had a valid driver's license, which would show her current address, and a copy of that license would be stored in the company's database. It turned out that Linda Evans lived in a small studio apartment in Torrance, the city immediately to the southwest of Gardena, in the South Bay region of metropolitan Los Angeles. 2 minutes after receiving that information, Hunter and Garcia were standing in front of Captain Blake's desk. "Do we have confirmation that she's at her apartment?" the captain asked after hearing the news from Hunter. "No," Hunter replied, "but we're making our way there now. There's also an APB out on her Mazda 3. Stop and detain." "All right," Captain Blake said, reaching for the phone on her desk. "I'll have a SWAT team ready in 5. "Hold on, Captain." Hunter interrupted her call by pressing down on the release button. "We don't need a SWAT team." The captain dipped her head to look back at him over her reading glasses. "You're about to try to arrest probably the most sadistic serial killer this police department has ever chased, Robert. You need a SWAT team." "I don't think so, Captain. She's not like any serial killer we've ever chased. She's not a born psychopath. She's not after a kick. She's not trying to satisfy some murderous instinct buried deep inside her. She's not looking for sexual gratification. And she's not feeding an uncontrollable urge that compels her to kill. She's after revenge for her daughter. She's not roaming the streets searching for her next victim. She doesn't choose them at random or according to some criteria instigated by trauma. She has a specific list of names." The captain put down her glasses, but kept the receiver in her hand. "With these types of murderers," Hunter continued, "their behavior differs greatly from psychopathic serial killers. She might try to run when she realizes that her game is over, but I don't think that she'll retaliate with deadly force." "You don't know that for sure, Robert," Captain Blake challenged. "A SWAT team would give you peace of mind." "Actually, it wouldn't, Captain." The retort came from Garcia. "A SWAT team isn't exactly a discrete unit, is it? Big black armored truck with 6 to 12 agents all dressed in black, wearing masks and helmets, and carrying semi-automatic rifles. The whole neighborhood will know they're there. And if she isn't home," Hunter took over again, "chances are that she'll find out we were there before she comes back. And if that happens, she'll be in the wind again." "How?" Captain Blake asked. "How will she find out?" Garcia chuckled. "What do you think all the passers-by will do as soon as they see a SWAT truck pull up and armed agents jump out and rush into a building?" He nodded. "Social media. The whole thing will be plastered everywhere before we even knock on her door." "The apartment block she lives in," Hunter added, placing a couple of aerial shots of the building on the captain's desk. is 3 stories high, with a front and back entrance, a lift, and 1 set of stairs. There's no external fire escape stairway. Her studio apartment is on the top floor. He indicated this on one of the photos. Too high for her to escape by jumping. She's only got 2 exits out of that building, and she needs either the lift or the stairs to access them. A SWAT team would be overkill. The captain mulled that over for a moment. Okay, so what's your plan? You're not just going to go and knock on her door, are you? That's exactly the plan, Captain, Garcia replied. She glared at him. Every person we interview in every investigation, Garcia explained, they're always told that we might need to ask them a few more questions as the investigation progresses. I really don't think she knows that we're onto her. All this will look like is that we have a couple more things to ask her, that's all. No real threat. Captain Blake glanced at Hunter. Sometimes the simplest plan is the most effective one, he said. The 2 of you will be wearing Kevlar vests, right? She asked. Absolutely, Garcia replied. A few more seconds of deliberation. All right, she finally said, returning the receiver to its cradle. No SWAT, but I want at least a couple of black and white units monitoring every exit to her road and 2 other detectives on the front and back entrance to her building. If she is as disciplined and as systematic as you believe she is, Robert, then she must have some sort of escape plan already worked out. That's fair enough, Hunter accepted. Take Milton and Jacob, the captain instructed them. They're at their desks, and they're both very good marksmen. If this gets ugly, they're the best guys to have on your side. We'll grab them on our way out, Hunter confirmed. Good. Captain Blake nodded at her detectives and pointed to the door. You guys are on. Go. Chapter 78. As Garcia merged onto Harbor Freeway, heading southwest, he switched on his car's police lights and sirens. Torrance was still about 19 miles away from where they were, but on a freeway, the lights and sirens would practically clear an entire lane for them. Detectives Milton and Jacob, who were traveling in an unmarked Kia Optima directly behind them, did the same. I should have picked up on something, Garcia said, without making eye contact with Hunter. He sounded angry with himself. Hunter knew that he was talking about his interview with Linda Evans right at the beginning of their investigation. I don't think so, Carlos, Hunter replied. Don't beat yourself up about it. You know that there's always something that can give them away, Robert. A twitch, a hesitation, an odd mannerism. Something. Not always. If they are unprepared, maybe. But that wasn't true in her case. She's smart, and she was ready for it because she knew that she would be questioned. Garcia looked at Hunter through the corner of his eyes. She was the last person to have seen Melissa Hawthorne alive, Hunter continued. She drove her home, and she didn't do it anonymously. She wasn't a stranger who gave Melissa a ride on the night. She was a taxi driver taking a booking. She knew that we'd find out that Melissa took a cab home from the hotel that night, which means that she also knew that very soon we'd come knocking. He shrugged. The kind of questions any detective would ask a cab driver who dropped a murder victim home just before she was murdered aren't that hard to predict, are they? Garcia kept his eyes on the road. She might have not known the exact wording you would have used, but she knew the general direction that the interview would take. She probably rehearsed every possible question you could have asked her, and she probably did it in front of a mirror, too, checking herself for exactly what you could have noticed. A twitch, a hesitation, an odd mannerism, an eye movement, you name it. And I bet that she got it down to perfection. No one would have picked up on anything because she made sure that there was nothing to be picked up, Carlos. She was waiting for you. They drove past the neighborhoods of South Park and Green Meadows, heading toward Athens and Gardena. We should be there in less than 10 minutes, Garcia said into his radio. We're ready. I'm right behind you, Detective Milton replied. Do you think she'll be home? Garcia asked Hunter. At this time in the morning? She's not out picking up passengers, Hunter replied. She's not a trauma nurse anymore, and she's not traveling the country doing single-day seminars. She's hunting down specific people. My guess is that she's getting ready, going over every detail, studying and restudying her plan for her next kill. She's left nothing to chance so far. She's not going to start now. Her apartment is probably her safest environment to do all that. They had just entered the incorporated city of Torrance when Hunter's phone rang in his pocket. The call was from Shannon Hatcher at Research.
Robert,
she said as Hunter answered the call. He picked up anxiety in her tone.
Where are you?
On our way to Torrance, Linda Evans's place. Why?
She's not there,
Shannon informed Hunter. What? Hunter said as he switched the call to speakerphone. How do you know that?
Her passport has pinged up at LAX. She cleared customs about an hour and a half ago.
What? This time the question came from both detectives at the same time. An hour and a half ago. Hunter's voice went from calm to ultra-worried in a blink of an eye.
We literally just got the data right now,
Shannon explained.
She's on American Airlines flight number 8649 heading to Rome.
Garcia looked at Hunter, both of their mouths hanging open. You're kidding me, he whispered, instinctively taking his foot off the gas for an instant. When is the flight scheduled to take off? Hunter asked.
That's the problem, Robert.
Anxiety turned into exasperation.
Her flight leaves from LAX in exactly 19 minutes.
Unconsciously, Hunter's eyes moved to the dashboard clock. Garcia shook his head at Hunter. He didn't even need to check the map on the onboard sat-nav to know. We need to stop that plane from taking off. Even with sirens, it'll take us at least 25 minutes just to make it to LAX from here. Add having to rush through the terminal until we get to the gate to that time, and we got no chance. Despite that, Garcia had already veered right, getting ready to take the next exit off of I-110. He needed to join San Diego Freeway, heading northwest. Where are you going? The question came through Garcia's onboard radio. It was Detective Milton. Why are you veering right? I thought we were going to Torrance. Change of plans, Garcia quickly replied. We're heading to LAX. Just follow us. Copy that. Shannon, do we know the gate number? Hunter asked. Yes, she said.
AA Flight 8649 departs from LAX Terminal B, Gate 210A. Unfortunately, that gate is almost at the end of the terminal.
With our luck, Garcia commented. Why wouldn't it be?
She's seated in economy class. Her allocated seat is seat 35H. That's an aisle seat toward the front of the economy section. We've also checked for a cell phone number registered under both names, Linda Evans and Linda Williams. There are over 100 cell phone numbers registered to a Linda Williams in the greater LA area and 21 registered to a Linda Evans. None of them show a registered address in Torrance, and none on the GPS on all the phones we've managed to track so far are pinging at LAX.
She paused for breath.
I'm sorry about this, Robert. If she had used a credit card, we would have found out about the ticket at least an hour ago, but she paid for it via her PayPal account, which is still under the name Linda Williams. That little trick cost us precious time.
It's okay, Shannon, Hunter said. Keep us informed of anything else you might find out. But right now, I need you to patch me straight to Captain Blake.
Doing it straight away.
3 seconds later, Captain Blake was on the line. 15 minutes until Flight AA8649 took off. Chapter 79. That morning, Linda Evans had gotten to LAX early, 2.5 hours before her flight was due to take off. An hour after that, she had already cleared customs and entered the International Departures Lounge. After spotting Garcia at Sophia Elliott's house yesterday, Linda knew that she needed a new plan, and she needed it fast. With that in mind, it stood to reason that the LAPD would assume that either Sophia or Lucas Elliott were on the Mentor's target list. The most logical move for them would be to have Sophia's house under 24-hour surveillance, which meant that the house was now out of bounds for her. Linda had kept the card that the detective had given her when he first interviewed her over a week ago. Detective Carlos Garcia, LAPD Ultra-Violent Crimes Unit. Like always, she did her research. According to everything she read, the LAPD UVC unit was the best in the country when it came to tracking down serial and high-profile murderers. Their record was superior even to the FBI. Linda had always been an extremely organized person. She was one of those who not only planned ahead, But when possible, she would also always have an alternative strategy in place, just in case. She had spent a whole year planning her revenge, every detail of it, including alternatives. She'd taken Krav Maga self-defense lessons. She'd changed her diet. She had taken up weight training to increase her physical fitness and power. She had even bought a 9mm semi-automatic pistol and learned how to shoot. So far, everything had gone just perfectly. But this was a just-in-case moment. Linda had waited until the detective finished talking to Sophia's neighbor. Once he was gone, she drove back to her apartment. She needed to get Plan B moving, and fast. The next flight out of LAX destined to Rome was scheduled for that same night. Too soon. Not enough time to get herself organized, packed into the airport in time. But there was a new flight from American Airlines in the morning, leaving LAX at 10:30 a.m. and arriving in Rome at 14:55 local time. The flight still had quite a few seats left. Perfect. That would give her time to visit Genesis and Michael's grave before the day was over and get completely organized by the morning. But there was something about the flight's date and time that was bothering Linda. She just didn't know exactly what it was. She needed to check her notes. When she did, she laughed out loud as she read the name, date, and time that she had scribbled down just a couple of weeks ago. "What a ridiculous coincidence," she said to herself with a shrug. "Or maybe it's a sign," she told herself as she purchased the ticket. At the airport, after clearing customs, she spent a few minutes looking through the duty-free shop. There was a time, many years ago, when she would have happily bought something. A famous brand lipstick for Genesis, a nice cologne for Michael, maybe even something for herself and for her and John, her husband. But those days were long gone. Instead, to help take some of the edge off once she got to Italy, she grabbed herself a bottle of Michter's bourbon, her favorite. At one of the coffee shops in the departures lounge, Linda ordered an espresso and checked the monitors for her flight. Not long until they started boarding. She sat alone, lost in her own thoughts, her mind running through her new plans. Without even noticing it, she traced the large white scars that ran along her wrists with her fingertips. They reminded her of how lost, desperate, and broken she once had become. But those days, too, were long gone. She had finally found her focus, and she wasn't about to lose it now. Linda finished her coffee and looked around the area where she was sitting. 2 airport police officers who were standing by a large billboard that advertised sunglasses were having a careless conversation. They didn't seem to be worried or searching the crowd for anyone. That was a great sign, especially because right then, the status of her flight changed on screen from waiting to boarding. A couple of seconds later, the call came through the airport loudspeakers. Before grabbing her hand luggage and her duty-free bag, Linda ran her hand along the delicate chain around her neck until her fingertips found the dainty pendant hanging from it, a tiny golden butterfly. That had been Genesis's chain, the one she had around her neck on the day she took her own life. Linda brought the butterfly to her lips and kissed it gently. "Time to go, my angel," she said to the butterfly. "Let's go finish this." Chapter 80.
"I don't have the authority to ground a flight from LAX, Robert,"
Captain Blake said on the phone after Hunter told her about the new development.
"Especially an international one. We'd need a federal warrant for that, and for me to get one, we'd need undisputable proof that Linda Evans, Linda Williams, whatever name she's going by, has murdered all those people. You know that. And proof is exactly what we don't have."
There was a half-second pause.
"The truth is, Robert, we've got nothing to place her in any of the crime scenes. No fingerprints, no DNA, nothing. You know this. No federal judge will sign a warrant to stop an international flight from taking off based on a theory, because that's really all we have, a theory. And how long did you say we have before the scheduled takeoff?"
Hunter checked the dashboard clock again. 11 minutes. The captain chuckled humorlessly.
"Even if I had all the proof we needed right now, right here in front of me, we'd still have no chance of getting a federal warrant in that time. How far away are you?"
About 17 minutes, Captain, Garcia replied. Give or take.
No plane makes it out of LAX exactly on time. There's always some sort of delay.
With our luck, Garcia said back, I wouldn't be surprised if they took off 10 minutes early.
I'll call the chief of police,
Captain Blake said, sounding agitated.
Somebody must be able to pull a few strings. If he can't ground the flight, he must at least be able to delay it. Anyway, step on it, Carlos.
What do you think we're doing, Captain? Garcia muttered. Pushing the car? Call us back if you get any news, Captain, Hunter said before disconnecting. You know that Linda Evans isn't fleeing the country, right? Garcia asked, swerving left to overtake a VW Golf that didn't seem to care much for the flashing lights and sirens. Instead of replying, Hunter was searching his phone's contacts for a number. She's going after Lucas Elliott all the way in Italy, Garcia continued. I'm not sure if that was always her plan or if she figured out that we were onto her and decided to speed things up, but either way, that is one hell of a bold move. Hunter found the name he was looking for. Hold on a sec, he said, lifting a finger at Garcia. I've got an idea. Really? Garcia's eyes moved to his partner for a quick instant before returning to the road ahead. What idea? Who are you calling? Amber Burnett, Hunter replied, bringing his cell phone to his ear. Who's Amber Burnett? Someone I know who used to be an air marshal. She's now the head of the Federal Air Marshal Office at LAX. I know that this is an international flight, but maybe she can pull something out of her hat. 7 minutes to the scheduled takeoff. Garcia nodded. I really hope she's got one big fuck-off hat. Chapter 81. Even though this was economy class, the seat was a lot more comfortable than what Linda had expected. This was her second ever international flight. The first had been just a few years ago when she flew to Canada for 2 weeks to visit 6 different schools with her one-day seminars on depression and suicide amongst teenagers. Linda truly wished that she had been going to Europe in far different circumstances. She would have loved to be able to spend some time in Italy, France, the UK, Germany, Spain, and many other countries. But these were the cards that she'd been dealt. She was just playing them the best way she could. Linda's hand luggage and duty-free bag had already been safely stored in the overhead compartment above her seat. At the plane's boarding door, 2 very pretty and very blonde female flight attendants were still greeting the influx of passengers coming in. 2 other flight attendants, one on each aisle, one male, one female, were helping passengers in economy class, while 2 more were doing the same up in first class. Boarding was being done via the mid-plane door, just a little ahead of the wing. First-class passengers were directed right toward the front of the plane, while economy went left to the middle and rear. Linda was doing her best to appear relaxed, sitting back on her seat, with her right leg casually crossed over her left one, her seatbelt fastened and her hands resting on her lap. But she was far from relaxed. She knew that until that plane was safely in the air, things could still go very wrong. So, despite her tranquil demeanor, Linda kept her eyes firmly on the 2 flight attendants at the door ahead of her, analyzing every new passenger that stepped onto the plane. So far, no one had given her any real reason for concern. The aircraft she was in was a Boeing 777, which was a wide plane mainly used for international flights, with 3 columns of seats in economy class, totaling 9 seats per row, 3 on the left, 3 on the right, and 3 down the middle of the plane. Linda was seated on the left column of seats, seat 35H, which was on the aisle. Both seats to her left, window and middle, had already been occupied by a middle-aged couple who seemed very excited to be going to Italy. The woman had taken the window seat, leaving her husband in between her and Linda. They had said a courteous hello when they took their seats, but since then they had just been talking to each other, which for Linda was just fine. She quickly checked her watch again. 5 minutes until the scheduled takeoff time, but she knew that there was always a small delay somehow. The influx of passengers had completely died down. No one had boarded the plane in the past minute or so. They would probably shut the doors very soon. Linda breathed out slowly. She had to admit that she was nervous, her heart beating a little too fast inside her chest.
Her eyes moved to the overhead compartment above her. She could really do with some of that Michter's bourbon right about now. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen." A male voice came through the aircraft speaker system. "This is your captain speaking. It appears that we're all boarded now, which means that we'll be able to start maneuvering soon. Just waiting for the go-ahead from the tower. Please make sure that your hand luggage is in the overhead compartments and that your seatbelt is safely fastened. I'll be back with more updates as soon as I have them. Cabin crew, arm doors and cross-check." With the announcement over, one of the flight attendants closed and locked the mid-plane door. Linda took a moment to calm the rapid thumping of her pulse, waiting patiently until she could feel her heart rate settle. She closed her eyes and reached for the butterfly on her neck chain once again. "We're on our way, my angel," she said under her breath. "We're on our way." Chapter 82. Over the phone, Hunter did his best to explain as quickly as possible to Federal Air Marshal Amber Burnett how important it was that Flight 8649 stayed on the ground until they got to LAX, which would be in around 13 minutes, give or take.
"When is the flight scheduled to take off again?"
Amber asked. Hunter could hear frantic typing of a keyboard in the background. "In about 4 minutes," Hunter replied.
Fuck, Robert, are you serious? That means the boarding is complete and the doors have been armed and locked. They might be taxiing already.
"There's got to be something that can be done, Amber," Hunter pleaded as he looked at Garcia and grimaced. "Isn't there some sort of code that can be radioed to the pilot? The flight doesn't need to be cancelled, just delayed."
"Which is a major problem for the airport and the airline, Robert,"
Amber explained.
"Do you understand how takeoff slots work in an airport?"
Hunter did. Takeoff slots were all stacked up one after the other, airline after airline. If a plane missed its takeoff slot, they'd need to wait until a new slot became available. It was true that air flight control kept emergency slots in place because flights did get delayed, it was a fact. But in a busy airport like LAX, they'd have 2, maybe 3 emergency slots per hour. If another aircraft had been delayed before Flight 8649, they'd take the next available takeoff spot first. What that really meant was that Flight 8649 could be waiting on the runway for a considerable amount of time before they were given a new go-ahead. "Yes," Hunter replied. "I know how they work."
"So you understand that any delay for an airline company means money down the drain. A lot of it. And they don't take kindly to that."
"I understand that, Amber," Hunter said. "I was just hoping that there was something that could be done."
"For me to officially radio the pilot to force him to lose his takeoff slot, I would need a warrant from a federal judge, Robert. The flight is scheduled to take off in less than 3 minutes from now. Logistically, we're screwed."
Hunter closed his eyes and pressed his lips together.
"Unless..."
Hunter's eyes shot back open. "Unless?"
"Just get your ass here, Robert. Pronto."
She ended the call. Hunter and Garcia were still 11 minutes away from LAX. Chapter 83. After closing the aircraft door, the flight attendant turned around and entered the mid-plane galley, which was just across the aisle from the boarding door. 3 minutes past the scheduled takeoff time. They would start taxiing soon. The second steward began closing the dividing curtains that separated first class from economy. As she did, the intercom on the wall just outside the galley beeped, and a small red light just above the receiver came on. A private message from the pilot's cabin. Linda craned her neck to get a better look. As the flight attendant listened to the captain's instructions, the expression on her face changed to something that Linda could easily read. First, an unsure kind of "what?" look, which quickly mutated into an "oh really?" expression. Once the flight attendant returned the receiver to its cradle, she turned to look at the passengers in economy class. She didn't seem to be searching for anyone in particular. It was just a general look, but for some reason, Linda got the sense that all wasn't well. "Ladies and gentlemen," the captain's voice came through the speakers again. "Unfortunately, it seems that we might have a small delay coming our way. Nothing major or to worry about. Paperwork, really. We're just waiting for a member of our ground crew to come to the aircraft so it can all be resolved as fast as possible. Unfortunately, that means that we'll stay on the ground for just a little longer. I apologize for this small delay, but like I said, it shouldn't be a long one. I'll keep everyone posted. 3 seconds after the captain's announcement, the intercom outside the galley beeped and lit up again. The same flight attendant answered it. After listening to her new instructions, the attendant disconnected and switched the mid-plane door back to manual before unlocking it and pushing it open. Both flight attendants went back to the same position they had been in when greeting the passengers, looking out the door and down the retractable corridor that connected the terminal to the plane. 6 minutes past takeoff time. Something was wrong, Linda could tell. This was not about paperwork. Paperwork wouldn't cause the flight attendants to look that anxious. All of a sudden, both attendants shifted their weight before taking a step forward, clearly ready to greet someone whom Linda guessed was just coming down the corridor. The anticipation made Linda's mouth go bone dry. At the boarding door, a woman finally appeared. She wore blue jeans and a black shirt under a dark brown leather jacket, which seemed to be a size too large. Her black hair was cut short and neat. That was not a member of the American Airlines ground crew. Linda had no doubt about that. The flight attendants took a step back to allow the brunette to enter the plane, and as she did, the dividing curtains that had been pulled shut just moments earlier were pulled back open again, and the captain appeared. The four of them stood in a circle while the brunette explained something to the group. As she spoke, the taller of the two flight attendants turned to look at the passengers in economy class once again. Another general look, targeting no specific seat. Linda also looked around at the other passengers in the cabin. Some of them were getting fidgety. Maybe this isn't about me, she thought. Maybe she was just being paranoid. But paranoid or not, Linda convinced herself that she needed to think of something, and she needed to do it fast. She had already clocked the nearest emergency exit 4 rows of seats behind her, but getting there quickly could be a problem, especially because all 3 seats on the exit row next to it were taken. Linda checked the group at the boarding door once again. The brunette seemed to be explaining something to the pilot and the 2 flight attendants. As she did, the pilot's attention moved to the passengers in economy class for a split second. Linda immediately averted her eyes, pretending to be adjusting her seatbelt. That was when she remembered the coincidence. The amazing, ridiculous coincidence that she had come across yesterday, just before booking her seat on the flight. Maybe it's a sign, she had whispered to herself then. Maybe it really was a sign, because coincidence or not, that could work as a plan C. She thought about it for just a couple of seconds before making her mind up. This would get messy, she knew that much. But as things stood right then, she saw no other way out. Linda took a deep breath, unfastened her seatbelt, and got up. A heartbeat later, she was moving toward the group at the door. Chapter 84. As Garcia turned right into World Way, Hunter checked the screen on his cell phone. No messages from Amber Burnett. According to the dashboard clock, American Airlines Flight 8649 was supposed to have taken off 7 minutes ago. Has she managed to delay the flight? Garcia asked, his stare bouncing from Hunter to the road ahead. I don't know, Hunter replied, lifting his phone at his partner. I've got nothing. Well, Garcia said back, screw the parking lots. I'm driving up to the departures drop-off point just outside Terminal B. That's as close as we'll be able to get. From then on, we better run like Usain Bolt. The lights and sirens did clear the way, but it still took Garcia almost another minute to finally pull up at one of the departures drop-off points on Terminal B. The closest door to them was door A. Detectives Milton and Jacob pulled up less than 10 seconds after them. In seeing the lights and hearing the sirens, airport security had already rushed toward Garcia's car to find out what was happening, but before they could get to it, both detectives jumped out with their badges in hand. LAPD homicide, Hunter yelled. Clear the way! He knew that adding the word homicide after LAPD tended to get people moving faster, And that was exactly what happened. The commotion it created caused everyone around drop-off point A to take a big step back before looking around wide-eyed. Most of them began frantically scrambling for their cell phones to video the real-life, Hollywood-like movie scene. "You can't leave your car there!" One of the security guards tried yelling back, but Hunter and Garcia had already cleared the door and disappeared into the terminal. "It's okay," Detective Milton said as he and Jacob approached the security personnel to properly display their credentials instead of simply flashing them on the fly. There was no need for them to rush after Hunter and Garcia anymore. "LAPD Homicide Division. We'll take care of this." At that time in the morning, Terminal B Departures Lounge wasn't excessively busy, but it was busy enough. The fact that Hunter and Garcia knew exactly where to go did help, but even with both of them yelling, "LAPD Homicide, clear the way!" every couple of seconds, they still had to zigzag around scores of people and luggage for most of the way. As they finally approached the entrance to the mandatory TSA passenger screening, two officers from the Transport Security Administration, both built like heavyweight champions, stepped past the airline ticket counters to block Hunter and Garcia's path. "LAPD Homicide," Hunter said, badge in hand and half out of breath. "We need to—" "Detective Robert Hunter?" The first of the two officers interrupted him, his index finger pointing at Hunter. "Yeah." A heavy, deep breath. "That's me." Garcia was right behind him. "This way," the officer said, indicating entrance C on the far right, which was currently closed to passengers. "Amber Burnett from the Federal Air Marshal's office left us instructions regarding you," the officer continued, leading the way. "We need to hurry." All four of them broke into another mad sprint. "Are you carrying?" the officer asked as they cleared entrance A. "Both of us are," Hunter replied. "I thought that'd be the case," the officer said. "This way." He once again pointed right, indicating a free pathway which would bypass TSA screening on all metal detectors. "Is the flight on the ground?" Garcia asked. "For now," came the reply. "Amber is on the aircraft." That answer surprised both detectives. Once past the metal detectors, they reached the crossing gateway, a 330-foot-long bridge that connected the departures lounge to a specific series of departure gates and was almost as long as a football field. The four of them rushed across it as fast as they possibly could. Hunter and Garcia were both dripping sweat, and Hunter could feel his lungs starting to burn. At the end of the gateway, they turned right to face Gate 201B. "Oh, fuck!" Garcia breathed out heavily, knowing that the gate that they were after was Gate 210A, on the far left end of the entire concourse, another 310 feet. "Are we running all the way to Rome?" They sped past crowds of passengers waiting to board on gates 202, 203, 204, and 205. But as they got to gate 206A on their left, a little boy broke free from his mother's grip and decided to run across to gate 206B on the right. In doing so, the boy stepped right into the path of the four running men. "Jason!" the mother called, desperately rushing after her little boy. That forced Hunter, who was leading the group, to swerve hard right. Somehow he managed to avoid the mother and child by a cat's whisker, but Garcia and the two TSA officers saw the boy and his mother a fraction too late. To avoid a head-on collision, Garcia moved left, while the two officers veered right. The result couldn't have been more comical if it had been choreographed. The three of them ran into each other with full force. Garcia, who was by far the least physically powerful of the three, was thrown onto the floor, wrestling takedown style, and he came down hard, hitting his head against the concrete floor violently enough to knock him senseless for at least a couple of minutes. The two TSA officers, as they collided with Garcia, tripped over each other, and they too hit the floor with purpose. It was a miracle that no bones were broken. While Hunter carried on at full speed, many of the passengers waiting at gate 206A rushed to help the three men on the floor. By the time Hunter got to gate 210A, every muscle in his body seemed to be screaming for oxygen, but the only distance left to cover was the short corridor that the passengers took to board the aircraft. He flew past the American airline lady at the boarding gate without saying a word. He didn't have the time or the lung capacity to explain to her who he was. The boarding corridor angled left, and as Hunter finally cleared the corner, he heard chaotic, desperate screaming coming from the plane. Ahead, he could see the aircraft door wide open. That was when he stopped running. Standing inside the airliner, to the left of the door, was a flight attendant who looked completely terrified. To her right, Hunter saw Amber Burnett, covered in blood. Then he saw the gun. How the hell had Linda Evans gotten a gun inside an airplane? Chapter 85. 9 minutes past takeoff time. As Linda got up from her seat and began walking the short distance between her seat and the group standing by the aircraft door, she started coughing, pretending that she had something stuck in her throat. The group immediately noticed her. "Ma'am," the first flight attendant said, turning to meet Linda, "please go back to your seat." Linda coughed harder, cupping her left hand over her mouth and extending her right one at the flight attendant, signaling that she needed a second. "Please, I just need a glass of water," she said in between coughs, her voice raspy. I've got something in my throat." "If you return to your seat, ma'am," the flight attendant countered, "I'll bring you one right away." But Linda kept walking and coughing, angling her trajectory slightly left so that she would be a lot closer to the brunette woman. Due to how little time they had left and the urgency of it all, when Hunter had explained to Amber Burnett that they needed to delay American Airlines Flight 8649 until he and Garcia got to the airport, he had kept the details down to a minimum. He had told her that a triple homicide suspect was trying to escape the country, but he never gave Amber a description, cited any names, or mentioned any seat numbers, because he never thought that Amber would board the aircraft herself. What that meant was that Amber never really knew who they were after, and that had been a mistake. From her seat, Linda had already noticed that the brunette woman was left-handed. She was also certain that the reason for the oversized jacket was to conceal a weapon, probably on a shoulder holster, which meant that she was either a police officer or an air marshal. With the woman being left-handed, the most logical location for her weapon would be under her right arm. As Linda got to about a step away from the group, Amber turned to face her. The turning of the body made her jacket twist and press a little tighter against her abdomen, revealing a bulge under her right arm. Linda saw it and made her move. It all happened fast. So fast that the flight attendants and the pilot didn't realize what was going on until it was too late. As Linda got to the group, she pretended to trip on something on the floor and threw herself onto Amber. That caught everyone by surprise, which was exactly Linda's intention. As Linda collided into Amber, she placed both of her hands on Amber's torso just under her left and right arms, a move that she had learned in her Krav Maga self-defense classes. Amber, propelled by the heavy body bump, was thrown backwards in the direction of the open door, but Linda held her by the jacket and pulled her straight back toward her, hard. This time, Linda dipped her chin and headbutted Amber directly across the nose. There was a horrible cracking noise, as if someone had stepped on a pile of broken glass. Blood spurted from Amber's face up into the air like a burst water balloon, creating a thick crimson mist and spattering against Linda, the pilot, and both air flight attendants. The impact sent a shock wave of heart-stopping pain up Amber's nose and into her brain, almost knocking her unconscious and completely destabilized her. Mechanically, her hands shot toward her face, cupping over her nose in a protective motion. In the space of a heartbeat, Linda pulled the zipper on Amber's jacket down, unclipped the guard strap on her gun holster, and pulled out her weapon. With her left hand, she pushed Amber against the wall to the right of the door and took 2 steps back in the direction of the galley. The whole attack lasted about 3 seconds. A few of the passengers in economy class, the ones on the left column of seats and closer to the door, saw what had happened. Their reaction was to let out a unified, fearful scream, which rippled like a Mexican wave throughout the cabin, gaining momentum as it jumped from row to row. The cabin's collective, terrified scream traveled the length of the aircraft and into the retractable corridor that connected the terminal to the plane's boarding door. Linda didn't care about the screaming or the passengers. As she stepped backwards, she quickly grabbed the shorter of the two flight attendants by the hair, pulling her back into the mid-plane galley with her. In a blink of an eye, the flight attendant became Linda's human shield. Standing directly behind her, Linda placed the barrel of the gun against the attendant's right temple. She was just about to give everyone an order to stand back when she saw a tall and well-built man appear down the terminal's boarding corridor. As he came to a complete stop, Linda saw the badge clipped to his belt, and recognition blinked inside her head. She had seen several photos of him when she researched the LAPD UVC unit. This was the head of the unit, Detective Robert Hunter.
"Everybody stay exactly where you are!"
Linda yelled at the top of her voice as she lifted the gun high up above her head so that Amber and Hunter could see exactly what she was doing. She then used her thumb to flick the safety off before pressing its barrel against the flight attendant's temple. "If anybody tries to get up off their seat, I'll shoot her first, then whoever left their seat. If I see a single cell phone out trying to video any of this, I'll shoot her first, then the person with the cell phone." She locked eyes with Hunter. "And trust me, I won't miss. Are we clear?" Chapter 86. Completely out of breath and with his legs about to give in, Hunter stood perfectly still just a few paces from the aircraft's boarding door. From where he stood, he could see Amber to the right of the door. Her hands were cupped in front of her face, which was an indescribable mess of blood and snot. The pilot and one of the flight attendants were standing to the left. Both of their uniforms were stained by blood splatters, but Hunter couldn't tell if it was their blood or not. It didn't seem to be because they didn't seem hurt, but what truly commanded his attention was the person standing inside the plane's mid-galley, holding a semi-automatic pistol to the head of one of the flight attendants. For the quickest of moments, Hunter and Linda locked eyes, and all that he could see in hers was determination.
"Everybody stay exactly where you are!"
Linda yelled out, before she made sure that Hunter knew that she had offed the safety on the gun in her hand. The entire plane erupted into frantic screams, which lasted several long seconds, but as Linda explained what would happen if they disobeyed, the passengers did exactly what they were told. No one moved, and no one reached for their cell phones. Police instinct told Hunter to pull out his weapon and aim it at Linda, create a standoff until backup arrived, as he knew it would. But human psychology told him that if he pulled out his weapon, he would be making a tense situation 1,000,000 times worse. He knew very little about Linda Evans's state of mind, or how fragmented her grip on reality was. Threatening an already scared and fractured mind was a risk that he wasn't willing to take with so many lives at stake. Instead, he lifted his hands at her. "Linda," he called, still catching his breath. "You don't want to do this." Amber turned her head to look back at Hunter, blood dripping from her face, her eyes angry and bloodshot. Hunter's stare flicked to her for just a second, and if ever anyone could say that they were terribly sorry with a simple look, Hunter did it right there. "Is that so, Detective?" Linda replied. The determination inside her eyes seemed to intensify. "Yes, it is." Despite the heavy breathing, his tone was firm. The flight attendant in front of Linda began crying. "Please," she said, her voice shaking and barely audible, but Hunter was able to read her lips. "Please, let me go. I have a daughter." "Just be quiet," Linda said back, tugging harder at the flight attendant's hair, which made her let out a terrified yelp. "You don't want to hurt these people, Linda," Hunter called out, his hands still up in the air. "I know you don't." His best chance to calm her down right then was to use what he'd found out. "The reason I know you don't is because none of these people, not a single one of them, ever hurt Genesis." On hearing her daughter's name, Linda blinked a couple of times. "Don't you dare mention her name," she said in between clenched teeth. "You know nothing about Genesis." "I know enough. Enough to know that none of these people ever bullied or made fun of her. What happened to her isn't their fault, Linda." They held each other's stare. It wasn't your fault, either. Hunter understood very well that the most destructive of feelings amongst people who had lost loved ones to suicide, especially to parents who had lost a young child, was guilt. The kind of guilt that demanded answers that could rarely be found. Where had they failed? How come they didn't see the signs? And many more that would potentially torture them for the rest of their lives. Even if those questions could somehow be answered, most parents would still find a way to blame themselves, because in essence, they were responsible for the well-being and safety of their young children. Hunter didn't need to ask to know that Linda, at least partially, blamed herself for Genesis's suicide, for not being there, for not seeing any signs, for not knowing how much her daughter was hurting. Linda blinked, and this time Hunter saw nothing but pure hate inside her eyes. "You have no idea whose fault it was!" She practically spat those words out. "You don't know what happened!" The tension amongst the passengers was starting to reach boiling point once again. Everyone could feel it. Hunter needed to do something, and fast. In these types of situations, he knew from experience that his best bet was to keep her talking. Conversation was always a much better alternative than a gunfight, and Hunter had the perfect opportunity right then, because Linda's last statement gave him a chance to demonstrate to her that he knew a lot more than what she probably believed he did. "So why don't you tell me what happened?" he pleaded. "What happened at Gardena Junior High, Linda? What happened with Janet, Troy, Josie, Sophia, Pedro, and Genesis? What did they do? Why are you punishing them this way? I really want to understand it, but you need to let these people go first, Linda." Hunter exhaled as he considered his next words. "You can have me as a hostage if that's what you want, but you need to let these people go, and you need to do it fast." Hunter paused again, this time so that the weight of his words could properly crash against Linda's eardrums. She needed to understand that she was in as much danger as everyone else. "A loaded weapon inside an airplane creates one of the highest levels of threat against human lives," he explained, "despite the plane being on the ground. I'm sure that the co-pilot has already radioed back the situation. In less than 6, maybe 7 minutes, you'll have SWAT teams surrounding this aircraft." He shook his head. "And the last thing that they'll want to do, Linda, is talk." Another pause, this time longer and heavier. "If you let everyone go, I know I can hold the SWAT teams back. This doesn't have to end tragically for anyone, but you have to let them go. I know that you don't want to hurt anyone here, Linda. These people, these passengers, they're not your targets." "You seem to be very sure of my intentions, Detective Hunter, is it?" "Robert," Hunter said back. "So tell me, Robert." There was defiance in Linda's tone. "What makes you so sure that I don't want to hurt anyone in here?" Hunter knew very little about Linda Evans. Research had had no real time to pull a whole file on her, but what Hunter knew for sure was that Linda was a mother struggling with grief, and the psychologist in him knew that he could use that. "Because everyone inside that plane, Linda," he replied. "Every passenger, every crew member, is a Genesis." Linda's anger flared back onto her face. Hunter was fast to clarify. "What I mean is, everyone in that plane is somebody's daughter." He allowed those words to linger in the air for a heartbeat. Somebody's son, somebody's brother, sister, mother, father. They are all innocent people who are just boarding a flight. If you take their lives from them, then this isn't revenge anymore, Linda. If you take their lives from them, you'll become just like the people who took Genesis away from you. You'll have taken an innocent daughter from her family, or a son, or a mother, or a father. Hunter's eyes were locked on Linda's trigger finger, and for a millisecond, he could swear that he saw the tension in her whole arm relax. He needed to push further. His voice became heavy and tender at the same time. "That's why you should take me. I am none of those things." Linda questioned him with a look. "I have no family anymore," Hunter explained. My parents died a long time ago. I have no brothers or sisters. I've never been married, and I've never had a child. I'm nobody's husband, nobody's father, nobody's partner." He pinned her down with the most sincere stare he could give anyone. "Let them go and take me, Linda. If it so happens that at the end of all this you have to take my life, you won't be destroying a family. You won't be taking anything away from anyone." Chapter 87. If there was one thing that Linda Evans understood well, it was psychological pain. The type that crushed your heart and paralyzed your thoughts. The type that changed you. The type only achievable through a great loss. And right then, every word she'd just heard coming from the detective in front of her seemed to be coded in the same sort of pain. For a moment, Linda tried to read deeper into Hunter, but she didn't get very far, and the growing tension amongst the passengers demanded her attention. It wouldn't be long before things started going badly inside that aircraft, and when they did, they would go catastrophically for everyone. Linda knew that she would stand a better chance if the plane were empty. She didn't have line of sight to every passenger, and that was a huge disadvantage because there was always the risk of someone deciding to be a hero. But more than that, this could be the perfect opportunity for her to get Plan C going. "All right," she finally said, her tone skeptical. "I could let the passengers go. But before I do, you need to drop your weapon, Robert." She repositioned herself in a way that only her right eye was peeking out from behind the flight attendant's head. "Do it slowly. If you try anything, she dies." "I won't try anything," Hunter reassured her. "Use one hand only," Linda commanded. "No problem." Keeping his left hand up in the air, Hunter used his right one to reach into his jacket and pull out his weapon. He grabbed it with his thumb and forefinger. "Place it on the floor," Linda instructed him, "and kick it away." Hunter did, kicking it backwards instead of toward Linda. "Backup gun, too." "I don't carry a backup gun," Hunter told her. Amber's surprised eyes widened at Hunter. "Am I supposed to believe that?" Linda asked. "I hope you do, because I really don't carry one." The stare exchange was tense. "I guess we'll have to do this the hard way then," Linda said. "Take your jacket and your shirt off. Slowly." Hunter nodded, finally bringing his left arm down, which was a relief because it was starting to hurt. He took off his jacket and threw it behind him. He then took off his shoulder holster and his shirt and threw them on top of his jacket. "Hands up and turn around. Slowly." Hunter did as he was told. Everyone who could see out the aircraft's door and into the boarding corridor, the pilot, the flight attendants, Amber, and Linda, frowned at Hunter's scars. There were just so many of them. Bullet wound scars, stab wound scars, glass cut scars, and scorched skin from fire. "Looks like you just came out the other side of a meat grinder," Linda said. The emotion inside her eyes changed, but Hunter couldn't quite read it from where he was. "It comes with the job," he replied. "Are we good here?" "Not yet. Ankle weapon?" "No," Hunter replied, lifting his right leg, then his left. "I told you, no backup weapon." "I still don't buy it," Linda breathed out. "Off with the trousers." Hunter hesitated for a moment. "Now, detective." "All right." Hunter kicked off his shoes, undid his belt, and took off his trousers. All he had on then was a pair of black boxers and socks. "See," he said, "no backup weapon." At that exact moment, Hunter heard heavy, uneven footsteps coming from behind him in the boarding corridor. A second later, a limping Garcia turned the corner. Right behind him were the two TSA officers. They too were limping. It took Garcia a second to spot Linda and the gun. An eye blink after that, he had his semi-automatic in hand, aiming straight ahead. "What the hell?" he yelled. He still sounded a little disoriented from his head knock. Linda ground her teeth and cocked her gun against the flight attendant's temple. "Carlos!" Hunter shouted, his right arm moving back with his hand wide open, gesturing him to stop. His eyes, though, never left Linda. "Put down the gun!" "What?" Garcia asked, his weapon trained at Linda and the flight attendant. "I've got this under control, Carlos," Hunter continued. "Linda will let the passengers go. Once she does, you need to tell Captain Blake to hold back on the SWAT teams. No teams on the runway. No teams down this corridor." He nodded at Linda. "We've got this." Garcia glanced at Hunter. "I thought we agreed that you wouldn't try to get anyone else to surrender by strip-teasing, Robert. Did you do your whole cop dance routine? She doesn't look impressed." "Tell him to put down his gun or she dies!" Linda yelled from the plane. "No one is dying here today, Linda," Hunter countered. "But he has to go back so that he can stop the SWAT teams from moving in," he explained. "He talks to our captain, she halts them. It's that simple. He has to go back." Linda locked eyes with Garcia, studying his face for a moment. She could tell that he was in pain. "No SWAT or anyone else coming down that corridor. Are we clear?" Garcia's stare stayed on Linda. "Are we clear or not?" "We're clear," Garcia replied. She nodded at him. "Good. Now go." Chapter 88. As Garcia and the two TSA officers turned around and limped back down the boarding corridor, Hunter restarted negotiations. "We don't have long, Linda," he said, using the pronoun we instead of you to subliminally pass on the message that they were in this together. "We need to let the passengers off the plane, and we need to do it now." Linda took a step back, pulling the flight attendant with her. "All right," she said in a loud enough voice so that most of the passengers could hear. "We're going to do this nice and easy. No panic, no rushing. First, before anyone moves, I want everyone who is by a window to pull down their shades." She allowed a second for her instructions to be thoroughly understood. "Every shade on every window, down. Do it now." The passengers complied. Hunter had to admit to himself that Linda was smart. She had just removed the possibility of a sniper ending this from outside the plane. "Now," Linda continued, "we're going to do this row by row." She made eye contact with the pilot and the second flight attendant to let them know that they were helping. "Forget about your hand luggage. It's not going anywhere, and it will just delay things. We're starting with the first row of seats in economy class, all the way to the last one. Then we'll move to first class. Let them wait for once. We'll be using only the left aisle, so if you're on the right side of the plane, you'll have to cross over to the left when your time comes. Do not get up if it's not your row's turn to leave. If you do, trust me, you'll die." Linda nodded at the pilot and the second flight attendant. "Nice and easy. No panic. No rushing. Get them out." The first row of seats in economy class was row number 30. The last one was row 57. The pilot, the second flight attendant, and the other two attendants in the economy class cabin worked quickly, doing their best to keep everyone as calm as they possibly could. The fact that the flight was just a little over half full made things move a lot faster. As the groups of passengers exited the plane and entered the boarding corridor, between 5 and 9 passengers per group, they were greeted by the sight of a man in his boxers and socks. "Please just carry on straight down this corridor, and an officer will help you," Hunter kept on saying as the scared and somewhat surprised passengers rushed by him with comments like, "What the hell?" and "Good luck." It took a little over 7 minutes for the flight attendants and the pilot to empty the whole of the economy class. "Okay," Linda said. "Let's move on to first class." She paused and addressed the two attendants who were helping in economy. "You two can go." She nodded down the corridor.
The other attendants in first class will take care of the rest of the passengers. The two scared attendants looked at their pilot, who quickly nodded back at them. Go, he said. Be safe. The attendant, who still had the gun to her head, was crying again. Please, let me go. Please. I will, but you'll have to wait just a little longer, Linda told her, before instructing the pilot and the attendant to get the first-class passengers out. There weren't that many people in first class. 21 passengers, that was all. But as the fourth group of passengers got to the door, ready to deplane, Linda stopped them. You, she said, pointing at an average-height man who looked to be in his late 20s, maybe early 30s. The man stopped and looked at her. Me? He asked in a shaky voice, his right palm flat against his chest. There was nothing else in his blue eyes other than fear. Yes, you, Linda replied. You're staying. The rest of the passengers in the group, go. They all looked at each other in surprise and confusion. Go, Linda ordered them again, before I decide to pick someone else. They immediately exited the aircraft as fast as they could, leaving behind the man that Linda had stopped. What? The man asked, as the fear in his eyes spread throughout his body. What do you mean, I'm staying? Exactly that. Linda's tone was firm and demanding. Come around to this side and plant yourself on that seat where I can see you. She indicated a seat on the first row of economy class to her left. Linda, Hunter called from the boarding corridor. What are you doing? It's called leverage, Detective, she called back. I'm giving you the passengers like I promised, but I need to keep at least one civilian in here. If I don't, your SWAT friends will storm the plane, guns blazing. You know that. But why me? The man had become tearful. What did I do? Because I said so. Linda volleyed the answer back at him. Now sit down. The man turned to look at Hunter, clearly looking for help. It's okay, Hunter said, lifting his hands at the man. What's your name? Philip Maddox, but everyone calls me Phil. It's okay, Phil, Hunter said in the calmest voice he could muster. It will all be fine. Just take a seat, for now, and we'll get this sorted, okay? You're delaying everyone, Phil, Linda said. Take a seat or I'll shoot one of your kneecaps off. She aimed the gun at his legs. The man was now shaking from head to toe, but he walked over and took the seat that Linda had indicated. You, Linda called, her chin jerking in Amber's direction. Bleeding lady. Put your handcuffs on the floor, and using your foot, carefully slide them this way. Amber was also shaking, but from anger. Do it now, and do it slowly. Amber did as she was told. Keys, too. Amber complied. Linda addressed the pilot and the flight attendants. You can carry on with the deplaning. As they moved back into the first-class cabin, Linda let go of the flight attendant's hair. I want you to grab those cuffs, Linda said to her, and cuff Phil onto that chair. Do it properly and calmly, and you can go. The attendant's breathing was heavily labored as she finally stepped away from Linda's grip to pick up the handcuffs from the floor. Go on, Linda ordered her. Do it. The attendant, just like Phil had done, looked at Hunter for confirmation. Hunter gave her a single nod. The attendant picked up the handcuffs and walked over to the chair where Phil was sitting. I'm so sorry, she said, in between sobs, as she securely closed one of the handcuff loops around his right wrist, before closing the second loop around the chair's armrest. That done, she tugged at it hard to show Linda that she had done a proper job. Great, Linda said, now aiming her weapon at Phil. You can go, she told the attendant, who for an instant seemed unsure of what to do next. Right then, the pilot and the 3 flight attendants appeared with the last group of passengers. The co-pilot was right behind them. This is everyone, the pilot informed Linda. Great,
Linda said back. Now all of you can go. There was an uncertain look across everyone's faces, which disappeared as soon as Linda aimed her gun at all of them. You better get going before I change my mind. Do you want to stay? The 4 remaining flight attendants, the pilot and the co-pilot, shook their heads and finally exited the aircraft, rushing past Hunter. Linda looked at Amber. You too, Nosebleed. You can go. I'm not going anywhere, Amber said, her words rough, angry. You've got my weapon. The only way I'm leaving this aircraft is either with my weapon or in a body bag. So shoot me if you like, crazy bitch, but I'm staying right here. Hunter's heart skipped a beat inside his chest. Did Amber have a death wish? Okay, if that's what you want, Linda said, quickly swapping her aim from Phil to Amber. Amber dropped her arms to her sides and looked Linda straight in the eye, but she didn't flinch. Blood had cascaded from her nose, down her chin, and onto her blouse and jacket. Don't do it, Linda, Hunter called, taking a step forward before addressing the air marshal. Amber, I'm sorry I got you involved in all this. I shouldn't have. This isn't your fight. Please, go. Go get your nose looked after. Like I said, Robert. Amber interrupted him without even looking at Hunter. I'm not going anywhere. Linda's stare played tug-of-war with Amber's for a long instant before Linda relaxed her arm. You're right, she said, giving Amber a nod. Stay. Maybe you can come in handy in a moment. She looked at Hunter. Why don't you board the plane, Robert, and do me a favor. Bring your handcuffs with you. Hunter turned to look at the pile of clothes on the floor behind him, where his shoulder holster was. Do it slowly, Linda reminded him. Hunter carefully picked up his handcuffs before finally boarding the plane. Now close and lock the door. Hunter brought the door to, switched the lock system to manual, and locked it. Now, Linda addressed Hunter, indicating the door he had just shut. See the large wall-fixed handle to the right of the door? Hunter nodded. Cuff yourself to Nosebleed here through it. Linda ordered him. Your right wrist to her left one. Do it slowly, and no tricks. Hunter once again followed the instructions that he'd been given. Once he was done, he tugged hard at the handcuffs to show Linda that they had been properly secured through the handle. There was no way either of them could get to her now. Phil, are you okay? Hunter asked. From their new position, neither he nor Amber could actually see Phil, who was now completely hidden at the other side of the galley. I just want to get out of here, Phil replied, his voice unsteady. Here, Linda said, throwing Amber a box of paper tissues. For your nose. I didn't mean to break it. Is that supposed to be an apology or something? Amber asked. Whatever, but I need you to call airport security, or whoever you need to call, and ask them to retract the boarding corridor. You know you're stuck, right? Amber shot the question at Linda. There's no way you're getting out of this, even if you could fly this plane. I guess we'll see about that. Now, do what you're told. Amber retrieved her cell phone from her pocket and made the call. After telling the person at the other end of the line to retract the boarding corridor, she looked at Linda, lifting her phone at her. They want to talk to you. They want to know what your demands are. Linda simply shook her head. For now, that's it. I want the corridor retracted. Nothing else, but tell them to stay by the phone. They'll get another call in due time. Amber passed on that information and disconnected from the call. Now what, Linda? Hunter asked, his eyebrows lifting at her. Linda smiled at him and placed her gun on the counter in the galley, safe in the knowledge that all of them, Hunter, Amber, and Phil, were chained to the plane. Now, Robert, we finish this. Chapter 89. From where she was standing, inside the mid-plane galley, Linda heard a mechanical noise coming from just outside the airplane door. It had taken them only 3 minutes to comply with her demand. The boarding corridor was being retracted. "I guess it's just us now, huh?" she said, opening one of the drawers in the galley to see what she could find. Nothing of interest in there. Linda tried the next drawer along. "Now this is more like it." She reached inside to retrieve a couple of mini bottles, both of them whiskey. "Would anyone else care for a drink?" she asked, cracking open the first mini bottle and pouring its contents into a plastic cup. "We've got scotch, bourbon, vodka, rum, gin, red and white wines. Good selection here. I'm sure that there are beers somewhere, too, if anyone prefers that." Everyone stayed quiet. "If I were you," Linda said, "I would honestly consider it, as this will probably be your last ever drink." Phil squeezed his eyes tight, tears rolling down his face. "No?" Linda asked, her stare moving from Phil to Amber to Hunter. "Okay. If you change your mind, let me know. We've got drawers full of this stuff here." "Linda, what are you doing?" Hunter asked. "I know you don't want to shoot anyone in here." "What am I doing? I'm having a drink, Robert." Linda sipped her whiskey. "Sure you don't want to join me?" "Linda." Hunter tried again, his voice calm and calculated. "It's over. You know it's over. You can't get to Lucas anymore. Your quest, your revenge, it ends here, whether you want it to or not." Linda looked at Phil before gulping down the rest of her whiskey. He was staring back at her with doubt in his eyes. She opened a second bottle and refilled her plastic cup. "Over?" she asked Hunter sarcastically, her expression fearless. "Let me tell you a little story about things being over, Robert. Let me tell you how one stupid act ended so much for so many. Would you like to hear that story?" Hunter nodded once. Linda sipped her drink. "It all started 13 years ago, when I arrived home to find Genesis, my 14-year-old daughter, floating in blood-soaked water inside our bathtub. She had cut her left wrist so deep she'd almost severed her whole hand off. Did you know that?" Hunter held Linda's stare. He could clearly see the pain in her eyes. "And do you know what the most torturous thing is, Robert?" Linda didn't wait for an answer. "I remember everything about that moment." Her left hand moved up to her neck to grab onto her butterfly. "I remember how she looked, the expression on her face, the lack of color on her skin, how her wet hair stuck to the outside of the tub, the odd smell of iron in the air." She pressed her lips tightly together. "I remember how some of the water had spilled out from the tub and onto the white-tiled floor in our bathroom. It created this horrible red and white marble effect all across the floor." Linda chuckled and had another sip of her whiskey. "Those images, those details, they never go away. I see them every single time that I close my eyes. Every single time, Robert, for the past 13 years. Hunter knew how terribly devastating the act of suicide was. Not only a life was lost, but the psychological ramifications for those who were left behind, especially loved ones, were life-changing. And the most destructive of psychological effects came with the finding. When it came to damaging mental and emotional consequences, psychologists split suicides into 2 distinct categories: deaths where the victim's body was discovered by someone, and deaths where the victim's body was destroyed. Both were tremendously traumatic, but the mental scars created by the act of finding the body of a loved one were the kind that didn't really heal. "That single moment," Linda continued, her voice heavy with hurt, "when I entered our bathroom after coming home from work to find Genesis lifeless in the bathtub." She stared at her plastic cup as she mentioned her daughter's name, not wanting to meet anyone's eyes, not wanting anyone to see that her own eyes were wet with tears. In that specific moment, I could actually hear my mind fracturing inside my skull. I could feel my life, my strength, my hope leaving me right then. That moment changed all of our lives. Forever. Linda had another sip of her whiskey, which started to worry Hunter. An angry, broken, and drunk person with a loaded gun could lose control at any moment. Linda swallowed her tears. We were all so lost after that. She carried on. Me, my husband, my son. We simply didn't know how to carry on without Genesis. None of us seemed to be able to find our place in a world she wasn't in anymore. She laughed and shook her head. Do you have any idea what that feels like, Robert? To enter your house and find someone who meant more to you than your own life dead. As Linda said those words, Hunter blinked once, fighting the images that flashed before his eyes. Jessica. Linda saw him blinking. She saw the pain in his eyes and paused, her expression analytical, as she studied the detective in front of her. My God, you have, she said. It wasn't a question. You've returned home to find someone you loved dead, haven't you? Hunter stayed quiet. Amber looked at him with curious eyes. Linda waited. Hunter said nothing. That moment changed you, too, didn't it? Linda asked. Different circumstances, Hunter finally replied. But it made you angry, didn't it? It filled you with guilt, and doubt, and questions, didn't it? Questions you knew you would never get an answer to. So many of them. Different circumstances, Hunter repeated. How long ago? A long time. Amber said nothing, but she gently placed her cuffed hand over Hunter's. Linda ran the tip of her index finger along the rim of her plastic cup. But you remember every detail about that moment, don't you? No matter how long ago it was, no matter how much time has elapsed. You remember everything, don't you? Hunter didn't have to reply. Linda knew from the look in his eyes that he did. So you know what it feels like afterwards, don't you, Robert? This time, she didn't sarcastically emphasize his name. The nightmares, the panic attacks, the loss of hope, the sleepless nights, the tormenting questions flying around in your head. And the guilt. The never-ending guilt. Linda breathed in through her nose and nodded at herself. Genesis's death annihilated my family. We blamed ourselves because none of us saw it coming. Genesis was always happy, always smiling, despite her congenital condition, which I'm sure you know about, right? Hunter gave Linda an almost imperceptible nod. Amber, once again, looked at him with questioning eyes, her interest completely renewed. Neither Hunter nor Linda knew this, but Amber's stepbrother had been born with Down syndrome. Of course, Genesis had to battle depression, Linda explained. Who wouldn't, especially at her age? She knew that she looked different. She knew that people looked at her differently, but she was loved and supported by all of us. Still, we never knew. None of us. Another heavy, heartfelt pause. It was not knowing that broke us, little by little. We were all so close to each other, so supportive of one another. So how could we not have known that she was hurting so much inside? How could we not have seen the signs? Because there are always signs, right? How could all of us have missed them? How could her teachers, her friends, how could she not trust any of us enough to talk to us, to ask us for help? Another sip of her whiskey. Those types of questions took over our thoughts 24/7. They ate away at everything. Our hearts, our souls, our minds, our lives.
our sanity. A few ragged tears of anger ran down Linda's cheeks. She wiped them with the back of her hands and tried to calm herself down. Because of the incredible guilt we all felt, she continued, her voice once again controlled. We lost our grip on everything, especially on each other. Michael, my son, who was 3 years older than Genesis, was the first to disintegrate. Linda shook her head as she remembered. He was so protective of his little sister, and so supportive of everything she did. Every opportunity he had, Michael would show Genesis that her disability was nothing to be ashamed of. A single shoulder shrug. So maybe she wouldn't become a world-renowned pianist, or an Olympic gymnast, or win Wimbledon. But then again, most completely able-bodied people on this planet wouldn't either. We all did all we could to make Genesis understand that we couldn't solve all her problems for her, but she would never, ever have to go through them alone. We would always be there for her. All she had to do was ask. So why didn't she? On that day, why didn't she? Hunter knew that Linda wasn't really expecting an answer. They were both so intelligent, she continued. Genesis and Michael. They were creative. They were funny. They were strong-willed. They were determined. But most of all, they were compassionate and forgiving. They were always trying to help others, no matter what. They both had so much to look forward to in life. Hunter already knew what would come next. He had read Michael's autopsy report. After Genesis's suicide, Linda carried on, to try to numb his pain, to try to drown the guilt that he felt inside for letting his sister down, Michael started using drugs. The hurt was back in Linda's voice. But my husband and I, we were so broken, so consumed by that same guilt, that we never noticed it. We had both neglected our son. We weren't there for him. 1 year after Genesis's suicide, Michael overdosed. Hunter nodded slowly. I'm sorry. Linda seemed to pick up the sincerity in his tone. Some of his friends think that he did it on purpose, she added, to escape the agony, the torture, the pain that his own brain was putting him through. That's how much he was hurting. And we didn't see it. Everyone went silent for an instant. Losing both of our children in the space of 1 year destroyed our marriage, Linda explained. That's another problem with the not knowing. We not only blamed ourselves, but we blamed each other as well. John, my husband, started drinking heavily about a month after Michael passed. By then we could barely stand each other. All we did was fight and point the finger at one another. Recrimination, resentment, anger, apathy. That's what our marriage became. The day I told him that I couldn't take it anymore, that I wanted a divorce, John jumped in the car and left. Full darkness blinked inside Linda's eyes. 2 days later, California Highway Patrol knocked on my door. Hunter and Amber both breathed out at the same time. John had died in a head-on collision with a tractor unit, Linda explained. The unit's driver said that John's car simply swerved out of line at the last second and collided with his truck, as if it had been intentional. For a moment, Linda seemed lost in thought. When she spoke, her voice choked. There wasn't even a body for me to identify. Just parts of it. Hunter felt an endless pit open up in his stomach. This was something that he hadn't known, but it was now absolutely clear that Linda saw what had happened to her son and her husband as being a butterfly effect ripple of consequences from Genesis's suicide. In her mind, her real targets, the group of students from Gardena Junior High, had been responsible for all 3 deaths. As Linda saw it, her entire family had been decimated simply because her daughter had been bullied. Right then, Amber's phone rang inside her pocket. May I? She asked Linda. No. It'll either be the FBI or the LAPD, Amber told her. I know. Let it ring. That's a bad move, Linda. Hunter jumped in. If we don't answer it, it forces them to make assumptions. Take it from me, those are never positive. They'll assume the worst, and when they do, they'll mobilize everything they have to take the plane. And the consequences of that is that we all die here today, right? Linda asked, giving Hunter an emotionless smile before quickly peeking at Phil. I'm fine with that. Are you?
Chapter 90.
She's not answering it, Garcia said as he put down the phone. He and Captain Blake, along with the chief of police, 2 FBI agents, 2 representatives from American Airlines, 2 airport officials, and an SAC, supervisor air marshal in charge, were all standing around a table inside an improvised conference room in Terminal B. All flights in and out of the terminal had been either canceled or suspended for the time being. The entire terminal had been evacuated as a security precaution.
That's not good news,
one of the FBI agents said, shaking his head at everyone.
We need to coordinate a strike, and we need to do it now.
Well, that's the last thing we're going to do right now, Captain Blake countered. We have no eyes inside that aircraft. All the shades have been shut, which means that any strike would be a blind one. There is a civilian, an air marshal, and one of my best detectives inside that plane. And we all know what a blind strike really means, right? Casualties. No, we're not going with that plan.
We can easily get eyes inside that plane, the FBI agent said. We can send a man in through the belly of the aircraft. He can sneak in through the galley lift and use a fiber optic camera to give us a visual. We can coordinate from there.
Garcia chuckled. Aren't you forgetting a few things, buddy?
Like what?
The agent challenged. Like the fact that the plane is on the ground with its engines turned off. Garcia replied. That's problem 1. Problem 2 is that the plane is empty, with the exception of 4 people who, last time anyone saw them, were standing right around the mid-plane galley. What that really means is that the plane is silent. No engine noise or passenger chatter to hide the sounds that a man entering the plane through its belly and using the galley lift would create. Any noise inside an empty airplane that size would also create an echo, which would, no doubt, be picked up by the perp. If that happens, everyone dies. Garcia shook his head. Like the captain said, we're not going with the kill everyone plan.
So what do you want us to do? The agent asked. Just sit around and do nothing?
Captain Blake nodded. That's exactly what we're going to do for the time being. Let's give it another 5 minutes and see if we get a call from her. That was what the air marshal told us when she called, wasn't it? For us to stay by the phone because we would get another call in due time. Maybe this isn't due time yet. Let's give it another 5 minutes. If we haven't heard from her by then, we'll call again.
That would be losing time.
The second FBI agent came back. If there was no answer now, what makes you think that there will be one in 5 minutes? Because, like I've said, Captain Blake replied, I have one of my best detectives inside that plane, who also happens to be a brilliant human behavioral psychologist. Right at this moment, I know that he's negotiating with her. She paused and looked at the 2 representatives from American Airlines. Detective Hunter is the reason why we safely have all the crew members and passengers, -1, out of that aircraft. If anyone can talk the perp into giving herself up, he can. Detective Hunter also knows that an unanswered call will give us reason for concern, and he's probably explaining that to the perp right now. He'll make her understand that if our calls keep on going unanswered, there will be a blind strike, in which her life will probably be terminated.
What if she doesn't care if she and everyone in that plane ends up dead? The agent asked. Have you thought of that possibility?
He addressed the American Airlines personnel. We don't even know if they're still alive in there. They are, Garcia assured them. And you know that how, buddy? The agent asked. Because there's been no sound of gunfire coming from the airplane, Garcia replied. I saw the weapon that Linda Evans was holding. It was a 9mm pistol. He looked at the SAC.
which I believe that she somehow managed to take from Amber Burnett, the air marshal who boarded the plane. No silencer on the weapon. If any shots had been fired, we would have heard them. Let's give it 5 more minutes and call again. Captain Blake pushed. If there's no answer then, my SWAT teams have already planned a strike. Why your SWAT teams? The FBI agent asked. Because the plane is on the ground, the captain shot back. Inside LAX, which falls under LAPD jurisdiction. The FBI has no authority here, unless we delegate, which we haven't done. We welcome you to sit in and listen on the phone calls and the planning if a strike is needed. But this is our case, our operation. Plus, everyone knows that the LAPD SWAT is the best in the country. So please, have a seat and relax. She indicated one of the chairs. Who knows? You might just learn something. Chapter 91. In hearing Linda's words, Phil let out a strangled yelp. Please, I don't want to die. All the color had drained from his face. I'm so terribly sorry for what has happened to your whole family, but I've got nothing to do with that. I'm trying to start a family of my own. Please, just let me go. Linda looked back at him and smiled. Is that so, lover boy? Linda, Hunter said, I don't believe that you want to die either. Is that really what you believe, Robert? The sarcasm was back in her voice. Linda took off her jacket and lifted both of her wrists to show Hunter. Across them were 2 large, leathery scars. You're wrong. I think about dying all the time. That was a long time ago, Hunter countered as he looked down at his own body. I know scars, Linda, both mental and physical ones. I know how much they hurt, how much damage they can cause, and how long it takes for them to heal, if they ever do. They studied each other for a moment. I also know that with psychological scars, there are no do-overs. We either deal with them, or they deal with us. And you dealt with them, Linda, because those are old scars, from a time before you found a new purpose. A new purpose? Linda tried to smile, but it came out a grimace. Yes, Hunter replied, recognizing that that was his chance to remind Linda of the person she used to be. Despite all your pain, Linda, you did the most noble thing a human being could do. You spent years traveling the country, talking to students, talking to teachers, talking to parents, helping them understand depression in young teenagers, how to be more aware of the signs, how to approach kids who were hurting and how to help them out. You quit your job as a trauma nurse, where every day you did your best to save lives, to dedicate the rest of yours to helping others choose life, not take it away, Linda. Linda stayed quiet. So no, he continued, I don't believe that you want to die, and I don't believe that you want to kill any more people either. And that includes Lucas. You did your research, Robert, Linda said as she reached inside the drawer for a new mini bottle. And if that's what you really think, then, boy, you will be surprised. She smiled at him before turning to look at Phil. You, lover boy, have a drink. You look like you need one. What's your poison? Phil began scratching the back of his right hand. I don't want a drink. Just please let me go. Linda grabbed the gun from the counter and aimed it at him. One drink. I insist. I'll have a drink with you, Hunter called, taking a step forward and dragging Amber's arm with him as far as the curtain division would allow. The hero coming to the rescue, Linda said, turning to face him. What would you like? I'll have a whiskey. Linda looked at Amber. I can't, Amber said, pointing at her nose. Whatever I drink will taste of blood. Would you like some water? Linda asked. If you don't mind, that'd be great. Could I please have some water as well? Phil asked. Linda shrugged. Water it is. Heads up. She threw a bottle of water in Phil's direction and one to Amber before lobbing a mini whiskey bottle to Hunter. They all caught them midair.
Cup?
Linda asked. Please. Hunter accepted it, while Amber and Phil just shook their heads. Linda tossed Hunter a plastic cup. Hunter cracked the bottle cap and poured the golden liquid into the plastic cup. When he was done, Linda raised her cup at him.
To finding a new purpose in life, she said.
Hunter tipped his cup in Linda's direction before having a sip. Amber first poured some water over her face to clean up some of the blood before drinking the rest of the bottle down in thirsty gulps. Phil just took a couple of sips from his bottle.
You're right,
Linda said, addressing Hunter and placing her cup back on the counter.
I did find a new purpose in life. Something much, much better than helping others.
Revenge, Hunter said.
Revenge. Would you like to have a guess at how I discovered that new purpose?
Hunter stayed quiet.
Come on, Robert. You must have some sort of theory, right? You did your research, we all know that, and you did well at it because you're here. You managed to get to me before I was done. So what's your take on why I'm doing what I'm doing? Come on, I want to hear it.
Amber looked at Hunter as if saying,
Give her something, Robert. Make it up if you need to, but give her something.
Hunter pretended to have another sip of his whiskey. The most logical conclusion, he began, is that just over a year ago, you somehow found out that a particular group of students from Gardena Junior High, students from Genesis's 8th grade class, bullied and made fun of her condition, things that unfortunately kids do. Maybe it was something that happened only that year. Maybe it had been going on for a long time. It doesn't matter because she never told you about it. She never told you about how much it was affecting her. In fact, she never told anyone about any of it because, like you've said, Genesis was a strong girl, and she knew that people looked at her differently. She thought that she could deal with it by herself. Linda's eyebrows lifted at Hunter, a silent sign for him to go on. But despite how strong she might have seemed to everyone, the truth was that Genesis was just a young teenager whose life experiences were still very limited to be able to deal with that kind of pressure. She was just coming into a very exciting age bracket, 14 years old. That's when most of us start discovering so much about ourselves and about life in general. That's also the age when most of us start worrying about looks, about fitting in, about being accepted. He paused and observed Linda biting her bottom lip. That overload of new information and emotions can and usually does overwhelm so many young teenagers. It makes them more vulnerable and much more susceptible to depression and anxiety. For most people who end up struggling with depression throughout their lives, that's exactly the age that its hallmarks show for the first time. Linda leaned back against the galley counter. She seemed to be enjoying Hunter's theory. Unfortunately, Hunter said, his tone tender, instead of asking her mother, her father, her brother, anyone for help, Genesis kept on taking the bullying, the jokes, the abuse. She kept on trying to be strong all by herself until it all became too much for her. Linda reached for her butterfly once again. Discovering not only what had truly pushed your daughter to end her own life, Hunter added, but also the names of the students who back then were behind that bullying was more than just a shock to you. It broke you for the last time. That was when you decided to go after every single one of them. But your revenge plan wasn't to take them out. That would be too simple, right?
Dying is easy,
Linda replied, her voice leaden. You wanted to make them suffer just as much as you suffered. You wanted them to have to carry on without someone who they loved. So you did your research and made sure that those kids, the ones behind Genesis's bullying, were the ones who'd find the bodies of their loved ones. You wanted them to break. That was why you sent them a follow-up message with a video clip the very next day, to force that mind fracture into a full-blown open wound. One that would never heal. Linda did look somewhat impressed.
You know, People say that time heals all. Time mends everything. Just give it time, they say. She brought a hand to her neck to massage it. Well, none of that happened in my case. Do you know the only thing that time has done to me, Robert? Made you more skillful at hiding how broken you truly are inside, Hunter ventured. Linda's eyes narrowed at him. She clearly wasn't expecting an answer to her question, and Hunter's one did more than just surprise her. My God, she said, her stare analytical. You're just as broken as I am, aren't you? Time has never managed to heal you either. What it did was just make you an expert in hiding all your pain, hiding all that hurt, just like me. This time, Hunter stayed quiet. Their stares battled until Linda broke it off with a laugh. That was indeed a good theory, Robert. Very good, actually. But you're missing a few spicy details. So please, allow me to fill in the blanks for you. She had another sip of her drink. Yes, I did find out about that group of students. Do you want to know how? Hunter's silence was a resounding yes. Like you've said, Linda began, I spent years traveling the country trying to educate parents, teachers, students, whoever I could, on how destructive depression in young teenagers could be. I did it because I truly believed that that was what had happened to Genesis. She had lost her battle against depression. I didn't want other families to go through what I had gone through, what my family had gone through. I wanted them to learn how to find out if their children were hurting, if they were struggling. I couldn't help my family, but maybe I could help others. Amber and Phil were both listening to Linda's account with just as much interest as Hunter. Then, she continued, just over a year ago, like you've said, while doing another one-day seminar, this one in Pomona, Claremont High School, I was approached by a 26-year-old man at the end of the seminar. Pedro Bustamante, Hunter said. He didn't phrase it as a question. One and the same, Linda nodded. He looked troubled, clearly struggling with a lot. Depression, anxiety, shame, but most of all, guilt. He asked me if we could talk in private. He looked so down and out, so skinny, that I offered to buy him lunch. He didn't accept. He just wanted to talk to me. So after I was all packed, we went out to the parking lot and sat in my car. This time, Linda reached for a bottle of water, cracked the cap, and had a sip. He began by telling me that he'd known Genesis. He told me that they were friends, that they were in the same class together back at Gardena Junior High, and that he was so sorry for what had happened. She ran the tip of her tongue against both of her lips. As she did, her eyes lost focus for just an instant. It was the way in which he said that he was sorry that concerned me. It didn't sound like a sorry for your loss kind of comment. It was more like a sorry for what we've done confession. He was shaking. His eyes were tearful, and his voice was like a whisper. That was when I asked him if there was anything from back then that he wanted to tell me. Linda looked at Hunter with fire in her eyes. And here's where you were wrong, Detective. It wasn't bullying that pushed Genesis to end her own life. Not the constant kind of bullying that you referred to in your theory. It wasn't bullying that caused Michael to overdose or John to drive into a tractor unit. A very heavy pause. This was a single, isolated event that they so kindly referred to as a joke. A joke? The question came out of Hunter and Amber's lips at the same time. From her jacket pocket, Linda retrieved her cell phone before tapping the screen 3 times. After I asked him if there was anything that he wanted to tell me, Pedro began crying. He kept on saying that he was so sorry for everything, so sorry for Genesis, and he begged me for my forgiveness. When I asked him, forgiveness for what? He showed me this. She lobbed the phone over to Hunter. He caught it with his left hand. Just tap the screen, she told him. It's already queued up.
Chapter 92. Inside the improvised conference room in Terminal B, the air was heavy with tension. The shorter of the two FBI agents checked his watch again. "It's been over 5 minutes," he said, nodding at Captain Blake and pointing to the phone at the center of the table. "Not a word from your detective. We need to enter that plane. This has gone on for long enough." His gaze moved to the chief of police. "He's right," one of the two airport officials agreed. "Pressure from all airlines is mounting by the millisecond. The longer this goes on for, the more money they lose. Every flight out of this terminal has either been cancelled or delayed. They all want this resolved as fast as possible." "We need to add a tag ending to that sentence." Garcia jumped in. "Which is?" the second FBI agent asked. "They all want this resolved as fast as possible," Garcia repeated, "without any casualties. We already have 3 LAPD SWAT teams in place, as you know. 2 on the ground and 1 in the boarding tunnel just outside the aircraft door. They are ready to strike as soon as we decide it's time to go ahead." Captain Blake disregarded the entire conversation and simply reached for the phone on the table, pressing redial. "Let's try again, shall we?" At the other end of the line, Amber's phone rang once, twice, 6 times before it was finally answered.
"What part of 'you'll get another call in due time' did you not understand?"
Linda's voice boomed through the speaker system on the table. "This is Captain Barbara Blake of the LAPD." Captain Blake tried, but Linda immediately cut her short.
"Do I sound like I give a damn who you are? The instructions are still the same. You'll get another call in due time. Now sit back and wait."
The call disconnected. Chapter 93. Just as Hunter caught Linda's cell phone midair after she tossed it over to him, Amber's phone rang inside her pocket. She looked at Linda. "What would you like me to do?" she asked. "Same as before," Linda told her. "Let it ring." "Like I said, Linda," Hunter interjected. "If you don't answer it, they'll make assumptions." He looked left, then right, as if checking both cabins. "SWAT teams are known for being trigger-happy. Trust me, you really don't want them to storm the plane." Linda considered Hunter's advice for a moment. "Okay," she addressed Amber. "Give me your phone." Amber lobbed it over to her. Linda caught it and took the call. "What part of 'you'll get another call in due time' did you not understand?" There was a pause. "Do I sound like I give a damn who you are? The instructions are still the same. You'll get another call in due time. Now sit back and wait." Linda ended the call and tossed the phone back to Amber. "There," she told Hunter. "Happy?" As Amber returned her phone to her pocket, her and Hunter's attention went back to Linda's cell phone in Hunter's hand. He held it in an angle that allowed both of them to clearly see its screen. "Like I said, just tap the screen to play," Linda told Hunter again. Reflexively, Phil stretched his neck. "What the hell are you doing?" Linda asked, her hand moving back to the gun. "Nothing," he replied in a single breath. "Just curious. I'm sorry." "Boy, you better sit back and stay that way." Phil did exactly that, without meeting Linda's stare. Hunter tapped the center of the screen. As the video started playing, the first thing that Hunter and Amber noticed was that the video was soundless. The footage had been shot inside a room, probably a bedroom by what they could see. It was also clear that whoever had shot that video was hiding behind what looked to be double doors that had been left ajar just enough. Either another room or a wardrobe. The camera kept on moving left, right, and up and down, always looking for a better angle. Due to how shaky the footage was throughout, it was obvious that the camera was being handheld. Through the gap between the double doors, about 10 to 15 feet ahead of the camera, Hunter and Amber could see two young teenagers, a boy and a girl, standing just in front of another open door that led into an ensuite bathroom, the light of which was turned off. The girl was clearly Genesis. Her black hair was loose, cascading down onto her shoulders in elegant waves. She wore a white t-shirt that was tucked into a black, high-waisted pleated skirt and low-heel open shoes. The boy, who looked to be around the same age as Genesis, was almost a whole foot taller than her. His curly hair was as dark as the night itself, which matched his round eyes. He was wearing a black button-up shirt, blue jeans, and white sneakers. Hunter immediately recognized the boy. He'd seen his photo in the Gardena Junior High yearbook for the class of 2009, the same photo that had been pinned to the picture board inside the UVC unit's office. That was Pedro Bustamante. The two of them were talking and holding hands. Genesis's hand malformation didn't seem to bother Pedro. 6 seconds into the footage, and in what could only be described as a very tentative moment, Genesis got on the tip of her toes, and as Pedro angled his head forward, their lips met. Genesis tenderly placed her hands on the sides of Pedro's face, while he wrapped his arms around her waist. The kiss was shy, lasting less than 5 seconds, at which point they paused, looked into each other's eyes, and then kissed again, this time a lot more passionately and for a lot longer. Inside the aircraft, it was as if the roles had reversed, because it was Linda who seemed to be studying Hunter's facial expressions. Once the kiss was over, the two of them started talking. Due to the awkward camera angle, Hunter was unable to see their lips clearly enough to be able to read them, but he could certainly read their body language. Genesis seemed hesitant at what Pedro was saying. She took a step back, and her arms crossed in front of her body, a protective move, which meant that at that particular time she felt vulnerable. Pedro, on the other hand, seemed completely in control. He didn't look to be forceful, but he was certainly insistent enough, towering over Genesis. As he spoke, he repositioned his body a little to the left of where he was, putting himself in a direct line of sight with the camera, which allowed Hunter to finally read his lips. "Come on, Jen. You promised." Hunter couldn't read Genesis's reply. "Yes," Pedro reassured her. "The bedroom door is locked. No one is coming in here, I promise. It's just us." Finally, after several long seconds, Genesis's shoulders dropped, and so did her head, as if she was trying to make herself even smaller than she already was. The movement indicated that she had caved in to whatever Pedro had asked her to do, but she looked awkward and somewhat embarrassed. Pedro smiled. "Okay, I'll wait out here. And yes, I'll go next." As Pedro waited, Genesis went into the ensuite bathroom and closed the door. That was when everything changed. As the door closed behind Genesis, Pedro turned and directly faced the camera before gesturing to whoever was behind it to come closer. All of a sudden, the double doors were slid open, and whoever it was that had been hiding and filming everything from behind those doors quickly approached Pedro, pausing to his left. The camera was now about 4 feet in front of the bathroom door, waiting. "Oh my God," Amber murmured. She could already guess what was about to happen. The camera shook slightly, as if whoever was filming the whole thing was chuckling at the scene. Several long seconds went by before the bathroom door was finally pulled open, and Genesis reappeared. The difference was, she was now completely naked. As she looked up and saw that Pedro wasn't alone anymore, Genesis froze, her body seeming to recoil into itself. In the split second that took her tiny eyes to fill with tears and dread, Pedro rounded her and closed the bathroom door behind them. Confused, lost, and clearly feeling totally betrayed, Genesis did her best to cover herself, using her small, uneven hands. But the cameraman kept on expertly moving around, filming everything. Terrified, a sobbing Genesis quickly turned on the balls of her feet and tried to re-enter the bathroom, but Pedro, who was now laughing, blocked her way. The cameraman kept on moving the camera up and down and right and left, recording everything about her naked and shivering body. Hunter peeked at Amber, who at that exact moment had also peeked at him. Neither of them needed to carry on watching the clip. Hunter tapped the screen to pause the footage. "That happened just after the end of the school year," Linda explained, "at a party in Troy's house. His parents were away. What Pedro told me that day in my car was that Troy Foster was the boy behind the camera. He was hiding in the walk-in closet inside his parents' bedroom because they knew what would happen that night. Pedro, Troy, Josie, Janet, and Sophia had planned it all out. They all knew that Jen really liked Pedro, so a week before the party, he conveniently started dating her. Genesis seemed so happy that week. I still remember it." Linda went back to her whiskey. "The plan was, Pedro was to ask Genesis to let him see her naked so that they could film it and make fun of her, just for a joke." She sighed. Those were exactly the words that Pedro used. It was meant as a joke. We're talking about a terribly fragile little girl here, someone who was already struggling with so much in her life. Her body was different, she knew that, and she tried so hard not to let that discourage her. She just wanted to be like any other girl her age. So when the boy that she really liked started courting her, she obviously fell for it because she so much wanted him to like her back. The plan worked because they were clever. He didn't ask her for sex. All he wanted was to see her without any clothes on, that was all. And he pushed for her to do it at the party, in Troy's house. Linda indicated the phone in Hunter's hand. Genesis obviously believed that if she didn't do it, Pedro wouldn't want to date her anymore. So she caved in. Hunter nodded. According to Pedro, about 2 weeks or so after that party, he and Troy came by our apartment building when Jen was in by herself, pretending that they wanted to apologize. But instead, they showed her that video clip, and just for fun, just for a joke, they told Genesis that no one would ever want to date a freak like her. They told her that they would keep the video because they wanted to show it to everyone in Gardena High when they went back to school in a couple of months. Linda took a moment, visibly using the time to put her emotions in check. That day, after Troy and Pedro left, Jen went back upstairs. This time, Linda couldn't hold the tears that rolled down her face. Grabbed the sharpest knife we had in our kitchen and ended her life by almost amputating her own hand. She was 14 years old. Hunter looked at Amber again. Her jaw was locked, but she didn't seem to realize she had done it. Pedro told me that it had all been just a joke, that they didn't really mean what they said to her, that they would have never really shown that video to anyone. It was just young boys being stupid, having fun, playing a prank. I am so... Hunter began, but Linda stopped him. Sitting in my car that day, she said, Pedro told me that they never told the girls about them visiting Jen. Only the two of them knew about what they had done. Pedro also told me that for 13 years he had struggled with guilt, with shame, and with remorse. He told me that Genesis's suicide had ruined his life, and that he needed me to forgive him for what he'd done. Linda chuckled. Ruined his life? Could you believe it? He said that he had always wanted to come and tell me the truth, but that he never really had the courage. He told me that he had been to so many of my seminars with the intention of approaching me, but in the end he would just walk away. That day, he told me that he had promised himself that he would not walk away. Not again, no matter the consequences for him. Linda smiled the coldest smile Hunter had ever seen. He died that night. Did you kill him? Amber asked. Linda replied with a look. Linda. Hunter tried again, but again she halted him. Don't. Gun in hand, her arm shot up to aim at Hunter.
There's nothing you can say, Robert. There's nothing you can say because you haven't seen it all. Hunter and Amber squinted at Linda. Better yet, she corrected herself, you haven't heard it all. Go back to the beginning of the video. Linda ordered Hunter, her voice angry. Top button on the left-hand side of the phone. That's the volume. Turn it up. Watch it again. It gets better. It gets much better. Chapter 94. As Hunter dragged the video play bar at the bottom of the screen back to the beginning of the clip, he heard a faint noise come from just outside the airplane door. He gave nothing away. His eyes didn't divert from Linda's cell phone screen to look at the door, and his posture stayed relaxed. But he knew that SWAT teams were getting ready to enter the plane. Go on, Linda insisted. Don't be shy. I promise you, you'll like it. Hunter thumbed the phone's volume up full blast before tapping the screen to restart the clip. As the footage began replaying, Hunter and Amber could now hear the voices of those who were behind the camera. Troy Foster wasn't alone. Shh, they heard Troy say. Don't let her know we're here, he whispered. This is going to be good. On the video clip, as Genesis tiptoed to kiss Pedro for the first time, she tenderly placed her hands on the sides of his face. I can't believe that Pedro is allowing her to touch his face with those hands, someone softly whispered. The voice behind the comment was female, young. She could kill him. She could hook him by the mouth like a fish with those fishhook hands. The comment generated a battery of muffled laughs from the group behind the camera. Hunter felt a shiver gain momentum right at the base of his skull before it shot down along his spine like an electric shock. Would you like to guess who made that comment, Robert? Linda asked. Janet Lang, Hunter replied. Melissa Hawthorne's sister. As Amber frowned at Hunter, trying to understand what was going on, Linda smiled at him. She knew that he was starting to understand. Janet's comment was the trigger for what came next. Kids being kids, always wanting to outdo each other. Because everyone had laughed at Janet's comment, everyone decided to come out with his or her own remark, pushing it up a notch every time, believing that that would make the comment even funnier than the previous one. Right on the heels of Janet's comment came Troy's. Just another whisper. And they were holding hands earlier. Did y'all see that? Is the motherfucker crazy? What if she took off running right then? Bitch would pull the motherfucker along like a tow truck with those towing hooks she's got. He'd be dragged across the ground behind her like an old slab of meat. More muffled laughs. No points for guessing who that was, Linda said as Hunter paused the video, since he was the only other boy in the group. Hunter looked up to meet Linda's angry stare. Please, carry on, she said. The comments get better. The joke gets funnier. Hunter reluctantly tapped the screen again. The remarks died down until Genesis disappeared into the bathroom and the group was ushered out of the walk-in closet by Pedro. As they waited for Genesis to come out, no one said a word, keeping it dead quiet until the door was pulled open again. Surprise! They all yelled out before bursting into laughter as a terrified Genesis froze in front of them. Good thing that you didn't ask her for a handjob, Pedro, came the comment from one of the girls as Pedro got behind Genesis to close the bathroom door. She would have probably sliced your dick and balls clean off with those lobster claws she's got. Clack, clack, clack. Another round of animated laughs. Hunter knew that that comment had come from Josie. Yeah, I wouldn't even put a finger inside her, one of the girls said. Who knows if she has a claw in there, too? That was Janet, Linda clarified. Hunter allowed his chin to drop to his chest and his eyes to close for an instant. In all three Aftermath video clips, Linda had used their own words to taunt them, to push them to remember. All I did,
Linda said matter-of-factly as she finished another mini bottle of whiskey, was follow their suggestions. She nodded at the phone in Hunter's hands. Admit it, Robert. I didn't do a bad job, did I? Amber looked completely lost. Hunter's attention returned to the video clip. As Genesis tried to get through Pedro and back into the bathroom, she placed her hands around Pedro's abdomen to try to push him out of the way, but he was too strong for her. Careful, Pedro. Once again, the comment came from one of the girls. With those Edward Scissorhands of hers, she could cut you in half easy. Your insides would fall out like mincemeat. More laughs. Hunter paused the clip. The comment had clearly come from Sophia Rizzoli, now Sophia Elliott. That must have been Linda's plan, to cut Lucas Elliott in half and probably spread his insides all over the floor like mincemeat for Sophia to find. So there you have it, Detective Hunter, Linda said, gesturing for Hunter to toss her phone back to her. He did. Mystery solved, she said as she returned the phone to her pocket. I bet that answered a few questions about your investigation, didn't it? Linda, Hunter began, I can understand your anger because I was once as angry as you are. I wanted revenge on the people who had taken someone I loved from me, and that has happened more than once. Good. So you should really help me out here and let me go so I can finish my business. Let me ask you something about your revenge, Linda. Hunter risked. Has it worked? Has it made you feel any better? Has it made you miss Genesis, Michael, and John any less? When you were brutally extinguishing those people's lives, those completely innocent people's lives, did it appease your heart? Did it take away any of the pain, any of the hurt that you've been carrying inside you for so long? You see, Robert, the sarcasm was back in Linda's tone, that's where you got it wrong. This isn't about me or how it makes me feel. This isn't about appeasing my heart or ending my pain. The pain I feel will only end when I'm gone. I know that. This is about people being responsible for their actions. This is about people not getting away with whatever the fuck they want just because they call it a joke. She shook her head angrily. To every action, there's a consequence. You know that, right? Some actions have a third step, which is the reaction. Genesis's suicide, followed by Michael and John's death, is the consequence of their action. Linda stabbed her index finger against her chest. I am the reaction. And believe me, Robert, I am happening. But the people you're murdering, Hunter said back, his tone far from condescending, are innocent of the action you're talking about, Linda. I know you can see that. They weren't in any way related to that video. Innocent? Linda asked through clenched teeth. You want to talk about innocent, do you? Okay. She drew in a furious breath. Genesis was innocent. Michael was innocent. John was innocent. They're all gone, Robert. My whole family, everyone I loved, gone because a group of 14-year-old kids wanted to have a laugh, just for fun, just a joke. She put on a silly, childish voice. Oh, I have an idea. Just for a joke, let's trick a vulnerable and fragile little girl into exposing herself just so we can film it and humiliate her to the point of despair. As if Genesis didn't already have a lifelong battle to fight against her own body, her mental state, prejudice, and let's not forget ignorance. Linda took a moment, using her hand to emphasize her point. And do you know what else is just incredible? 5 kids in that group. 5. 3 of them girls. Not one of them said, well, this is a fucking mean, dumbass idea. Let the poor girl be. She never did anything to any of us, so why do you guys want to break her down like that? Would you like someone to do that to you? Linda used both hands to point at herself. Well, retribution is an ugly bitch, isn't it? But the people you've murdered, Linda, they never even knew Genesis. Hunter was trying to appeal to her human side once again, which he was sure was still there, hidden behind all that anger, but still there nonetheless. He just needed to reach it. In fact, other than Melissa Hawthorne, who was Janet's stepsister, if you go back 13 years to when Genesis ended her life, all the other people you've murdered didn't even know the people who you've murdered them for. Kirsten Hansen only met Troy Foster 3 years ago. Oliver Griffith only met Josie Moss 17 months ago. He paused for effect. You took their lives away from them, Linda, for something they had absolutely no fault in. Something that happened when they themselves were just kids, like Genesis. Like Genesis. 2 words. And just like that, Hunter's thought process found a whole new gear, as a brand new idea exploded inside his head. I know you did phenomenal research in finding out everything you could on all of these people, he said, testing the water. You spent months collecting data on all of them. Your research was impeccable. But let me ask you this. Did you research their younger lives? A flicker of doubt flashed inside Linda's eyes. Hunter saw it. He knew the answer even though Linda didn't give it to him. This could work. Well, we did. He lied. We had to find out everything we could about the victims to try to understand why they were being murdered. Do you know why Kirsten Hansen left Denmark to come to America? Linda's eyes narrowed at him. Kirsten Hansen was born with a speech impediment. Hunter made that up right there and then. Submucous cleft palate. In school, she was made fun of by most of the other kids because of how she spoke. Linda paused, and all of a sudden her whole demeanor became unsure. She came to America for an operation to correct it. She ended up staying. Oliver Griffith didn't suffer from any physical disabilities, but when he was 14 years old, the same age as Genesis, he was toothpick thin. He was bullied all the time for his lack of muscle, for how awkward he was, and for not being into sports. He was pushed around, beaten up, made fun of, pranked, all of it. It was only after he left high school that he decided to do something about it. That was when he joined a gym and bulked up. For the first time, Hunter thought that Linda looked like she was questioning herself inside her head. Lucas Elliott is dyslexic, Hunter carried on. He still struggles with it today, but when he was a kid, in school, he was made fun of because he couldn't read or write properly. His nickname was Dumb and Dumber. Can I... Phil tried asking a question, but Linda immediately shut him down. Shut up! All the people you've murdered, Linda, Hunter continued. They struggled when they were kids. They were bullied. They were made fun of. They were humiliated. They were pushed around and beaten up. Hunter's pause was once again heavy. They were Genesis, in their own way trying to fit in, trying their best to be accepted, struggling with their own imperfections, fighting their own wars against prejudice. The big difference is, they didn't end their lives, Linda. You did. Do you truly believe that that was justice for you? For Genesis? Do you really believe that Genesis would be okay with her mother murdering people who, just like her, had fought so hard to overcome ignorance, fought so hard just to be themselves? Linda's stare flicked to Phil, then to Amber, then to Hunter. She was clearly struggling with something inside of her. Guilt? Shame? Both? Hunter couldn't tell. Her reaction was to reach for the gun. Somebody had to pay, she said, her voice unsteady with emotion. We all lost our lives 13 years ago. Genesis, Michael, John, and I. I had to avenge them. She shrugged. An eye for an eye, an innocent life for an innocent life. So what? Her voice went steady again. This world isn't fair, Detective. This life isn't fair. I'm sure you've noticed that already. If this life was fair, Genesis wouldn't have been born with acrodactyly. Her eyes moved to the gun in her hand for a second. I've done my suffering. Now it's their time.
And if some innocent people had to die for it, she shrugged, so be it. Tough luck.
Hunter could have been wrong, but right then, he felt that Linda's words lacked conviction. Linda took a deep breath as her gaze moved from Phil to Amber and finally to Hunter.
There's something else you've got wrong today, Robert. You might not understand it right now, but I know that you soon will. It's all out there, waiting for you.
What else did I get wrong?
Coincidence or not, Plan C was all that Linda had left. She just needed to execute it. You said that no one would die here today. She gave Hunter and Amber a dead smile, void of every emotion. You were wrong. Linda aimed her weapon and fired 2 precise shots, sending a new, thicker mist of blood up in the air, this one filled with bone fragment and brain matter. Chapter 95. In the boarding corridor, LAPD SWAT Team Alpha was anxiously waiting for their green light to take the plane. All the aircraft window shades had been pulled down, including the one on the boarding door. That had allowed the team to sneak up through the corridor until they reached the articulated bend, located just a few feet from the opening that would extend to connect to the airplane. When Linda had asked the airport officials to retract the connecting corridor, they'd done just that, but they hadn't retracted it all the way. In fact, they only moved it back just a few feet. Full retraction of the connecting corridor took somewhere between 15 to 20 seconds, but they'd only retracted it for 3 seconds, less than 5 feet. Since the taking of the aircraft seemed to have been something that Linda had to improvise, they had guessed that she wasn't exactly aware of the details of how the boarding corridor properly worked. They had been right. What that meant was that with the green light, it would take SWAT Team Alpha 3 seconds to extend the corridor to the aircraft, 1.5 seconds to use the external release hatch on the door, and 1 second to pull the door open. In total, almost 5 seconds until they could storm the plane. Not ideal, but much better than 20. Bang! Bang! The loud shots, muffled by the door and the pressurized interior of the aircraft, sounded like 2 popcorn pops from the outside, but all 5 of the SWAT team members knew exactly what they were. Shots fired! Shots fired! Jose Alvarez, the leader of the SWAT team, whispered down his radio. Go! Now! Captain Blake's voice exploded through the SWAT team members' earpieces. 4.5 seconds later, they were pulling the airplane door fully open. As they did, 2 M84 stun grenades were lobbed into the aircraft. They exploded on impact. Upon detonation, the M84 grenade emitted an intensely loud bang, together with a blinding flash of light. This was designed to cause immediate flash blindness, deafness, and inner ear disturbance, which would cause confusion and loss of coordination. With the explosions, the team immediately boarded the aircraft, all of them with their MP5 submachine guns in hand and searching for a target. As they stepped into the plane, team leader Alvarez saw Hunter straight away. He was standing to the right of the door with his head down and his left hand up against his ear. He was wearing only boxers and socks. To Hunter's right, Alvarez saw a woman who was handcuffed to the detective through a large wall-fixed handle. Her face was covered in blood. Her eyes were shut, her right hand pressed hard against her ear. They were both a little disoriented. "Detective Hunter!" Alvarez called. "Are you all right?" "We're okay," Hunter shouted back. Both Hunter and Amber knew protocol. They'd known that if any SWAT team was to take the aircraft, the first thing they would do would be to lob a couple of stun grenades into the plane. As soon as they saw the door opening, they both closed their eyes and used their free hand to cover one of their ears. Bang! Bang! The grenades exploded, sending 2 flashes of more than 1 million candela each rushing through the plane. It took Alvarez and his second-in-command, Portnoy, less than a second to identify Hunter and Amber as hostages. In doing so, their MP5s moved left and right, searching for Linda Evans. "Phil!" Hunter yelled as he opened his eyes. "Phil! Are you okay?"
There was no reply. Chapter 96. Just a few seconds earlier. You said that no one would die here today. Linda gave Hunter and Amber a dead smile, void of every emotion. You were wrong. In a movement that no one had predicted, Linda extended her arm left, aiming her weapon not at Hunter or Amber, but at Phil, who had his feet up on his seat and his knees pulled up against his chest. It all happened so fast that it didn't give Hunter or Amber a chance to react. By the time they realized that Linda hadn't pointed the gun at them, she had already squeezed the trigger. Bang! No! Hunter shouted at the top of his voice, thrusting forward with all the strength he had, but the handcuff that connected him to Amber, together with the fixed wall handle, prevented him from getting to Linda by at least 6 feet. It didn't matter. A millisecond after Linda had shot Phil, she brought the barrel directly under her chin and once again squeezed the trigger. The bullet, a 9mm soft-point round, entered Linda's skull through her lower mandible, before ripping through her tongue and the roof of her mouth. It then penetrated her brain, destroying everything in its path, before pulverizing the top of her cranium. Somehow, Hunter caught Linda's stare just as her finger applied the necessary pressure to the trigger. He saw nothing in them, no emotion, no anger, no life, as if her soul had left her body even before the round had left the weapon. As Linda's lifeless body fell to the floor, Hunter's shock at what had just happened paralyzed him for a heartbeat. He simply stood there, eyes wide open, jaw dropped, breathing held on his throat. This shouldn't have happened. It was then that Hunter heard the aircraft door being pulled open. SWAT teams were coming in. That forced his brain to finally re-engage. Chapter 97. Phil! Hunter yelled one more time, trying his best to angle his body as much as he could to get a visual on the young man, but being handcuffed to Amber didn't allow him to see past the galley, no matter how much he tried. Phil had been sitting across the plane from where Hunter and Amber were. He was to the left of the galley, while Hunter and Amber had been chained to the curtain divide to the right of it. After identifying Hunter and Amber, team leader Alvarez veered right into the mid-plane galley. That was when he saw Linda's body on the floor. Skin, hair, bone fragments, and brain matter were splattered across the aircraft wall just behind her, as well as on the seat to her right and on some of the galley cabinets. "Target down!" Alvarez called out as he rushed to Linda. "Target down!" He kicked the gun in her hand away. Since Alvarez and Portnoy had gone left as they'd entered the plane, the remaining 3 members of SWAT Team Alpha had veered right at the door. From the corners of his eyes, Hunter saw 2 new SWAT teams appear. They had used the front and rear doors of the aircraft to board the airliner. "She's gone," Alvarez informed everyone. "You think?" Hunter shouted back, his ears still ringing from the detonations. "Half of her brain is on the wall behind you. Phil! She shot Phil first." He pointed to the left of the galley. "He's cuffed to the seat just past the galley." Hunter's voice faltered. "Tell me he's not dead." "He's non-responsive," came the reply from one of the SWAT team members who had been the first to get to Phil. "Get the medics in here," Hunter ordered them. "He's not shot," the SWAT team member announced. "He's passed out, but he's uninjured." "What?" Hunter looked at Amber, who was just then beginning to recover from the stun grenades. "She shot him. We saw it." "She shot at him," the SWAT team member replied. "But she missed. By a lot. The bullet hit the seat next to him. Like I said, he's just passed out. No wound, no blood. He's unhurt." Chapter 98. 5 hours later, Linda Evans's apartment in Torrance. Hunter and Garcia stood still, their eyes wide with surprise as they stared at the walls inside Linda Evans's small studio apartment in the South Bay region of Los Angeles. The walls were plastered from floor to ceiling with photographs, schematics, and written plans. On the table, which folded out from one of the walls, Linda had left her laptop. Surrounding it, evenly spread on the table's surface, were more photographs and a target practice record book from a shooting range. At the airport, once the whole standoff was over, Hunter and Garcia had both been seen by EMTs. Hunter was fine. The effects from the M84 stun grenades had long worn off. Garcia, on the other hand, had a badly sprained ankle from his collision with the two TSA officers. His whole left foot had been bandaged, and for the time being, he was walking with the assistance of crutches. From LAX, they were supposed to have gone straight back to the police administration building to file the paperwork and face whatever was coming from Captain Blake and the chief of police. But Hunter was driving, and he decided that he first wanted to have a look at Linda Evans's apartment. He had retrieved her keys from her handbag when no one was looking. Garcia didn't object. "This is insane," Garcia finally said. They'd been looking at everything in silence for the whole 5 minutes that they'd been in the apartment. "It looks like she's left everything out here, Robert. All of her research, surveillance photos, schedules, names, addresses, everything." "You might not understand it right now," Linda had said on the plane. "But I know that you soon will. It's all out there, waiting for you." Hunter said nothing back. Instead, he started looking through a series of photo printouts that he had found inside an envelope, which had been tacked to one of the kitchen walls. Garcia limped over to the table and began flipping through the target practice record book. The more he flipped through it, the more he frowned. "Robert, come have a look at this." "Just a sec," Hunter called from the kitchen. "No." Garcia's tone was firm. "You need to come have a look at this." Hunter brought the envelope with him. Garcia indicated the book on the table. "Skip the first 50 pages or so," he said. "Have a look from then on, and tell me what you think." Hunter flipped through it, starting from about halfway, quickly studying the figures on the pages, including the dates. Once he got to the last figure, he looked back at his partner. "Those are some impressive scores, Robert." Hunter nodded. "She practiced almost every day for 6 solid months." "Exactly," Garcia agreed. "Now how do you suppose that somebody with these sorts of scores would miss a shot at a target that was merely 6 feet away, and miss by about a foot?" "She wouldn't," Hunter replied. "She missed on purpose." There was something in the way that Hunter had delivered his sentence that intrigued Garcia. "So she shot at that passenger, Philip, right?" Garcia said. "Why? For effect? Just to scare you?" He shook his head. "That makes no sense." Hunter breathed out. "She didn't shoot at Phil for effect. I think that she changed her mind at the last second." Garcia grabbed a chair from the corner. His leg was hurting again. "Changed her mind?" he asked as he took a seat. "That makes even less sense, Robert. Yes, sure, she killed innocent people, but those innocent people at least had some sort of a connection to the group of students behind that video clip." Hunter had also taken Linda's cell phone from her jacket pocket before leaving the plane. The only 2 other people who had seen the video clip that Linda had showed Hunter and Amber in the aircraft had been Garcia and Captain Blake. "Phil had nothing to do with that," Garcia continued. "He was just an unlucky passenger on a flight." Hunter handed his partner the envelope with the photo printouts that he had found in the kitchen. "No, he wasn't." "Huh?" Garcia took the envelope and began leafing through the printouts. There were over 50 of them, and they all showed Phil in the company of an attractive brunette woman. They clearly had a romantic attachment. Some of the photos showed them holding hands. Some showed them kissing. Garcia immediately recognized both people on the photos: Philip Maddox and Sophia Elliott. "What the fuck?" Hunter nodded. Phil was having an affair with Sophia. Garcia dropped the envelope onto his lap. No fucking way. Hunter stayed silent. Hold on. Garcia lifted his hand at Hunter. This is unbelievable. How come you're not freaking out over this shit? I would be, if I didn't already know it. What? Nothing seemed to be making sense for Garcia. How did you possibly know about this? In the plane, Hunter explained. When Phil told Linda that he was trying to start a family, Linda called him Loverboy. She did it again when she was pushing everyone to have a drink. Garcia's eyebrows arched. I thought that was odd, Hunter continued. The nickname came out of nowhere, and it didn't fit the whole scenario. And then, when I told her that Lucas was dyslexic, Phil tried to ask a question, but Linda shut him down. Things didn't fall in place in my head until we were with the EMTs. That's when I went over to talk to Phil. And he confessed. It wasn't a question. I had to push it, Hunter said with a nod. I told him that we would find out one way or another, so he decided to come clean. They've been seeing each other for 5 months. And that was why he was flying to Italy. This time it was a question. Yes, Hunter confirmed. Lucas is coming back home on Saturday, remember? Garcia chuckled. So husband comes back, wife stays a few more days, pretending that she's going to hang out with her family or whatever, and boom, in comes the lover for happy days. Something like that, Hunter agreed. How did Linda know that he was on the plane? Hunter broadly gestured at the entire studio apartment that they were in. I don't think that she missed anything with her research, Carlos. Do you? Do you think that Phil was the target all along? Garcia asked. I mean, if Linda had found out that Sophia was more in love with her lover than her husband, then it makes sense. Yes, Hunter agreed. And I have a feeling that once we're finally done here, however many days it takes, we'll know for sure. Garcia looked around at all the photos on the walls for an instant. That's what this is. That's why she left everything here the way she did. Everything organized. She could have easily had destroyed all of this. Hunter nodded again. I don't think that she knew that we were onto her yet, but she knew that eventually we would get there. She wanted us... He paused and thought better of his words. She wanted everyone to know why she did what she did. He indicated the laptop. I bet that we'll find a copy of that video clip in there. So she knew that she wasn't coming back, Garcia said. Once again, it wasn't a question. Her plan was always to take her own life at the end of her crusade. Once it was all done, she had nothing else to live for anymore. Everyone she loved was gone. Talk about a ripple effect. He shook his head at the thought of so many wasted lives. Hunter turned to face a large photo of the Williams family. Linda, Genesis, Michael, and John. They were sitting together at a restaurant table. All 4 of them were laughing, as if someone had just cracked the funniest joke in the world. They all looked so happy together. That was the only photo in the whole studio apartment that was in a photo frame. The only image Linda had left of her family. I think you're right, Carlos. I think you're absolutely right. Chapter 99. One day later, Police Administration Building. Linda Evans had disabled the security protocol on her laptop. There was no password. As soon as Hunter turned it on, it loaded her desktop. It contained only one folder named Genesis. Hunter had slowly been reading through every file for the past 3 hours. Incredible, he murmured as he sat back on his chair. What is? Garcia asked, looking at Hunter over his computer screen. How bold Linda Evans really was. Why? What else have you found out? She visited them all before the attacks. All of them. Visited them? Garcia asked. What do you mean? Janet Lang is a beautician, right? Yeah? Linda had 2 beauty sessions with her. Hunter explained. What? Really? Garcia got to his feet. Hunter nodded and pointed at the laptop screen. Both of them last month. She used a different name, though. Garcia got to Hunter's desk and studied the screen. Grace Bauer, he read. Another nod from Hunter before he loaded a new document onto the screen. Last week, on Wednesday, 3 days before she took Oliver Griffith's life, she had a therapy session with Josie. They talked for a full hour. I'll be damned, Garcia chuckled. And check this out. Hunter loaded yet another document onto the laptop screen. She bought her weapon, the 9mm pistol that we found in her apartment, from Troy's shop. The shooting range where she practiced for 6 solid months was the same shooting range that he went to. They met at the range several times. Garcia looked completely lost for words. Yet another file onto the screen. At the beginning of the month, Hunter said, Grace Bauer visited Sophia Elliott in her house to discuss the possibility of Sophia becoming her accountant. The meeting also lasted about an hour. Why do that, do you think? Why go visit them? Linda knew that she would end her life when all this was over, Hunter explained. I think that she just wanted to meet the people who caused her and her family so much pain, so much destruction. She wanted to look into their eyes, talk to them, maybe even get a feel for how much they really loved the person that she was about to take away from them. Her frame of mind was truly psychopathic by then. That's just... Garcia was interrupted by a knock to their office door. Come in, he called. The door was pulled open by a man in his mid-40s, dressed in a dark suit. His thick, dark beard softened his jawline and disguised his cheekbones. Detective Hunter? He asked. That's me, Hunter replied. The man approached his desk. A few days ago, you ordered a DNA and fingerprint test on a wine glass. Do you remember that? Hunter grimaced. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to cancel that request. Things have been quite crazy lately, and it completely escaped my mind. That person isn't of interest anymore. Not to you, maybe, the man said, showing Hunter his credentials. I'm Agent Wilson Reeves with the Sex Crime Division for the California District Attorney's Office. The DNA on the wine glass you handed in flashed up as a match for a rape-murder investigation that we've been running for 5 years. He placed a photo on Hunter's desk. Susie Black, 22 years old, a student from San Francisco. Hunter and Garcia studied the photo for a few seconds. We have reason to believe that in the past 5 years, Agent Reeves continued, the same perpetrator that raped and murdered Miss Black has done the same to at least 3 other women. He placed 3 new photos on Hunter's desk. Helen Austin, 21 years old, a student in San Diego. Martha Driscoll, 24 years old, a kindergarten teacher in Oakland. And Alice Pearson, also 24 years old, a bartender in Sacramento. Reason to believe? Garcia asked. The circumstances, the M.O., and the signature on all 4 rape-murder attacks were practically identical, but the perp got better at it. His only mistake came with his first murder 5 years ago. The DNA left behind in San Francisco, Hunter said, tapping his index finger against the first photo Agent Reeves had placed on his desk. Susie Black. Exactly. No more mistakes after that. We've been chasing this sick son of a bitch for 5 long years, Detective Hunter, so please tell me that you have a name you can give me. Hunter reached for his cell phone, called up his image gallery, and thumbed through a few photos. I have something better than a name. He showed Agent Reeves his phone screen. I have his face.